Greetings, chess fans. The chess summer here in Switzerland continues as we are coming back live from Biel, the bilingual city in Switzerland. The 58th International Biel Chess Festival is at its full swing, and we have officially reached the final stage of the main event, the GMT Masters and Challengers. The entire festival is being played on Biel Congress Center, which is pretty much the heart of the city, hosting many open tournaments as well. So once again, your hosts for the event, as usual. I'm Grandmaster Wojtaszek, together with Angelika Volkova. So let's tune in for some exciting action. Angelika, yesterday we had a rest day. So your expectations from today?
Yeah, Arthur, I'm happy to be here for the final stage. We have lost some players along the way. Today we have the best of the best, so top 4 in all events. So I'm expecting a lot of fights. And regarding yesterday, it was a rest day. It was nice to enjoy Biel, although we had some rains yesterday, but I was still at the lake. I was enjoying some rays of the sun. And also the players, we've met a lot of players yesterday. They're focusing on today's round. I even saw that yesterday evening they were blitzing in the lobby of the hotel, so they were preparing for the game. So really excited about the first round of the final stage.
And one of them is later going to join us. I hope he's going to come here for a very quick comment together with us. While we are starting, let's check the current standings of both GMT Masters and Challengers. After the Blitz tournament, which was held 2 days ago, we have 2 leaders in the Masters tournament. Salek Salem had a very strong finish, and even though Vladimir Fedoseev won the Blitz event, now these 2 players are tied at 23 points each. Our event, a strong grandmaster from India, is within the striking distance because once again, every single victory in the classical tournament is awarded 4 points and only 1.5 is for the draw. In the meantime, Volda Murzin had a thrilling finish in the Blitz tournament, defeating Radoslav Wojtaszek for the place in the top 4, but he can still make waves here.
Meanwhile, in the challengers, we see that Nicholas Theodorou from Greece is still leading the event with 26.5 points, 2.5 points in front of Aram Hakoban from Armenia, who, by the way, had a very good Blitz tournament, but towards the end he lost some points. Meanwhile, Rinat Jumabayev has 15.5 points, so I suggest that the fight is going to be between these two, the Aram Hakoban against Nicholas Theodorou for the first place in the challengers. But here are the pairings of today. In the Masters, we see the reigning rapid champion Volodar Murzin with white pieces against Salek Salem, and Aravind Tambaran, the young superstar from India, is going to face Vladimir Fedoseev. So we'll see a lot of fights in the Masters. And in the challenges, we have Nicholas Theodorou, the current leader, will face David Navarra, and Rinat Jumabayev will play against Aram Hakoban. It's going to be an exciting day, Arturs.
Absolutely. And I think also we're going to have a little more time to focus on some details, some specifics of the opening phases, because this time we're going to have a bit less games to follow. That means maybe better ways to explain certain things to you. And here we can see, once again, the amazing view of the Biel Congress Center. The event is played on the grand stage. And in this hall, as you can see, there's the open tournaments, there's the Masters Open Tournament, Amateur Open Tournament, there's kids tournaments. So literally everything for every single chess fan. So the action is about to start in... I think it should be starting actually right now.
Yeah, it should be starting. I see some players are still not at the board, although they are arriving. We see Rinat Jumabayev has just arrived with white pieces going to face Aram Hakoban. It's going to be a fine match to see. But looking, I mean, we've previously looked at the standings. I mean, these players are far behind each other. So we see Rinat Jumabayev has 15.5 points and Aram is far front. So if Rinat wants to get to the top in the leaderboard, he has to start scoring points. The same is for David Navarra.
Yeah, and also every single player is going to be playing total 3 more classical games. So 4 players. This is once again a round-robin tournament between each of them. So for Aravind, it's also the same situation. He is trailing a bit behind, so he really needs the victory here. And I suppose this is also going to be one of the central games today.
Yeah, definitely it is. I mean, today we're going to have less games than we used to have, but I don't think that the action will be less because we have this top players who stayed. And of course, the players who left, I mean, definitely we are happy that they were participating. And we see, by the way, the first moves are on the board. We can see that there has been, I see in the top right corner, there is a e4 on the board. Vladar Murzin played, and we see Sicilian, by the way. And in the top left corner, we see knight f3, d5. So we'll most likely, I mean, not so clear which opening we're going to see, but
David has not yet made a move. That's a bit surprising. Okay, maybe he was just contemplating his choices. You know, those times when players are spending on the first move, like 50 minutes or so, like in the past, some legendary players, they used to do that. I mean, nowadays, this is basically never happening. Players have plenty of time to prepare for the games at home, and the round is on the way.
yeah, we see on the bottom left corner there is a new Indian bishop before was just played. Nicolas Theodorou allowed it by playing knight c3 earlier. So, and we see also in the bottom right corner Rinat Jimabayev against Aram Hakoben. It is a Sicilian.
Yeah, that's what it is, indeed.
Yes.
And Angelica, maybe we can pick one game and delve in a bit closer so that we can explain the specifics of the chosen moves. Maybe actually, you know, I'm seeing a move of Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. There's a rather unusual opening.
Ooh, I love it. I love it. Let's dive in there because this looks like something special. I'm not an expert in Sicilian, but even I didn't see so many positions of this. So,
Right.
what is this opening?
Yeah, bishop e7. I mean, this absolutely does not look like a mainstream opening to me. There must be some idea. So here, Aram is toying a bit with the move order. But actually, I just noticed another thing as well. By the way, Angelica, h3 was played. Okay, so here the players are playing cat and mouse. It's a pretty odd Sicilian-Rossalima position where White has committed to knight on c3, the pawn on h3. So maybe let's go back a bit and try to understand what's going on.
Yeah, of course. Let's go move by move.
Okay, so knight of 3, 6. This is the Sicilian Paulsen, which can turn into the Khan or Taimanov, knight c3. The knight c3 move, there are some nuances. I think that White is toying with the idea to play d4. I mean, obviously, the main opening is to play d4 and switch to the open Sicilian. But for example, let's say if Black plays a6, like I tried to play the Sicilian Khan, I reserve the opportunity to play the g3 setup. g3, bishop g2, short castle, and then maybe play d3 and d4. And even in these positions, when you play d3, that's the close Sicilian. Black perhaps has committed himself to a6, which is, you know, not really that precise.
Yeah, so he went in this position for knight c6, allowing bishop b5 opportunity from White. So he didn't stop that bishop b5 idea.
Yeah.
Six.
Knight c6. Now, okay, h3.
Why not bishop b5 here?
Yeah, I mean, bishop b5 is one of the main ideas here. And Black, I think, typically plays knight e4. Let me just put it on the board. Knight e4 takes, c takes on d4, and the bishop on b5 is feeling a bit awkward. So that's why he didn't do it. But this h3 move, it's a bit puzzling.
It's very tricky.
Yeah, this must be some modern trend. I know that Black could play knight f6, and sometimes after e5, Black has knight g4. But that feels a pretty weird logic, if you ask me. And Black could, of course, still play knight d5 with a pretty reasonable position. Yeah, but this bishop e7, bishop b5, I have never seen this before.
Me neither. I'm surprised to see it on the board because this inclusion of this h3 prophylactical move. I also remember Rinat was playing this h3 or h6 move in the other opening. So, and I believe, wasn't Rinat here on the stream talking to you about this h3 idea?
I actually, Angelique, I got the impression that he didn't really want to reveal all the details. Yeah? So he's like, I asked him, so what is the secret behind H3? And Renat like, there's nuances, etc. So I got it. I mean, your secrets.
Yeah, definitely. They don't want to reveal all the preparation because the tournament is still ongoing. And yeah, we see one more time this H3 move has been played also by Fedoseev in the Master tournaments. The H3 or H6 move, it was played a lot of times. So, Ardros, you're saying you have never had this position?
No, like I have never seen it before. I mean, naturally, I have seen my fair share of Sicilian Rossolimo. I have seen close Sicilians, and this H3, it somehow rings a bell. There's some modern ideas. So I think this is also a pretty important thing to understand for the viewers is, I might be wrong, but I do firmly believe it, that the most important discoveries in open theory, they're pretty much done. And now what people are doing, they're researching some slightly better versions, right? So they're looking for this particular setup, but let's say a slightly better piece placement or slightly better pawn, yeah? And that's why sometimes you see like it's a weird move, H3 here, A6 there, etc. But ultimately, like the picture of the position doesn't really change.
And also it's very difficult for black to find the right way to respond. I've just researched a bit and I found out that this position have been only on the board in 2 games, and one of them was by Abhimanyu Puranik, who was also playing in the Biel tournament a lot of times, one of the great Indian Grandmaster. He was playing with white against his opponent, and here his opponent played knight d4. So it looks very logical.
Yeah, knight d4 does make sense, and this is pretty much a common theme in many positions when either white or black with reverse color commits to the move knight c3 or knight c6 if we reverse the position. And then again, the big idea is after knight x on d4, c6 on d4, the knight is hit. You have to retreat, and also there's the big idea of knight x on b5. But that being said, so this is the actual position here. That being said, I'm pretty sure that black has some choices here, right? Yeah. You could play queen c7, you could play queen b6, you could play d6, maybe even knight f6 is working. So that's why here, I think also Jacobi wants to spend a bit more time.
Definitely, he does. And of course, I was just checking this H3 move. I was just interested. It was played only in 57 games. And okay, what I just said, the current position was just in the 2 games played. So this is some deep preparation from Rinat. And this is really exciting. And about this matchup, I would want to recall that they played in the rapid draw. And it was Italian for knight, so it was not such an exciting opening as we see now on the board. In the classical, it was a draw. There was some big mistake from Aram. He could have gotten an advantage, but they traded the pieces and it went into a draw. But in the blitz, it was 1.5 to a half point for Aram. And when Rinat was playing white, he went for Catalan. So we see deviations from the opening. And interestingly enough, in all the previous classical games, Aram was playing white pieces. So this is literally the first time Jumabayev is having white pieces against Aram in this game.
All right, so queen b6 is played, but we're still going to definitely come back to this game. So let's once again check the overview of the other games, because there's 4 games in total going on, and now we have a bit more time to analyze the opening choices in detail. So what do we have? The top right corner is Voldar Murzin against Salem Select. That's Sicilian Rossolimo with early a4. Okay, this is something I can talk about for a long time. Then we have lower left corner Niklas Theodorou against David Navarra. I think this is like a testing line in the Catalan. Black sacrificed a pawn, but white decided not to accept it. Also, I know this position quite well. Very interesting choice by Niklas. I love it. And then we have the top... Yeah, I should have started actually with that. The top left corner, Arvind against Vladimir Fedoseev. This is, I don't know what this is.
G6, I mean, we see fianchetto on the board.
It's some sort of a Queen's Gambit declined with avoiding knight f6, a pretty rare setup, if I may say so.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. I suggest that we go into the game immediately to try to break it down. What is going on?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Fedoseev is a very creative player who doesn't really have any problems to try out lesser played openings. He's a very good defender, often fights a lot of great practical choices. So for Aravind here, yeah, he's going to have to figure out what is this. I mean, it looks like some sort of a Grunfeld from the first sight. That's what I'm seeing here, except typically for the Grunfeld, we would have the pawn on e7 and the knight on f6, and the bishop on g7 suggests that black could pursue the typical Grunfeld idea to play c5, sometimes even temporarily sacrificing the pawn to have some dynamics. But is this the case here? That remains to be seen, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm absolutely surprised. I was just briefly checking what was played before between these openings, and I see that always Vladimir was trying to play something like Janovsky whip. He was trying in the Queen's Gambit, declined. Yeah, so he was trying to deviate, but mostly he was repeating himself. But now this is absolutely big surprise. Now I believe for both of us and also for Aravind, g6. But I would like to see at which moment g6 was played. Was it
all right?
Move 3?
Even earlier, yeah, knight f3, d5,
so
e3.
he started.
Yeah, the Keimer variation. I think it actually bears a different name, but since Vincent Keimer, a frequent guest of Biel Chess Festival, plays it at the highest level, I think everybody already calls it the Keimer variation. So g6 is not the main continuation here. I think that this g6 is more popular after g3. Then after g3, g6, black wants to play bishop g7 and e5. And this pretty much forces white to play d4. So we're seeing something similar, except that the pawn is on e3. So e3, g6, c4, white tries to undermine black's center. And black played at e6.
Okay, this is very puzzling.
You know, I'm going to repeat myself again. I have never seen it. Like, or maybe passing by. It's a pretty rare setup. And normally, I think that you would expect that black wants to keep the central pawn alive. Maybe go to some Grunfeld with knight f6, or play symmetrical Grunfeld. But I think that these positions are somehow more favorable for white, as far as I understand, because black is committed to c6, and this means that he lacks some opportunities, execute some typical Grunfeld ideas like d takes on c4 and c5 in one go. So that's why, I mean, this position, at least from my understanding, I was always very happy for white. Like, white enjoys some space advantage, black doesn't have c5, and there's no knight c6 ideas, so at least I always prefer this for white. But yeah, this is pretty odd.
Probably it means that black still has some hopes for the c5 break later.
Yeah.
So for that reason, that's improvement of this c6 variation. But as you're mentioning, Arthurs, it's a bit puzzling. We might transpose to some kind of Grunfeld lines later, if knight f6 is going to be played, and then. But generally, these e6 lines are very passive, and when you have fianchetto bishop, you don't necessarily put your pawn on e6. Yeah,
like, now I've seen this before, except I just haven't seen with this delayed move, knight f6. That's why it slightly puzzled me. I think knight f6, Angelica, is necessary. Otherwise, you lose the control of the e4 square. Like, let's say if here Fedosey would try to be very tricky. For example, he would play knight e7. Then you need to watch out for the c4. Like, maybe not immediately, but in the coming moves. And perhaps in these lines, white might find a way to exploit those weak and dark squares. And that's why, of course, this knight f6 is like a very good reminder for white that black keeps his presence on the board and quite doesn't discard the opportunity to play c5.
So we kind of transpose now to the Grunfeld with the interesting e6 option, which usually is not played. Usually it's castle or c5, trying to open up the position.
Yeah, he also could play b6, bishop b7, and knight e7. Now, this is something I recall, but it's definitely not super popular line.
What I can say from this game is that the both players want to fight. That's the only thing I see here, because we see the chess game being played not between two computers, but between two players. Because now we got completely okay, it's of course it's explored position, but it was not novelty or something, but it's something what both players didn't expect.
Right, and here we have a photographer,
Oh.
a camera. He's trying to make some very nice close-up photos. By the way, the viewers, we have access to a lot of amazing pictures of the players, playing venue. You can find them on the official website of Biel Chess Festival. I believe it leads to Flickr,
Yes.
right? So all of these pictures are available for downloads, etc. So make sure you check it out.
Yes, and also all social medias. We have very nice content there, many videos, and you can see more there. And recaps by Arturs every day.
Yeah, every day. And there's going to be another today. Anyway, Bishop E2 is played. And I mean, again, here I think that we're simply going to move on to the next game. The opportunities here are limitless. So I think it's for us a bit pointless to look at all of them. And let's see what else we haven't missed. Yeah, this game of Niklas Theodorou against David Navarra, it's a very, very interesting choice. So I would like to explain this more in detail. That's the lower left corner. That's the Catalan. It's a testing line, but there's some modern trends, and I will explain what white is trying to achieve. How do I know this? I was considering to play this myself with the white color.
When?
Pretty recently.
Ah,
I haven't yet played it. Oh, maybe I spilled the secret. I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no. What's done is done. And what else do we have? We have the Rasulima of Volodar Mirza top right against Salem Saleh with an early A4. I mean, this was obviously a big discussion since forever. But of course, especially that was the 2018 World Championship match. Magnus Carlsen against Fabi Caruana. They were playing Rasulima pretty often. And I mean, ever since, it's a very big topic.
So let's go to the game of Nicolas Theodorou against David Navarra to figure out all the details in this Catalan, where there is no more Catalan bishop on the board, as I can see it. So it was traded.
Yeah, it's a very, very fun line. And this is typically played by players who are looking for risk-free pressure for the entire game. I mean, the last move Rudy won. This is a bit puzzling. Also, I'm not sure the move A3 is usually included here. But let me now roll back a bit and try to explain a bit what's going on here. So, oh, it actually started with knight C3. Oh.
Ah, so it started.
Okay.
We were discussing it. It started like a Nimzo, and then.
I thought it's Catalan, but it turned out from the Nimzo, but it's the same position. Yeah, this is the same position. A3. All right, I see. Okay, so it's a very interesting move order. You know, I would like to show you how this line is often played in the Catalan. So, let's say white will play knight f3, a d5, let's say g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, show castle, show castle. So that's the classical Catalan, and black plays d6 on c4. So there's a couple of major choices, but there's the testing line knight e5. Knight e5, knight c6, bishop c6, takes, knight c6, queen e8, knight e7, queen e7, and white can grab the pawn on c4. Black has either e5 or c5, let's say c5, queen c4, takes, and the latest word here is that black pretty much easily achieves equality, and white has nothing. But, I mean, this line keeps resurfacing from time to time. So that's why here white has played some interesting other choices. For example, white has tried to play knight c3 first. Because after d takes on c4, white plays knight e5, knight c6, takes, knight c6, queen e8, knight e7, queen e7, same idea, queen a4, c5, d takes, queen c5. Yeah, maybe here, again, you're wondering, why not take the pawn? Queen c4, c takes, queen d4, because you would transpose to the same position. So that's why white has tried to play d takes on c5, bishop e3, I think it was queen c7, and there was this idea of long castle. And this has got some popularity in the last years. White tries to trade off the queens and then dominate weakened dark squares to the queen side. And I think it goes even something like knight e5, and could white accept the pawn or not? But very often it leads to something like this. And the white is pretty happy, like white plays f3, e4, tries to trade the queens on d6, the pawn on c4, the pawn on a7 is a weakness in the long run. I know you're wondering why I'm telling you all of this.
Because it recalls the current position.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I thought this is the Catalan, except it started with knight c3 and g3. Bishop g2, very modern way to play. a3, like it's a mix of the Nimzo and the Catalan. Of course, black can accept the pawn on c4, but this would lead to different positions. So bishop e7, and now there you go. So that's the position I'm not sure I understand, because the pawn is supposed to be on a2. Not on a3. So Navarra also probably knows some of the nuances here pretty well. So you see we're transposing to the same idea, except white didn't go for the long castle, and maybe the weakness of b3 somehow matters. He played this rook d1, and maybe the same ideas, they somehow once again appear. For example, maybe black plays knight e5. You could perhaps play bishop d4, and white is aiming for something like this, where in the long run he has the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, very interesting line, Artur, what you showed, and probably that's why this bishop b4 move was important for David, to provoke this a3 and use later this b3 or b2 pawn weakness, and also not allow white to castle, long castle, because I think if long castle would happen, it would create many weaknesses on the queen side.
To be honest, I don't know. Like, I think that the a3 square very often is reserved for the queen. So with the pawn on a2, I think white often plays queen a3. Yeah, I think it was like this, queen a3 and queen e6, that's a critical maneuver. So Navarra, including bishop b4, bishop e7, he is like creating some unfavorable circumstances for white that he cannot go for a long castle. I mean, this is very, very high-level chess here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely incredible preparation by both of the players. We see e5 is on the board, so white hasn't castled yet, and black is probably trying to develop the bishop, just bishop e6.
That logic follows, indeed. And yeah, but then I think if white is unable to castle the long side and trade the queens, then it's safe to assume that black is doing very good. Like, probably here the opening perhaps still continues for Nicolas. Like, maybe there's again something specific, like some bishop g5 take on f6, 5 to d5 square. Maybe he can still somehow get a queen on d6, but I mean, how do you do it? I mean, queen b4 is going to be rook b8. The pawn on b2 is under attack. So I feel this pawn on a2 and not on a3 here makes a major difference.
Yeah, maybe you have to play rook d2 at some moment to defend the pawn, and then you can try to use this plan queen b4, queen c5 maybe. But yeah, it's very tough choice.
Very interesting opening.
Absolutely. I mean, both players are delivering, and both players also have had a very nice run here in Biel so far. They played together. They had a draw in the rapid, and in the blitz, Teodoru leads with 1.5 points for half point. Sorry, I'm really sorry. It was Teodoro who won in the rapid. If you remember that game, it was also, by the way, in the Catalan, and in the classical. It was an equal position. If you remember their game against each other, in the classical with reversed colors, it was Navarra who tried to push on the king side. And because of this push, he lost the game.
Oh, yeah, that's the King's Indian defense.
Yes.
Yeah, remember, Navarra slightly overdid it. And, yeah, Nicolas capitalized on the Czech Grandmaster's mistakes with no mercy.
Yeah, so now it's going to be a very nice moment for David to try to strike back. Also considering the overall standings, he's currently on the 3rd and 4th place together with Renat. So he has to do it all. He has to try it all to get into the top 2.
Yeah, I mean, the position, I mean, according to the engine, it looks balanced, but I would say it's still super unclear. And while here the tournament leader is considering his choices, so we are going to go once again to the overview and follow the remaining 2 games. We haven't yet checked a bit more closely, so that's the game in question. Voldar Merzen with a white collar in the top right corner against Alem Saleh. Also, by the way, one of the leaders of the Masters tournament. And we also haven't seen, oh, we did actually. I think we saw Jumabayev against Aram, but from the very beginning.
Yeah, but definitely want to come back later. For now, let's go to the game of Voldar Merzen against Saleh Salem. This is a very crucial matchup. Also recalling their first classical game, Arthurs, I remember that Volodar was pushing a lot against Saleh, and Salem was he just survived. He just had one idea and it worked. Volodar didn't see it, and it was a draw. So here I think that Saleh Salem, top Emirati Grandmaster, can be under pressure.
Yeah, so this is a very double-edged game. Both players definitely have their pros and cons. Black has double pawns at the c-file, but he has two bishops. And I think it also suits the Emirati Grandmaster's playing style. He never likes these passive positions. He likes to have some counterplay. He likes rich dynamic game. And Volodar here is just grabbing the space at the queen side. So once again, we're going to go back from the beginning and explain why this is the choice of the reigning World Rapid champion. So knight c6, not really a big surprise. Saleh, I think he's a big fan of the Sicilian Sveshnikov, if my memory doesn't fail me. So the Sicilian Sveshnikov is a super popular choice. After e5, knight e5, d6. Once again, we have to thank to the big guys, Magnus Carlsen, Fabi Corona. I mean, literally everyone at the highest level plays it. And I think the word is that the Sicilian Rossolimo is one of the best attempts for white to fight for the advantage. And I had the opportunity to talk about the Sicilian Sveshnikov and Rossolimo with the father of the variation himself, Yevgeny Yelinovich Sveshnikov. Unfortunately, he passed away several years ago, but he was the founder of the variation, and he was representing Latvia for many, many years. So we were colleagues in Latvia, and yeah, he told me privately that he treats also the Sicilian Rossolimo as the strongest response against the Sveshnikov.
And we also, it resembles to me the position of Renat Jmabayev against Ram Hakoban, because he went for the bishop b5, but he included this h3 option.
Yeah, so yeah, pretty much this is like a more classical way, and those guys that are playing a bit more improvised, but that's pretty much the Rossolimo anyway.
More freestyle Rossolimo.
Yeah, yeah. This bishop takes on c6. That's the modern way. That's the modern way to play, and I think the word is after the traditional short castle rook e1. If somebody is still playing this, like this is of course still pretty decent. Black has a very good score after e5. So e5, black plays knight e7, bishop c6, d takes on c6. We still reach some Sicilian Rossolimo positions, but white has committed to the move rook e1, which not always is so great. So, I mean, obviously this can still be played, but this bishop takes on c6, again, is a modern trend that has been around for already several years. B takes on c6, d takes on c6, both perfectly playable choices, but here Saleh played d takes on c6.
Why do you give up the bishop in this position? Do you want to double the pawns, or you don't need later the bishop? Because it looks it might be strong on the a2, g8 diagonal.
Again, I think it's a very good question. I'll try to understand it correctly and answer it correctly. White wants to play normally in the spirit of the Re Lopez. So white wants to play short castle, bishop g7. White wants to play c3, d4. But again, it's very concrete. It doesn't work. If you play c3, black plays knight f6, and very quickly grabs the center. You're not in time to play d4. So let's maybe not go too much into that. And rook e1 already meets this move e5. So you're like not really having a lot of great moves after that. And this bishop takes on c6 so early is a very nice move because white has not yet defined the setup at the very end. For example, after this b takes on c6, there's a very trendy move d4, which just literally makes no sense. But this is what Stockfish says. Stockfish says that d4 is a perfectly playable move, and there's some very, very interesting lines here. So maybe we're going to get still one of the games here in Biel. I'll get the chance to explain it.
Definitely. So in style of this e4, e5 open is probably one of the main ideas that at some moment black can transpose with this e5 move to those positions, and it probably won't be so good because white is always trying to go for d4, and we see d3 is on the board.
a4, yeah. I mean, this a4, a5 is...
Wow.
Is a very modern...
Alpha Zero.
yeah, I mean, these modern engines, they like this. You know, I'm going to tell you this, Angelika, my only experience, only of the few experiences with the black's perspective, I very often play this with white. I decided to try this without really deep prep against Hans Niemann. So, yeah. So we had a chance to play this 2 years ago. This was French Team Chess Championships. I was playing with the black color, so Hans was playing with white, and I thought, I got to try something else because I was not really sure against such a strong player should I try to play the Khan or something else. So I played the Russell Lima. So he absolutely demolished me, and I think he also played Knight C3 A4. Exactly this setup, this A4. And after the game, I made some notes myself that that's a very strong setup.
Yeah, and we see A4 now played by Volodar Murzin. Apparently, that was the preparation, and he's spending two moves in a row with a pawn, because we see the black is developing, playing knight f6, and then he's still pushing the pawn.
Normally, the knight goes to c3. The knight goes to c3 so that, let's say, some of the core ideas here, let's say knight c3, knight f6, I think white enclose h3 at some point, castles. And there's a big discussion if black managed to play e5, knight h5 in one go to stop your idea to play f4. And there's a lot of nuances, but it goes something like this. Bishop e3, e5, and white has typically the idea to play either f4 or a3, b4. But with the move a4, a5, and short castle and knight e2, I think it's safe to say that Volodar is going for something else.
He does. I mean, definitely he's grabbing the space on the queen side. But here he might be... I'm just wondering, where does this knight from d2 goes? I mean, there are a few squares. There is c4, there is b3, but on b3 you have to make sure that there are no c4 in the game.
Yeah, unless something dramatic happens, I think the knight normally goes to c4. And by the way, this is the current position, yeah? So, yeah. I mean, a couple of moves have been played, so knight e2, e5, knight c4, queen e7. And for black, the plan is pretty much always the same. Black wants to get the knight on d4. The question is, how do you do it? So you play, I don't know which rook, rook e8 or rook d8, maybe it doesn't matter, I don't know. But black plays knight f8, knight e6, and knight e4. For white, there's like, the major plan is to play f4. c3, d4 pretty much never happens because this opens up black's bishops. And the second idea is b4, but with the move a4, a5 already included, the logic suggests that b4 probably is not going to happen because you need a3, b4 for that. So my money would be on f4.
Could we see also white trying to build up a pressure against the pawn on c5? Because I see it's a double pawn. It's defended now by two pieces, but it's also separated from the rest with this pawn on a5. Or is it just a strong pawn? Yeah,
maybe c3, b4. I mean, it might be possible. Let's say here, if Volodar will play c3, let's say you're playing rook d8, I'm playing b4. Don't be confused, by the way, dear viewers. This is, again, pretty common pawn sacrifice. If you take on b4, there's bishop a3, there's knight e6, the queen is in trouble. Yeah, like that's pretty common stuff. Yeah. So this pawn cannot be taken. But then again, I mean, maybe black doesn't really want to take on b4, and he proceeds with the move knight f8. And then, whatever is this, I'm not sure, like queen b3, bishop e3, maybe fight for these weaknesses, maybe bishop b2, apply pressure here, but you need h3 at some point to stop bishop g4. This is I would say, very close to, it doesn't really look like it, but it feels very often like the Italian opening, like completely different structure, but these nuances, they very often, they shape who has the better position. That's what I really love. The Russell, I mean, you just have to understand it. That's why for me, when I was playing with black, it was a disaster. I thought I understand it from the white's perspective. I had a lot of experience, but I did not understand it from black's perspective.
Yeah, Arturs, when you're saying like that it resembles kind of like, we can say like Italian, when I look at such positions, which I don't play myself from both sides, I try to find some similarities, and I find it with exchange Ruy Lopez, so when the bishop takes. But of course, there is also, the pawn is on a6, so it's also a completely different story, and here's also there is fianchetto bishop on d7, so for me, completely fresh position, and it's very tough to see the plan for, I mean, we already discussed, you already said that f4 should be a plan for.
I think so. I just don't see anything else, like either c3, d4 or f4. Like with a pawn a4, a5, Murzin grabbed space, but now what?
Do you think also this advantage, which we see now, evaluation bar shows that there is a clear advantage, or is it just slightly better? I think it's clear advantage for white. Do you think it's because of the space on the queen side, or is there something else? Because there is bishop advantage for black, but there is this bad problems with the pawn structure.
Yeah, engines like these positions, but from my limited experience from the black's perspective, I have played it a lot from white, but from my limited experience from black's perspective, I can tell you that white can easily confuse the lines. Like it feels very similar. And I had once this game against one of the leading Spanish grandmasters, Santos Latasa, who's also a big expert in these lines. And I remember Stockfish was even in some lines recommending queen d2, like queen d2, queen c3, to put a queen on c3, apply the pressure here. And if you play it out like in the normal way, your advantage just disappears. Yeah, so it's not really so simple here. Speaking about white's ideas here, I'm thinking that bishop g5 also would make sense. You provoke f6, assuming black has to do it. Then you put the bishop on d2, you think about b4, and after f4, maybe the bishop on g7 is feeling weird.
Yeah, that's true. And now there are more pawns on the dark squares. And talking about these two playing out against each other in Biel and before Biel, so Volodar Murzin has had two classical games with Salem before Biel Chess Festival, and both finished in a draws. And in the Blitz, they played altogether 3 times in Blitz World Championships, and it was Murzin who was scoring against Saleh Salem with 2.5 to half a point. And they had Sicilian defense, this Nejmedinov-Rosalimo attack. So something similar we see also here. And then in the rapid they had a draw, and we were already discussing this result. In the classical there was also a draw where Murzin was pushing and Saleh was in the big trouble. I mean, he was losing, and he managed to escape. So a big fight to expect.
Yeah, another principal game. What? Bishop d2?
So not bishop g5.
That's a surprise. So I think that the logic follows if you play bishop, if you want to put the bishop on d2, you want to provoke f6, you want to make sure that bishop on g7 stands worse. Maybe Volodar was not sure that after bishop g5 there's going to be queen e6. And that's why he was not sure. No, but the queen on e6 is weird. And you can still do something, provoke black to play h6.
Maybe bishop f6? No, bishop f6, bishop h6.
Yeah, but then you can retreat. Like even in this position, bishop f6, you just go back, and clearly the bishop is worse. Like it just stands worse in this position. There's no knight square, there's no f pawn. Sometimes, let's say black carries out this typical idea. Let me just show it to you on the board. Some random moves. Let's say knight f8. Look at that. Oops, that's a big problem, yeah?
Yeah.
Because of the bishop on f6, you cannot defend the pawn on e5. I'm very surprised, actually, that he played this bishop d2. I would have thought that this is like an automatic intermezzo move. You provoke a weakness, and then you go back. But apparently he didn't like something.
Maybe knight f6 he didn't like, but of course he would pin the knight.
Oh, but knight f6 just drops the pawn.
Knight f6, yeah, definitely
Yeah, it just drops the pawn.
So
he must have thought that f6 is a useful move for black. With this rook d8, knight f8, knight e6. So this is what he thought. And actually, look at this. The engine also says that black is like perfectly fine.
So maybe bishop shouldn't have retreated to d2, yeah? Definitely. It looks like there might be an improvement, so defending the pawn.
I can show you the top engine line.
Okay.
So top engine, it says bishop g5, f6, and bishop e3. Let's say I'm playing rook d8. Knight f d2. I mean, that makes sense, right? I want to play 4.
And also you, at some moment, you have ideas to bring the knight to b3, targeting the pawn on c5.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so maybe even after the knight goes astray somewhere, there might be knight b3. I think normally the knight on b3 feels weird, but I really like to always quote this famous quote of Vishy Anand, which actually is not his quote anyway, that I don't care if it's weird, if it works, it works. So, yeah, but
wait,
that's surprising.
We see knight b8 was played, the last move. Knight b8?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, so we have interesting chess here. Knight, black tries to remaneuver the knight somewhere.
Well, But why not rook d8?
Rook d8, knight f8, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the classical idea. Why not this? Maybe the idea of bishop d2 is to play queen b1 and play b4. So he does want to play b4, but why did he not include f6? That's what I don't understand. Why he felt that with the bishop on g7, that the pawn on f7 stands for him better than on f6. There's definitely a good reason. But anyway, maybe this doesn't really matter because knight b8 is played, which is normally you don't show to the kids. Like, don't show them this game. Like, they're not going to understand nothing. But black wants to play knight a6 and stop b4.
Yeah, don't try it out at home for sure if you're a beginner. So, I mean, probably we should explain, right, Artos? I mean, of course, you don't play the moves, you don't move the knight forward, then you move it just back. You do it because you need it on the other square, of course. So now what Saleh is trying to do, he's trying to remaneuver it to the knight, to the a6 square, because he finds it more useful there to defend the pawn on c5 and also target the b4 square, stop all the b4 ideas, and at the same time bishop is getting opened from c8. But you could have done also the other maneuvers we were discussing, the rook d8, knight f8, and knight a6. But
maybe I'm wrong. You know, Angelica, I'm thinking maybe I'm wrong, because that could be my lack of understanding of the position, because this idea of if I put back, this idea of rook d8, knight f8, knight e6, that's with the knight on c3.
Oh.
And then the knight goes on d4, and then after the trade, the knight is under attack. And maybe with the knight on c4, there's just different properties. Yeah, that's why, I mean, there's so many nuances here. I don't think that Saleh did it randomly. Mm-hmm. And it's entirely possible that he doesn't even know this particular position, but it looks very familiar to something similar where white has the pawn on a5, and perhaps he knows that the common way to play it out is with the knight on a6.
Probably. But for sure, after the move bishop d2, there have been no moves played in this position. There were 3 games only before move bishop d2, and by the way, the moves were rook e1, b3, and queen e1. For some reason, bishop g5 was not played, and bishop d2 no one played, so after bishop d2, it's completely fresh position for everyone, basically. And
knight b8 is even a fresher position, yeah.
Yeah, because I was wondering if knight b8 brings us to the new position, but it was already bishop d2. Yeah, but very interesting. And also Saleh went for it very fast, so I would suggest he's still somewhere in his prep, or at least he remembers such ideas in this position. But yeah, very, very nice opening.
We're checking this very fresh opening, so let's go check the other fresh games we have here. We have 3 of them, so there's the 2 games in the Masters and Challengers. So, Aravind against Fedoseev, top left corner. This is the weird Grunfeld. So we have, what do we have actually? It's all kind of weirdness. Look at that. I think all the games are like having something interesting. We have a pretty weird Grunfeld, top left. We have a pretty weird Russell top right. We have a bit strange Catalan Nimzo on the lower left. And we have a rather strange Russell once again. Not yet Russell now. I think it's some close Sicilian H3, whatever, on the lower right corner. So the players are really doing their best just to get out of the opening prep.
I mean, we're getting an exceptional show today. I'm so satisfied with opening choices, but I'm now wondering in the top left of this Aravind against Fedoseev, what is going on there? Because I see there are 2 pawns in the center for white, and it looks like white is doing completely great, no?
I mean, it looks terrible for black. The first feeling I'm having, Angelica, is just looks things gone completely wrong, because white has the center, and contrary to the typical plans for the Grunfeld, black is quite slow to play c5. I'll just take it. The knight is under attack, and then I can just protect it. Like the pawn on e6 stops black from playing bishop g4. It doesn't feel good for Fedoseev.
It does not. It also resembles to me some semi-Tarrasch without exchange on c3, where black is taking on d5 with the knight and then you push it. But there you at least have some kind of a target on d4. Okay, that's what Fedoseev is trying to do. He's trying to create a target on d4, but it's all defended.
This is trouble. This is big trouble for Fedoseev. I mean, the first move I'm seeing, I can already play e5. Like, I know that Engines, they really love these positions. It may feel that White weakens the d5 square, but I think this is also a very common, easy move for the positions. Like, I know I played too many kings in attack positions, but the idea is to play knight e4, bishop g5, h4. For the kings in and attack lovers, this is like the perfect setup, except for the variation at the queen side, the situation is a bit different here. But so that we have the vibes of the kings in and attack. The pawn is on g3, the bishop is on g2, and black's supposed to have a pawn march at the queen side. So he doesn't have it here. White's bishop is not stuck on g2, doing nothing, and maybe it actually stands better here doing some attack at the potentially at the king side. So I think this is a opening gone wrong.
And we also have Indian who is playing the king's Indian attack, so I think that's also making it much stronger. And this is a battle of the top two seeds, Aravind and Vladimir. So they are top two seeds in the event. Vladimir is the top seed, Aravind is on the second. But, I mean, Ardors, it reminds me, I mean, this game, not about the opening, but it reminds me the game of Fedoseev with black pieces against Saleh Salem, psychologically. There was some mistake what he played, and he was just worse the whole game. And looks like we might see the same position. I mean, not the same position.
Yeah, but in that position, he miscalculated. He just lost a pawn, yeah? So here, at least, he is worse. But, I mean, Fedoseev is definitely not going to give up easily. But, I mean, the opening looks terrible.
But probably let's take a look what happened, because
Yeah,
the last position we checked
We should.
was quite some
I think it
move
was
ago.
here.
So we were surprised with the outcome. It was an interesting Grunfeld with the e6.
So short castle, d takes on c4. That's a pretty strange combination of the moves. Okay, I think he was trying to recreate some Grunfeld. And after e4, he did not take on c3, which is the common idea from the Grunfeld.
Yes.
He went here and here.
Okay, he's putting pressure on the d4, but you have easy move bishop e3 or
Oh,
e5.
I think I think it's like a signature move for these positions. And of course, you can play bishop e3, but e5 is just looks too good. Like these weaknesses are here, and this d5 square, normally it doesn't matter. These grandmasters, they know this. Like, they have studied very similar positions before, and if black plays f6, it weakens the king. So again, without a lot of analysis, I think I can just take it. The black is like having a weaker king. The bishop on c8 is weird, so it just doesn't look good. I think here Arvin is like pleasantly surprised. I mean, look at that. I have bishop e3. I have the pawn on e5. I have all of these great choices. But I was quite surprised about Fedoseev playing this d takes on c4 and knight e5. I thought he wants to do this, like b6, bishop b7, knight e7, and then think about d takes on c4 and c5. Maybe he just mixed up something.
I mean, probably he did, because, I mean, he voluntarily took on c4 and then he played knight e5.
e5 is played, of course.
e5 is on the board. We see Aravind is going for it. Oh, that's tough. That's tough position. Look at these knights on the queen side, like knight on c6 and knight on b6. You would have loved to trade that knight from b6 to the knight on c3, because now knight e4 is jumping.
Yeah. I mean, there's also some other crazy lines. We're getting word that white could have played here. Bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, g5, bishop g3, g4, knight h4, knight e4, and knight f5.
Oh.
Like, this is some engine imagination here. Like, it probably works pretty okay for white. I mean, you could have taken on f5 because the king is pinned. But I think is that people don't think like that. I think they recognize something very often at the highest level, or maybe not even the highest level, any level. It's a pattern recognition. You recognize something with a pawn on e6. This is a very famous pawn structure. Pawn on e5, you play h4, you play knight e4, you play bishop g5. You just don't look for anything else.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it looks like a great positional achievement, first of all. You're not allowing any knight jump to f6 anymore, because black would love to have knight on f6 defending the position of the king, but now you're basically free to go with attack on the king side. your bishop, as you were mentioning earlier, there is no bishop fianchetto on g2. The bishop is on the long diagonal. It's currently on b3. Of course, it's not standing so well there, but bishop can always go to c2, and you can push for h4, h5. You can try to open up the position. Meanwhile,
yeah, that's a very good point. Like every single white piece is going to go for the attack. Like the knight goes to e4, the knight here, the pawn on h4, the darks on bishop, the queen. So yeah, the weakness on d5, it doesn't really matter. That's, by the way, very often some players over-evaluate. I'm pretty sure that Fedorcev knows this, that this d5 square doesn't matter here like at all. Like black controls it, he can maybe even, let's say, let me show you a line. Let's say knight e4, knight e7, h4, bishop d7, I don't know, h5, bishop c6. So you do control the d5 square, but I have the attack. Yeah, I control all the weaknesses at the king side. So bishop g5, queen d2, maybe g3, king g2, rook h1, something from the kings in an attack. Black's in trouble.
I just cannot believe this is happening on the board. Now we see that Vladimir Fedorcev has 1.5 hours on the clock. So just half an hour spent, and he's already getting some big problems here, Arturs. I'm shocked.
I'm surprised. Yeah, but okay. I think that Fedorcev simply mixed up something, and now he's like, oh, look at that. It's wrong. Anyway, we are definitely going to come back to this game, but I think that Fedorcev should sense that the opening did not turn out the way he wanted to go, and let's maybe have one more final overview before we go into the break to see what's going in the other three games. Angelika, what catches your eye?
Yeah, definitely. The game we have just checked was in the top left board. The game of Aravind against Fedorcev. This pawn, which is cutting the position in his half, is definitely the highlight so far of all the games. But meanwhile, in the bottom right corner, we see that there is some maneuvering of the pieces by Rinat Jumabayev. Meanwhile, Black is also trying to develop, so that's the game we haven't checked for some time. Maybe we should go there. But other than that, in the two remaining games, Nicolas Teodorov against David Navara in the bottom left corner, we see the game is still continuing. Nicolas has not castled yet. His king is still in the center. And meanwhile, we see that David is trying to develop the pieces and prepare some attack and maybe some push in the center. And in the top right corner, Volodar Murzin against Saleh Salem, we still have the same position. So we see that Salem played with the knight backwards, so he's getting knight to the starting position. And now Volodar Murzin is taking his time to think to push before or not to push or what to do at all.
Yeah, I mean, the game of Teodorov against Navara, that could absolutely become pretty wild.
Ooh.
Because we have queens on the board, white castle short, and this means that Navara is going to use his creativity to go for some kings at attack. Yeah, the game of Jumabayev against Jacobian, it feels strange. So white has played a4, h3, bishop d3. Now the knight goes to e2, so white is clearly improvising, but Bar says, no, sir, I mean, this is not ideal for white.
Yeah, definitely. It doesn't look so. So, Arturs, do you think we check briefly that game, or you?
Yeah, maybe let's have a look at this game just to see what were the last couple of moves. So this is the current position. Here, by the way, the evaluation bar slightly adjusted. As you can see, knight e2 was played. I think this is part of the rerouting pieces like c3, bishop c2, d4. This is one of the anti-Najdorf ideas. I'm a bit surprised to see it in the Rasalimo. The knight goes to g3 and then white tries to play d4. But I think that we are definitely going to come back here more in detail after the break. So the viewers, hope you're enjoying the coverage of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. This is the very first day of the final stage. Classical chess is back on the table. So see you shortly after the break. We're coming back to you live from Biel, Switzerland, here in Biel Congress Center, following the action of the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. The main event, of course, is the GMT Masters and Challengers, and we have a very special guest here with us, the experienced, well-known Grandmaster Radoslav Wojtaszek from Poland. Welcome, Radoslav.
Hello all.
Yeah, so we are obviously following your progress in the GMT, and you were this close to make it to the top 4. And maybe this is also one of the first things we could start to talk about. We're going to try to follow the games, of course, but what happened this final game against Morzin?
Well, okay, I mean, we have to maybe go back to classical as well, because I think classical I was really out of shape, actually. We started with rapid. There I think I've played really well. I think I scored +1 or something like that. So it was a good start for me. And but then in classical somehow it went. It went somehow downhill. I mean, I drew 4 and I lost to 1 game to Vladimir Wojtaszek, which was also unnecessary in a sense that, I mean, it was very close to a draw. And then in Blitz, it also started somehow fine for me, because I think I was like +1 after 7 rounds, and then I lost 3 at the end. And again, I lost to Vladimir, some crazy game, which was like super interesting. But I mean, on seconds, I missed some win here and there. And then, of course, I mean, the last game against Volodar was painful, especially in the sense that there was like, if I wouldn't do nothing, there was like zero. I mean, there was like zero idea for him to make any progress. No, so it was like, I think it was a big achievement to lose that game. If somehow play active chess, and also, okay, I mean, I felt that I'm close to winning, and of course I knew that like a draw would be enough, but also I didn't see any reason to make this draw if I felt that I was winning, so I could secure this top 4. But even though, okay, I mean, it wouldn't be way closer in a sense that I wouldn't fight for more.
Right, so you're thinking already ahead.
Yeah? Okay, it's not like I was thinking way ahead, but on the other hand, I mean, securing this spot but playing for nothing later on was kinda also not very attractive to me. And yeah, and then okay, it went really really bad in a sense that, I mean, I missed 1 thing, 2nd thing, 3rd thing, and usually in Blitz it goes very fast. So obviously I was like, well, I'm still quite upset, but I think Blitz was not the main problem. As I said, I think classical was way more upsetting than Blitz, because in Blitz I think I played many interesting games, especially this game against Vladimir was very, very interesting. I'm going to annotate this one, in fact. But in classical, I should do better. Especially that I had like 3 whites, and from these 3 whites, I made 2 short draws at the start of the classical part, and that was a big mistake from my part.
So before we jump into the games, because I could really use your expertise, you're a well-known opening theoretician, because I some of the positions I don't understand. Yeah, maybe let's immediately jump in, and then I'm gonna ask the question a bit later. So I think you had a chance. You had a chance to follow the games.
I've seen briefly some of them.
Yeah.
So I've seen the game between Aravin and Fedosiev. This was something which really, I mean, surprised me in a few moments. So maybe we can start with this one.
Yeah.
Like what I'm seeing now on the board is like, I think that white is just massively better.
Yeah, it looks like it. So once again, maybe let's go full screen Arvind against Fedoseev. That's the weird line played by Fedosey with the black color. So once again, we're going to start from the opening phase. So let's go to ready with knight f3, e3, g6. Okay, this is a bit non-standard, right?
Yes, I think g6 is a non-standard that usually, I mean, it's possible, but usually they go knight f6 or c5, b3, knight f6, bishop b2, g6, something like this.
Yeah.
And here, I mean, the point is that after c4 you want to answer with d4 usually. So that's why you don't start with g6 because it allows c4. I mean, it's one of the reasons. So after c4 there is no d4. e6 is interesting. I mean, Vladimir, of course, he's very creative and he likes to play some off-beat lines. And what he did is perfectly fine. I believe it's just a normal position. What I didn't understand is, I mean, DC is also maybe fine, although I would rather play for some maybe b6, bishop b7, but exactly here I didn't understand DC, bishop c4 and knight d5 move. Like knight d5 is very weird because it gives time for e4. So I thought maybe c5 instead of knight d5 was more in the spirit of the Greenfeld, because now it looks like sort of a Greenfeld structure. So that's why I would rather think about c5 instead of knight d5. Knight d5 is again again very off-beat idea, but then after e4 I don't really know what to recommend, because if you go knight c3 bc like in the Greenfeld, then this e6 move is kind of stupid, and after c5 like many moves like bishop a3 looks very interesting. Bishop g5 is also something which some h4 h5 is usual nowadays. So yeah, so maybe Vladimir just thought that knight d5 and knight b6 is his idea, but then like after bishop b3, knight c6, this is what happened, I think, in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
and after e5, and I mean, he gave away a lot of space, no? And okay, like h6, I don't really, I mean, obviously he has this nice d5 and f5, these squares, but I think it's not enough to think about something, because like now as white I would think about h4, or you can just play normal moves like bishop e3, queen d2, rook a d1. I mean, some knight e4 jumps to c5 sometimes. I mean, this is like, I think this is just much better, but it's also very easy to play. I think he went h4, yeah.
Yeah, h4 is played, and it also looks like some kings in an attack to me, except it's much better than kings in an attack.
Yes. No, I mean, and also you have like so many ideas with like bishop f4, queen d2 is very interesting, and then if you defend this h6 with king h7, then you have to watch out for some h5 or even bishop c2 and h5, yeah? And
yeah.
It's really hard to
actually, that's
recommend
very
something.
Yeah? Huh? That's very straightforward.
Yes. And okay, you can think about, I don't know, I mean, knight e7 would be like natural, like bishop f4, knight f5, maybe this, f5 maybe. Okay, knight d5 is also there, but where are you going next after, let's say?
You want to target the pawn, yeah?
I mean, at least.
So I could play g3 and like
this.
Yeah,
g3.
But even this looks really good, like takes.
Yes, of course, and yeah. This is, no, but like the problem for black is that I mean, like white has a very decent choice of moves. So
yeah.
But
all right, yeah, that's I completely with you there, Radek. Like this looks pretty great for Arvind. Shall we check the next one?
Sure.
So this is the first game. Then we have the game, maybe let's just start with the next game we have from the Masters. That's the Boldar Murzin playing against Salem Saleh. The Sicilian Rossalimo, top right corner. We already were discussing this briefly in the opening phase. I already pretty much explained to the audience, I think I understand the nuances of this line, but maybe you could provide a bit deeper insight why plays a4, a5, and knight e2, knight c4, or why not the more traditional knight c3?
Actually, I don't know, because I'm not playing this line with neither side, but okay, I think it's something which is like very modern debate. Like, I think the idea is just okay. That like usually you want to get some space on this queen side, and especially after you got the space with a4, a5, you want to bring your knight on c4 because, I mean, on c3, where is it going next? I mean, I think the general consensus is something like that. If he can go to c4, it's just a better square in general. So if you have a chance to go there, you should go there. I mean, that's how I understand it. I mean, of course, you can claim that to c4 this knight from f3 can go, but my understanding is that this knight on c3 is just not doing much. But,
yeah.
I always thought that they go knight c3 to stop something like c4. Because let's say if knight f6 happens, then c4 sometimes is an idea to go cd. Yeah? I mean, even this is of course unclear, but I think that's kind of a point of playing knight c3. But since here black has no chance to go c4, then maybe he can go with a4. Of course, the question is why black didn't react with a5 as black. I mean himself.
Here, yeah?
No? Yes, I don't know, but maybe there is some reason. Like sometimes, for instance, there is this like funny idea like knight a3, knight c4, bishop e3, and if you go some b6, then some b4 happens, or c3, b4. I mean,
Yeah.
so
Maybe let me just put it in board. Let's say here, here, here.
I don't know.
Some random moves.
Castle, bishop, yeah.
Bishop e3. Let's say I don't know.
I don't know exactly what,
Well,
but
maybe not knight d7.
knight d7 is actually quite good, but I'm not saying here, but maybe after like c3 and b4, and then this whole setup of black pawns, it collapses. But
Yeah.
obviously it's just an idea, and details have to be worked out.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and this is the current position.
okay, like my understanding is also that if I mean black's point is that even if you give whites this a4, a5 setup, which is of course very attractive, I think this is what Magnus was doing at some point. Like he gave, because of course, like giving a4, a5 and knight d2, knight c4, it's also like, it's like saying that, okay, that I lost the battle on the queen side, but I will be faster on the king side. So let's say either this plan with knight f8 and bishop e6 or something. I think this is what happened in the game.
No, actually he played knight b8. That was a bit.
Oh, knight b8.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they are doing this f6, knight f8, knight e6, bringing this knight there. Or sometimes they are even trying to play for direct f5, and just to open everything. But for instance, I think that knight on c4 is pretty good here, because let's say if I want to go this plan with knight f8, knight e6, then you still have to spend time for f6.
Yeah.
Because
the pawn is under.
e5 is hanging. So I would say that here white got quite a lot, I think.
So if I could,
opening-wise?
yeah, if I could ask you the question, we're a bit puzzled here, because Boulder played bishop d2, which I think signals some b4 idea, and we're discussing why not bishop g5, because one would have thought that you include bishop g5, f6, and bishop d2, that because of the bishop on g7, this is somehow better. But now that you just explained, maybe Voldar thought that this simply improves black's idea to play knight e6.
I think so. I mean, it's always a big question if you should include moves like bishop g5 or not.
Yeah.
And sometimes you should, sometimes you shouldn't. So I don't have a clear idea, but that's how I would think about this. Although, I mean, I think obviously he went bishop d2 with the idea to go b4 and to gain some space there. I don't know if c3 b4 or queen b1 b4 might be even better. Although, yeah, I mean, it looks very promising. But since here I think, okay, we have this bar and bishop d2 is given a red sign, so
yeah, engine doesn't like it.
There is something better, and
I think the engine line was
I would think, I don't know.
this with f4.
This is also very something I should definitely I would definitely think of. And actually playing for f4, of course, then it makes sense to go bishop g5, bishop e3.
Yeah, because
then, yes, it locks the bishop. But here it's also easy to realize that black is just not in time to play, to play for this knight e6, because he's just not in time, like knight d2, and after knight f8, f4 comes.
Yeah, white is faster.
If he would play knight e6, then of course, f4 wouldn't be so strong, of course. But here, if he would get this f4, I think this is very unpleasant for black, because there is like no play on, on the king side.
Yeah. So okay, let's now transpose to the current position. So here he did play bishop e3,
but now it's a little bit different, because first of all he lost time, and then I don't really the rook e1 is just a move. No, it's like showing that I don't have anything better than just wait, because I think f4 he was a little bit he was worried about he must have been worried about f5.
Opening up the bishop.
Yes. And okay, and that's why this plan actually, as you can see here, it's like battle of plans, because he went bishop d2 trying to go for b4, and then Salem went for this very clever knight b8 and playing against b4, because I don't like after queen b1. I think bishop g4 is actually quite strong.
Even this. Yeah.
Even this, but like in general, he's sort of threatening knight a6. And it might look stupid at first, but you just stop this before, and you play for the king side. And also, if you want to bring this knight back, you can do this via c7, e6.
Yeah.
You always have this. So this is like battle of many plans, and that's why he moved to this bishop g5. But now this is not very effective, because this bishop e6, knight d7 is fast.
So we can summarize. He played bishop d2. Now bishop g5 and bishop e3, he changed his mind because of knight b8.
Yeah, I think so, I think so, because he just realized that after knight b8, this plan which he intended to play with before is just simply not working. So he went for another one, but now, okay, after bishop e6, knight d7, black is actually sort of ready for the action in the center, like especially this f4, f5.
Yeah.
Like, can you also go back to this moment where he went bishop d2? Let's try to show that if he would go bishop g5 instead of bishop d2, f6, bishop e3. For instance, now this knight f5 I would consider, but I was thinking this knight b8, knight b8 is simply slow. Like, I think knight d2 and after bishop e6, f4. And now there is no f5. So
it's like one tempi difference.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that chess is all about one tempi. No?
Yeah. Yeah.
And now this is a big difference, because now you don't have this f5 and you have to give the center. And also after ef bishop f4, there's bishop d6 threat. So, and now this is and also we were discussing this plan with knight f8, knight e6.
Yeah.
Like, but here this rook on f8 is very useful, because after f4, f5, it's also better on f8.
So do you think, Radek, that he played rook e1 not only to stop f5, but to improve f4, because he's clearly expecting that black's going to play f5?
I don't know, but I think he gave up on f4 plan.
Okay.
In a sense, like, I mean, if you want to go f4, you should do that with rook on f1, because it's on the same line. At least that would be my logic. But of course, I just think that maybe he thought f4 runs to f5 and black is very fine. So he just didn't see any clear options, and that's why I think he's just waiting. He's just saying like something like, okay, if you go f5, then I can try ef5, gf5, or f5, ef5, and I don't know if gf5 or something. Because like I think gf5, but then you can think about, let's say, f4, no, and or maybe f3. I mean, playing against this e5 pawn.
Yeah.
Like I think Volodar, he's just trying to be solid, and he's just saying that okay, that black doesn't have any any active way of progressing. So he will also just wait. I mean, it makes sense because he got this queen side. Although now I am thinking that you have to watch out for some b5, no?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Also, I just noticed. So b5 tonight.
Yeah.
That is under attack. Takes. b5 is a threat. And now the knight d2 takes away the.
No, I think that black is just very fine.
Yeah.
I mean, it also shows how complex this structure is. Like one mistake and it's already big difference.
Yeah,
So.
we talked with Angelique earlier about this. That's why very often Angel likes these positions from the white's perspective in the opening, but you easily get confused. Some Italian game also. There's some nuances, and there's no.
No, I exactly. It's what I said as well. That Magnus, for instance, he allowed this a4, a5 plan, even though Engine was not saying that this is the best. But then, of course, he quickly went for some play on the king side with f5.
Yeah.
And then, okay, it's not very easy to react. So you give something, but on the other hand, if you have some clear plan, it doesn't really bother you what Engine is saying. It's like with, let's say, with some opening like King's India. No, it's like Engine always gives some plus for white, but okay, you are just attacking and. Okay, like over the board is way different than with engines.
Yeah. All right, so the game, of course, still continues. It appears that black is fine if he does play b5. I think b5 is a very straightforward idea, and definitely Saleh is thinking about it. We are going to now check the games of the challengers section. So we are going to start perhaps with a game of Nicolas Theodorou. Now, this is something definitely, Radek, you know, because you are a big d4 player.
True, this is more to my
and you know
my things.
The first thing I noticed, I think it was around, let me show you, around here. I thought that's the Catalan. And no, but actually it's the Nimzo that turned out to be
Catalan.
With
it's
a
like
pawn
this
on h3.
G3 Nimzo, right?
Yeah,
yes.
G3 Nimzo. Mm-hmm. So once again, to replay the starting moves. So this was the opening. So the G3, pretty popular stuff. A3, now it's some Nimzo. Now it's some Catalan.
This is just transposed to bishop b4 Catalan, because there is also this line with knight c3 in bishop b4, bishop e7, bishop b4, knight c3 line exists.
Yeah.
So this is the same, and after d5, just after knight f3, dc, usually. And after knight e5, we actually transpose to bishop e7 Catalan, but with a3 plate.
Yeah. Like
a3 is for free.
Is it good or is it bad?
I think it shouldn't be bad, but I don't know how much of a difference this is. I know that David is playing this line as black, this bishop e7.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I like exactly this line. This is the main line. Actually, I think it might help white because after queen a4, like the officially good line is something like knight d5 and a5, and then you go bishop a6. But sometimes black jumps to b4, so here is not possible. So, but okay, I mean it's very, very, very deep, and I might be easily mistaken. So.
But what I try to compare this line, I mean, I have limited experience, so not as great as yours, definitely. But I know that there's this idea with a pawn on a2 to go for a long castle on queen a3.
Yes, and here it's okay. I mean, a3. I don't know how helpful it is. It's probably not helpful at all. No?
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't look like it's a lot.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe.
Yes, actually, this rook. I mean, this is the officially known line without a3, but. I don't think it makes a lot of difference. I was never a big fan of this line with white, because somehow, like, I understand that that white has some trumps here, but this diagonal, I mean, for me as a player with this g2 bishop, it's very difficult to handle this, that you can actually play like this, no? Like fe4, you are giving the whole diagonal. You are, I don't know, you are. I would be a little bit worried to get mated there. Yeah.
Like, so what would you recommend? Let's say we have a big audience watching, and what would you say? What is the trendy continuation in the Catalan that is like really popular right now.
For whom?
Yeah.
For whom? For white?
For white or for black? I don't know. Probably for white.
I don't know. I think Catalan is something which is very interesting for both sides, but in a sense that as white it can teach you many new structures, many motifs, but on a high level it's quite difficult to handle as white because black has like many lines and they are very different. Like this bishop e7 line, there is bishop before bishop e7, which are huge lines, but also d takes c4. This is something which they are doing, and I think black players, they are trying kinda to, I mean, depends whom you face, but there are some players, especially these who are more aggressive, they are trying to find something interesting against Catalan. They just don't want to go for this like solid lines like bishop e7 or bishop before bishop e7. They are just trying to go dc and then, I don't know, c6, b5.
So maybe actually I put it on the board, yeah, so that people know what we're talking about. Knight of 3, d5, g3. So you're talking about early d6.
Yeah, like of course there are like many normal lines like which were played 100 years ago with bishop, especially bishop e7. But sometimes nowadays they are trying to go for dc and try to have this extra pawn.
Like, what is more accurate? Is it knight c6, a6?
Okay, there are like differences because knight a6 allows queen a4. And then I'm winning at least the c4 back. And after a6, on the other hand, like the difference is that after short castle knight c6, you already played a6, and if you go knight c6 short castle without a6, then you have rook b8 instead of a6. Yeah. And rook b8 supposed to be, and this is kind of logical, it's supposed to be more helpful than a6 because it threatens b5, no? And b5 with rook on a8, sometimes it's not possible because of knight e5, and this rook on a8 is hanging. So that's why rook b8 supposed to be more helpful than this. Yeah, for instance, knight d2, I think b5 you can go and protect the c4 pawn already.
I tried to recall one of the sharp lines. Okay, maybe it doesn't really matter. I wanted to ask.
Like super sharp line.
I wanted to ask, what's the reputation of
I think
line? This
knight d2, e5, bishop c6, bc, e5, some knight g4, knight c4, h5 or something like this. Yeah. Reputation is like super interesting, and if you like with engine, it's, I mean, okay, if you leave an engine running, it will always show you 0, 0, 0. Depends how long it will run. But here it starts from some higher evaluation. So this line, but I mean, as black is super interesting because if you manage to surprise white, good luck as white finding best moves. Yeah. And I think recently there was I saw some game. I don't remember exactly. But I like black's player managed to play a new move, and of course he won easily. So yeah, I mean, like, I think practically speaking, as black, this is super interesting.
Yeah.
So
d-takes on c4, you would say it's pretty trendy. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, again, it all depends who is playing and against whom, I would say. But
okay. All right. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so let's go to the current position here. That's what we have here on the board. So we see that Nicholas has according to the engine, slightly better position, but I definitely also share your feelings about the position. The king feels a bit exposed with the queens on the board. I also would be feeling quite scared.
No, I mean, obviously, I understand that white can be better. I mean, but you really have to be precise here. For instance, now after knight takes c4, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if the move would be something like knight d5. But and bar goes down. So.
Yeah, the engine is always laughing at us.
Of course, knight g3.
Knight g3.
Might be.
Yeah.
I don't know if is it good.
Yeah, might be some. Yeah, it looks good. Rook c5, queen e7.
There's no like intermezzo with queen d7 or something like this. So yeah. So this is good. So. Yeah, queen d7. Queen d7 is clever. Queen d7 is very clever because, of course, if queens are off the board, then it's way easier to handle this diagonal, and you are still having some pressure because in the end game, of course, different different trumps are important. Like here, it's this d7 rook, which is like super active. And this might be very, very unpleasant for black already.
Yeah.
Hold, because okay, this is of course one side that you can believe that you can hold some endgame with bishops, but of course it changes like dynamic of the game. That's why maybe this fe4 was very, very strong, and it might mean that on the other hand, black did something wrong. Like maybe not.
Maybe bishop b7 is wrong. Maybe bishop e6. Stop.
Maybe bishop e6, but okay. I mean, you can say that bishop e6 somehow. I mean, you really want to go for this diagonal.
Yeah.
You can say that maybe you should, I don't know, start with e4 here, or maybe after bishop. Now I'm thinking that maybe you can go bishop b7, short castle, and some move here, like let's say h6, for instance, first. Because I want to stop bishop g5 because I think bishop g5 is kinda an idea, but yeah, but also here you can say that let's say rook d2, rook fd1 is idea for white, and
black probably still wants to play e4 at some point.
yeah, but I mean maybe you can always react with this fe and queen d7. If it's working, then I can understand why Nicolas was not really worried about this diagonal.
Okay, so it appears he has some pressure and the queen threat is on the board. I don't think that Navarra can escape it. I mean, queen b8 is at least bishop b4.
Yeah. You can try rook ac8 or something like this, but
it doesn't change the verdict. The queens are gone.
Yes. Queens are gone, and also a7 is hanging, so I don't know. You have to. I was thinking some queen e5, but it runs to bishop d4, I believe. So
queen e5, try to be aggressive, yeah?
Yeah, but this runs to bishop d4 or bishop.
Bishop is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, so there is no way to avoid this endgame, and this endgame is just better for white. I mean, how much better is, of course, is a question.
All right, so we're going to see, and we have one more game to check. That's the other game in the challenger section. That's Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Jacobian. Well, Radek, I gotta confess, that's the game I was puzzled the most. And I think most of the games, they're very exciting, offbeat, so to speak. Here we can see also on the screen the Kazakhstani grandmasters thinking really hard about the position. By the way, d5 marks as a mistake. So we're gonna definitely look into this. Why d5 is a mistake? I mean, I'm seeing the kings on e8, and there might be some issues with the open file, but I'm very curious about your thought process in the opening phase. I know you're a bigger d4 player, but can you please explain me this? So, why do you play h3 here?
Okay, I mean, because engine say so, and you want to and you want to surprise the opponent. Actually, it's funny because I had I've spoken with some grandmaster from Poland, and he showed me this line, like instead of knight c3, there is this line d4, cd, knight d4, a6. No.
You mean here, yeah?
Yeah. This is the like instead of knight c6, knight c3. Like if you go d4, it's I mean it's this well-known line a6. No.
Yeah.
a6, and there are like many like normal moves which you understand.
That's my Khan. That's my beloved Khan.
Yes, yeah. I mean, like c4, a3 moves which you knew for
here
ages.
h3.
And here, no, like engine. I think the first line of engine is h3. The second line is a3.
Yeah.
And something like. And there are like many moves which you would never guess which are.
Yeah, but a3 actually. This I remember. The reasoning of a3 is that this is what Aryan Tari told me, that after c4, knight f6, knight c3, black supposedly equalizes according to him after bishop b4.
Yeah.
So.
Yes, but also the reason, I think the reason of a3 is sometimes where if black plays b5, sometimes you go b4 and c4 very fast.
Yeah.
This is like, and a3 and h3 are actually highest valued.
I mean, I very clearly remember.
And this one, a3. Yeah. Okay, I think the point is that you are just waiting from, I mean, what black does, like because I don't know. Nowadays there is this trendy line, like instead of h3, d4, cd, knight d4, knight f6. No, like everyone is doing that. Like
So to avoid the Rossalimo.
yes, 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 and this is this like super sharp stuff after knight c6, bc, e5, knight d5, knight e4.
Yeah, but what would you say without going any deep lines? What's the reputation status of this line?
Reputation that it's working, but you have
black,
to, yeah, but you have to
You have to know, yeah.
you have to know by heart.
Yeah, yeah.
And if not, you will lose probably in 5 moves or something.
Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I remember this one quote by another Grandmaster who said that about open Najdorf. That here I'm just going to show. I know it's not really relevant to the position. I asked him once after the open Najdorf, after knight c3 6, why do people play h4? Because I could not understand what's the purpose of h4. Because I understand h3. You know, you want to play g4, but why h4? And he famously answered to me, I mean, nobody really knows, but it somehow works.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, basically, I think nowadays there is this way of finding new moves that you are just sitting with engine and looking which moves are kind of legal and make half sense and were not yet played or less played, and that's how you are finding this h4. Like for instance, back in the days in the Najdorf, Bartel had this very interesting move, knight b3.
Oh yeah.
But this actually makes some sense because knight b3, there is what he wanted is like, because of course after a6, Najdorf is also about playing e5. So after some move, e5 might come. But if you are playing here e5, then bishop g5, it's like you are getting some extra options.
Can I review a small story about this?
Yeah.
Like I read an article of Bartel in 2016 Olympiad. This was either in New in Chess or this one of the Russian those informants, and he was talking about the knight b3, and I played it in an Olympiad game without any preparation, just because it was trendy at the time.
Yeah, actually, in the knight b3, he played against me and he beat me in Polish championship, and it was like. I think he played a game before that, but I thought this knight b3, okay, it's not serious, and I started preparing, and I panicked because I've prepared something, but then I switched to some other line which I had, and at the end I ended up in his preparation, and that was like very. I think the game went something like, how was it like? Does it make sense? Like, I think I went e6, he went g4, I went b5, g5, yes, and here I think and here I went b4, which was shown by engine, but I didn't have enough time to check it carefully, and he went knight d5. And
Was
then
this the game in the article?
I don't know if
I think so.
That's possible. I mean,
I really don't remember.
that actually might be our game which we played, no?
Yeah, looks familiar.
So yeah, and okay, I mean, facing this over the board if you are not prepared is no fun at all. But yeah, I mean, I think I reacted like knight takes d5, e5, e5, and I was very fine at the end, but I lost the game. But like anyway, it shows like okay, it's simply. Sometimes it's not easy to face preparation, no? And it doesn't really matter if it's after h3 or knight b3 or whatever. No? If you know more than your rival, then why not to play this? Also, I think the reason of h3 is just that okay, that you can think about g4, no? Sometimes. I mean, after d4, maybe cd knight d4.
Okay. Yeah, very interesting insights here. But maybe let's move forward a bit, and so that we can see what's happening.
Yeah, this is like quite familiar in a sense that, like for instance, this bishop b5, knight d4, bishop d3 is a common maneuver, yeah.
Yeah.
But also here this bishop on e7 is kind of not ideal because knight f6 runs to e5, and very often in these structures, knight goes to c6 via e7. And this is very natural, especially that now it's a fight for this d4 square. If let's say white manages to go knight takes d4, cd4, knight e2, and c3, and then somehow manages to get everything open. I don't know if bc or dc.
Yeah, both look good.
Both might be good. So yeah, this looks good, but sometimes he doesn't manage that because he runs to some e5 and d5. very fast. So yeah, I think. But here this it's mostly about this knight c6. Also, sometimes there is like this line, like for instance, if bishop would be on f8, this knight d4, knight takes d4, c d4, knight e2 would run to knight e7, c3, knight c6.
Oh, so here, yeah. So without bishop here, knight e7, knight c6 would be a way to reinforce the d4 square.
Yes. And after c3, knight c6, there is like no way to force black to go for d takes c3, and that's why you are kind of stuck as white.
I can't show it really because the bishop.
Okay.
Yeah, to put the bishop on c6. All right, let's move forward a bit. And after rook e1, d6, knight e2. So what was
Knight e2 is quite clever because he wants c3, d4. So this is also logical. But here, okay, it's all about timing, I think, because like, let's say, okay, knight b4, it's maybe a little bit much. But if you would, let's say, go something like knight f6. c3. I'm thinking like short castle, bishop c2, c4. You have to.
It's like anti-Najdorf. Yeah,
yes.
Like.
So this is okay. It's just a playable position. Also, after knight e2, I don't know if it makes sense. How was it? Like, okay, let's say sometimes they are also doing like c3, rook g8, g5. No, this is also sometimes an idea.
Oh.
I don't know how. Here it might be a little bit
Too extravagant.
Because you have no like. I mean, you will probably not stop c3, d4 anyway, so doesn't make much sense. But at least this is something to consider.
Yeah. Okay.
That would be like logical.
Yeah.
He went knight b4 because he wanted to stop the c3, and obviously he had this d5 in mind. Yes. We know. I mean, we see that the engine is not very thrilled about this. And okay, like you can always explain this like that we were that you shouldn't move one piece more than twice in the opening. So this is like general rule. Also, like recently somebody told me that nowadays there is no. I mean, on the high level there is no something like rules because that. You will give me an example of some rule, and I will give you, and I can give you as many examples of this rule being broken.
I remember this very nice quote. I'll try to remember it correctly. So it was something like this. So good players make good moves. Strong players make weird moves that make exceptions to the rules.
Yes.
And very strong players make exceptions to the rules that become a new rule, something like that. So that was essentially the idea.
Yes, that makes actually a lot of sense, and that's why it's very difficult to stay on the high level very long because chess, like all sports, we have to somehow adjust and evolve to new understanding, new rules. So that's why it's so difficult. But on the other hand, that's why it's so interesting. So yeah, but here as we see, this rule actually shouldn't be broken. So I think he might.
He was a bit too ambitious, no?
I think he simply underestimated a5, because it would make sense if, let's say, I don't know, if after c4 you would have to go bishop a2 or something, then you could say that knight f6 and you are on time. But like also nowadays chess is way more dynamic than it used to be, and nowadays there might be just maybe this is what happened here, that there is just one detail which changes everything, and maybe a5 followed by, maybe he was trying to do c takes b3. Wow.
Oh, wow.
Oh, I think that's his point.
Wait, but does it work? But why?
Yes, it works. So that's.
Does it work? Not work? Why does it not work?
What
is it?
This?
Is it c3?
Maybe this is.
Did he miss this?
I think he might miss it.
This is completely forgivable. Like it's like you're playing from the black's perspective. You're going for this line, and you think that white cannot do this. White cannot play a5 because I'm going to take on b3. And once you arrive here, you notice there's going to be c3.
True. No, but this is so spectacular, no? But this is also quite funny. But as I said, like there is always one extra move which can change everything. It also happened to me against Murzin. It was a very exciting game from Classical. And there was like one line where everything was working based on one very specific detail. And I haven't seen this detail, that's why I didn't enter this line. And if I mean, okay, it's not like I went for something worse than that, but if I would see that detail, I could play that. So nowadays it's very normal that the line really it's hanging on one very specific detail, and this is what happened here. Like CB, C3, it's something which you can easily miss, and as you can see, this is what he missed. But now of course it's very scary for black, because what do? I think if you go back with the queen, then bishop a4 is.
Then your entire approach just makes no sense. Yeah, like from black's perspective. Like.
Yeah, sure. No, but I still think that you're supposed to go that you should go CB now. Okay, you give this pawn, I guess, because you go back with the queen, you give this, but at least you castle.
Yeah.
You castle. Of course, it's very bad because this knight on d4 will be an extremely strong piece. This bishop on c8 is very stupid because after d3. It has simply no squares, and okay, black is basically. Yeah.
This really reminds me. I mean, I saw this reaction from Freestyle Chess in Vegas, where Hikaru Nakamura showed Magnus Carlsen this queen trap. Did you see it? There was this crazy variation.
No, I haven't seen it.
Magnus is really surprised, and he was surprised. He was like, "Oh my God!" I think it's like also this really looks like something that you can easily miss from afar because you just discard the line, and here, oh my God, yeah, there's c3.
Yeah. Actually, here we haven't spoken, but here we started with 960. I had to say that before this event I played only one game online. And of course, it's a funny story because I thought that I'm winning on the king side, and then he castled. So I mean, queen side. So, but I must say that I really enjoyed this 960 here. I don't know if I will have the same feeling later on, but here it was enjoyable.
All right. By the way, I mean, this game naturally continues, but while you're still here, maybe you can tell a bit yourself what you're doing lately. So are you still an active player, or you are like many professionals at some point, they switch to coaching, or are you seconding somebody still? Of course, you were second of Vichy for many years, so maybe you can give us some insights.
Okay, it's hard to say in a sense, like, I mean, as you see, I've played here, so and I really enjoyed this rapid and blitz section. Classical, honestly, not so much. My results recently were being rough. I mean, I think one of the reasons being that my son was born like 1 year and 9 months ago, so it's one of the reasons that I'm not working as hard as before, and it's obviously kind of normal that results drop. But I still feel that I would like to give a little bit more as a player. Like I don't know how good my results can be, but I feel like that it can be better than it is now. So I'm hoping to improve on that, and let's see. I mean. I actually have a busy schedule playing now because I will play this round robin in Polanica Zdrój, I mean, it used to be very, very strong with Karpov and the others. Now they are trying to make it back. This year it will be still strong with, for instance, Aravind will play there as well. So after that I will play Grand Swiss, which is obviously tough, World Cup and so on. So we will see how it goes this year, and then I will think what next, because okay, I mean, there are like many different things in this story. Like, okay, I mean, nowadays for me it's also not very enjoyable to go away from home, from my son, and like this. I'm also enjoying being a father. So this is something which is kind of important for me, and that's why it also influences my playing plans. So, but on the other hand, I was always active as a second coach, and as you said, I was working with Vichy. Like this match, I was helping Gukesh. Okay, also I'm very close with Grzegorz Gajewski. Like we are like friends for like more than 25 years or something like this. So, and we are like, first of all, he was helping me. Then he was helping Vichy. We were working for Vichy. Now he's a main coach of Guki. So I was also helping Guki and so on. So it's like there are like many combinations in this in our relation. So we will see how it will be in the future. But I have to say that I'm also enjoying helping others. But I like to see the purpose in this. So we will see how it goes in the future. But I also have this like plan, or I mean, it's not exactly a dream, but a plan, because nowadays Poland is kind of regressing with young players, I would say, because after young Krzysztof Duda, we don't really have players who are like, you know, like who are like showing signs that they can be as far as go as far as him, or at least me. So I have this plan that I will do something in this regard. But okay, we will see how it goes. But yeah, I mean, as I said, I like to play, but I'm also trying to look at the game more from the side of the second, trying to understand the game. Yeah. Like, because okay, I mean, playing is a little bit different than seconding, but for me it's also super attractive. So I think I will go in this direction. The only question is with whom.
Yeah. All right, so that was real amazing to hear. Maybe one more final question, Radek. Your best memories from Biel, and are you coming back?
I wish I'm coming back. I really like everything here, in a sense. Like, I mean, chess players, they are usually liking the place after they are winning the event. Yeah, sure. But but for me with Biel, it's a little bit different. I mean, before I even played here, I like the place, because I mean, from the moment you come here, you see that it's very, very, very friendly. I really like the city, in a sense, the lake, the hotel, and everything. It's also okay. We are here during summer, so it also weather is very nice. So like, I just like the place and everything here. So that's why I was playing here. It's my fourth time. Last time was 2020, but after that I thought that I will play here before this year, but somehow it didn't work out, because, for instance, once it clashed with World Cup. Yeah. I think that was 2021, and I remember this, that I've played tie breaks, and I had this agreement that if I lose this round, then I will play Biel. But since I won this round, I didn't play, and I met Gelfand in World Cup, and he had the same agreement. No? And he lost this tiebreak, and that's why he played Biel, and I didn't. So you see that it could go either way. And then my son was born, so okay, it was also didn't work out. But I was actually quite happy that I was here, especially that, as I said, I mean, I didn't really my results were not so great, but here I somehow regained this joy of playing at least Rapid and Blitz. So I'm really happy, at least about that. And yeah, but we will see how it goes. And also, you asked about my memory. For sure, that was 2020, the year which I won. But also, it was quite special because it was during, I mean, you know, in the middle of COVID. So it was like I came here with my wife, and like, you know, like almost everything was closed. So we were like kind of staying in the hotel and so on. But also it was even not easy to travel here, and we decided to go by car, which was quite an adventure because I mean from Warsaw.
It's quite a distance, eh?
I mean we had to make a stop in some small city in Germany, which was also very funny because we went to some restaurant and we were actually spotted by some local German players, and so yeah, that was quite funny. So yeah, I mean this 2020 was very nice, but also previous editions which I played, I really liked. Also, I think I was twice second, but I was losing to MVL, who was like.
It won 4 times, if I'm not terribly mistaken.
Yes. Like back then, he was winning here very often, but in 2020 he didn't play, so that's why I won.
Yeah. All right, so it was an absolute pleasure to have you here with us, Radek. This was Radek Wojtaszek, the Grandmaster from Poland. So thank you for joining us. But dear viewers, we are definitely coming back with more chess action from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. We're going to make a very short break and be back with action from the GMP. The action continues here in the Biel Congress Center, where the Biel Chess Festival is being organized. We are your hosts as usual. I'm Grandmaster Wojtaszek. Angelika Volkova once again is back. We just had Radoslav Wojtaszek, one of the players who didn't make it to the final four before the break. He talked about his experiences, what's been doing lately. We discussed some of the games, but Angelika, I think it's time for us to continue following what's going in the games.
Definitely, let's dive into it right away. I mean, it's always a pleasure to have a familiar face here, especially after a tough result, not getting into the finals. But again, the field is super strong for everyone. It was very, very tough to get into. It was either him or Murzin, and we have Murzin now playing the final stage. By the way, how is he doing?
Yeah, speaking of Murzin, that's the top right corner. This is the Rasalimo, and Radek suggested that Black should play the queen side pawn assault. We are going to definitely go into details. It has been played, and now it's Murzin who is thinking about his choices. The game that surprised me the most, and also Wojtaszek was also a bit surprised, that was Fedosev's choices against Arvind. As you can see on the on the upper left corner, Black is clearly in trouble because his king is pretty exposed, and also the valuation bar says Black is in trouble.
It definitely says so. I mean, looking at the position, it's completely dominating for White. I'm also surprised with all the choices Fedoseev made. Maybe it's not just a good day today. Maybe he didn't have enough rest from yesterday. But the rest of the two games of the challengers, we see Nicolas Teodoro against David Navarra in the bottom left corner. Looks like an action is slowing down with the pieces being traded. And it looks like White has an extra pawn.
Yeah, White has an extra pawn, and Black somehow should be holding this, but it's pretty clear to say that White is the one who is calling the shots, and he can play this position basically risk-free. And of course, the absolutely mind-boggling middle game of Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Jacobian. For Jacobian, this was a shocker, because I think he missed this amazing resource that we discussed before the break with Radoslav Wojtaszek, that he was anticipating a queen sack, and apparently he had missed the move.
I mean, absolutely devastating for the Armenian Grandmaster, looking at the pawns on the queen side and the black pawn, which is not being covered. I mean, there is always will be opportunity to take it for White. I mean, this looks, I mean, from the position which I saw when I left to this position, I mean, this is huge for Rinat Jumabayev. Arturs, which game should we go into and check?
Yeah, so of course, I mean, Jumabayev against Jacobian and Arvind against Fedoseev, those are the two most exciting games. So we could start with Arvind, see what were his last moves against Fedoseev, and then gradually see where the pace of the game takes us. By the way, this is the current position, move number 15. The valuation bar says Black is in a big, big trouble.
What a knight on e5. I mean, I immediately look at the knight in the center of the board. It's just a perfect piece. First of all, it blocks the pawn, so the bishop from c8 cannot get developed. Also, it targets the square on g6. Now there are many weaknesses. Yes, the bishop cannot get out. There is weaknesses on the king side. There is always some h5 idea in there, or g4, h5. And the bishop, that was what we were discussing earlier. This bishop c2 maneuver later on, I mean, it can be even played right now?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Why don't you play bishop c2 right now?
Knight e7, probably the only way to defend the pawn.
But that's going to cost you big time. The problem is not h5, it's queen h5, and Black loses the piece for nothing. So I am not even sure what's the move here. I mean, the pawn on g6 is under attack, you got to take it.
Yeah, probably you got to trade, but then this pawn on e5, what? And do you trade the queens here?
Maybe he wants to do it like this. Trade and play knight g4. But look at the queen side. I mean, he's completely underdeveloped. So I'm seeing bishop c5, h5. And if somebody has all the pleasant choices, it's only White.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, White is completely in the lead in this position. But Arturs, can we go back a couple of moves? I mean, from the position, from the position you discussed with Radoslav.
I mean, it just escalated very quickly. I just don't like how Fedorcev plays this game. I don't like it. Once again, look at this. So the opening choice also, when Radek was here, he was really surprised about this d-takes on c4, knight e5, suggesting that Fedorcev wanted to get some ground fill, but he got like a terrible version of the king's in attack. And the next move that I really don't like is the move h6. Look at this. So he played h6. Now I played h4, and now he plays f6. So why? I mean, if you want to play f6, I think you want to play f6 right now. You don't weaken the king.
You don't weaken the g6 square because after h6, g6 is weak. And if you say, okay, I play h6 in order to stop bishop g5, but f6 right now is stopping bishop g5.
It's very strange. Yeah, it's really
Shocking.
strange. Yeah, really strange indeed. I think that I was looking at this position briefly, like f6, maybe, I don't know, queen f6, and I felt, okay, black is worse, but at least the king is safer. But here you can see it's essentially the same position, and h4, h6, it favors definitely white because the pawn on g6 is a weakness. So,
Such a weakness.
yeah, these are the last moves.
Yeah, and after trade on f6, knight e5, king h7 has been played, trying to defend and hold on to this g6 pawn, but looking at the clock situation, Vladimir has played pretty quickly, I would say. I mean, considering the position that he got into, pretty bad one, he played not only badly, but also quickly. I mean, how can we describe it other than that?
It actually does make sense because when you have a terrible position, you try to play a bit faster, at least apply some pressure. This is what some people do, and I think it's a pretty bad combination. You have a bad position, you have no time. Yeah, and where's exactly your hope? And I think that, again, for Fedorcev, this is no news. He knows he misplayed it, and maybe, like, there's some factors that contribute him playing poorly. There's, like, a million reasons. What could it be? Like, he could have had a bad sleep or something is distracting him. You never know. There's like million reasons why this could be happening. But either way, that's the position he has here, and that's the position he has to play. So I think that here Arvind is very tempted to play bishop c2, but also, of course, something else like knight x on c6, but knight c6 feels less. No, I would just play bishop c2, to be honest here. He's just choosing.
What about queen c2? The idea is not to trade the queens, to keep the queens on the board, and then after trade on e5, you have h5. I see that computer doesn't really like it, but just a suggestion.
Yeah.
What could be an alternative?
I mean, I don't mind queen c2. The problem with queen c2 is the bishop on b3 is stuck. So maybe I would improve a bit your idea, if I may. Maybe queen b1.
Oh.
Yeah,
That's
so
a bit
to keep the
better.
bishop c2. Yeah, it's like the same idea, but I keep the pressure here and target the pawn on g6. And as you can see, also the engine is like my suggestion, and maybe there's something very concrete. Maybe actually after knight e5, d-takes on e5, the problem is you no longer control the h5 square. So this was one of the core ideas, like bishop c2, knight e5, d-takes on e5. You're going to play knight h5 because the queen hits the h5 square, and this is a pin. And also h4, h5 becomes a very, very serious threat. To be honest, after bishop c2, I think it's just borderline losing for black.
But looking at this position, an opportunity for black to trade the queens, I recall the game of Aravind against Saleh Salem, where he did trade the queens when he was attacking, and that costed him a whole point. I mean, to be honest, 4 points, because Saleh got 4 points in the classical portion. Do you think here he's considering that this queen trade, like basically hunting him after the game against Salem, that he shouldn't go for the queen trade? But
I think every single position is a bit different, but in that position, of course, it's a very valid point that you're bringing up there. The queen trade just made no sense, to be honest. Like, I don't know what happened there. Like, it felt like there were two different games, a move 30, up to move 30, and then everything after that. But this is, again, a different position. If he gets to the pawn on g6, with or without the queens on the board, he should be either winning or having a very, very large advantage. So, knight c6.
And he goes for it. Knight c6 has been played, so probably it means that he didn't want to go into the position with a queen straight. He wanted to weaken the structure of the black on the queen side, and still h5 is on the board. Like, it can be played. h5 is a threat.
Yeah, I mean, it's a decent move. I would have thought that the muted bishop c2 looks better, but he does keep taking chances. Yeah, so, I mean, like you said, yeah, this h5 is a move. But this also might give black a bit hope to organize some sort of a counterplay, some counterattack somehow. For example, after h5, maybe I just ignore the pawn on g6, because that's the rule. I mean, when you are in trouble, you always complicate matters, and when you are doing better, you clarify things. So for Fedosseev, if I'm sitting here with black, I'm thinking, how do I make things for white more difficult? So I'm thinking some c5, e5. Yeah, so for example, I could play maybe e5, open up the g4 square, and after d takes on e5, play knight g4, hit the bishop on e3, hit the pawn on e5. And let's say you do play h4. Oh, I blundered mate on h4. Okay, h4. Okay, okay. Let's include the queen trade. Takes. Now I play h5. Maybe even this position. You know, you do win a couple of pawns here. F takes, bishop e5. Maybe even this is not so clear.
Yeah, bishop pair. Look at this.
Yeah, but I'm generally surprised. I mean, this choice not to play bishop c2. What did he not like it here? So, I mean, h5 is incoming.
You gotta take.
And the bishop remains out of the game. It just feels very straightforward.
So queen trade, maybe knight g4.
Yeah, but we already discussed this. You play bishop c5. The rook is hit. So what did he not like it here?
A rook f5 cannot be played. A rook f4, no.
No. Like maybe he felt this is not enough. Like, I mean, I don't need a bar to feel that this is really great for white. Or maybe he saw something else here, not 95, but how else do you defend the pawn on g6?
I mean, knight a7 looks extremely passive. There is just h5 and it's game over.
Yeah, and no counterplay, most importantly. I think also what Fedosseev wants, he knows he's worse, but he's trying to have some position where he has a counterplay. So why would he enter a position where he is much worse, let's say down a pawn, and he's just suffering? So good players always, they look for positions where you have something. Yeah, you have bishops, you have counterattack or something. Yeah, not passive. There's no counterplay here. So that's why I'm looking at the position at the game. Here I feel black could still somehow complicate stuff.
Definitely, because knight on e5 was blocking all these ideas, and black's knight on c6 was blocking c5 ideas. Now there might be a break in the center. I mean, like e5 or c5, both moves look very legit. Like both moves looks really great. Just opening up the position for the bishops, especially for bishop to get out, because this bishop on c8 is a very, very tough piece, like to have bishop on c8. So for that reason, like e5 move is definitely something you consider, or c5. You sacrifice a pawn, but it's just temporarily because it's a moment you're going to take it back. But yeah, I'm also surprised with the Arvin choice. Yeah. There was this beautiful knight which was attacking from e5, and he traded on c6.
I mean, Engine says it's okay. Yeah, so ultimately, maybe it's not bad. I mean, maybe there's queen d3, queen g6, so there's going to be direct attack. So if you do play but then you can't play queen d3, there's going to be bishop f5.
Oh. Now it's not working, yeah.
Yeah. Really surprising. All right. Yeah, we were going to see. I thought the bishop c2 looked a bit stronger, but clearly here the Indian Grandmaster has different ideas. So the game naturally continues. Maybe let's check the other games and try to estimate what is going on there.
Oh, I see in the bottom right corner, there is the castle has just been played finally by Aram. And yeah, I mean, the position looks still great, looking also at the evaluation bar for white, such a great position. Other than that, we have the Volodymyr Murzin against Ali Salem in the top right corner. We see that he's remaneuvering the bishop now. As I can see, the last move was played, and there is the A file open, so it means there is a big fight for this A file.
And your knight is on b3.
Ooh, and the knight is on b3.
You called it. You said you want to put the knight on b3. And Voldar listened
Yeah.
to you.
He listens to the broadcast. No, of course not. But yeah, in the final game, Nicolas Teodoro against David Navarro, we see in the bottom left corner, Nicolas is trying. He's trying to create a passer probably on the queen side, but there will be a problem in this with the central pawn for him, definitely, because the pawn structure on the king side is not the best. So yeah, which game should we go into, Arturs?
Yeah, let's take them one after another, of course. So we're going to start with the game Volodar Murzin against Alexa Lim. That's the other game in the master section. This is the Sicilian Rasulimo. Also, by the way, I asked some very interesting insights for Radoslav, his opinion about it. Even though he's more like a d4 player, like it was pretty amazing to hear. Like I asked him the question about h3. This was the opening.
Of the
Not here.
it was Rinat Jumabayev
I mixed up
against...
with Rinat Jumabayev. Yeah, this
Yeah.
h3. We're going to go to that game as well. Here we were discussing this earlier. Bishop g5, bishop b3 maneuver. He agreed. Yeah, that was a very strong idea. So this is the current position here. And what do we see? We see that white is going for the f4 push, most likely. And black appears to have a very solid position.
And I'm wondering if black at some moment has an opportunity to push for b5, or black just wants to keep the pawns on the queen side just like this, because it looks very solid. Pawn on b6 defends the pawn on c5, but I see that b5 push at some moment can happen, and after b5 then probably also c4, but is it something what black is thinking about, or is it just a dream which never can happen?
No, I think it's a very realistic idea. The knight on c4 is annoying, and you want to push it away. But, I mean, white is first to move. So the logic follows is that black wants to open up the position, and white wants to play f4 to use the two knights. But this knight on b3, I know you suggested this, Angelica. I don't like it there. Like, yeah, it's a bit weird. Maybe with a pawn on b5, it applies some pressure here. But this is also what Radek said when he was here doing the commentary before the break. Like we would go back to the opening phase, and I asked him this choice about the knight e2, knight c4, and he said essentially the knight on d2 is c4. The logic follows is that it stands a bit better. Like, it controls more squares, and if you put the knight on c3, then the knight has like nowhere really to go. So that's why I'm also looking at this knight on b3, and I'm just not really understanding. I mean, where does it go with the pawn on b6?
Yeah, for now, knight is a bad piece. I think it was brought earlier to b3 when the pawn was still on a5, so it was a different pawn structure. But for now, Arturs, you are completely right. I mean, knight on b3 is not the piece you want to have. So probably what Voldar is thinking right now, what is the square that knight can be put on? Because if you play something like knight b to d2, then first of all, you're taking away a backward square from the knight from c4.
Yeah.
So then after b5...
That's logical, yeah.
Yeah, you have to go back to a3, which is not a good. And meanwhile, black can probably double on the a file, and who knows then. And for that reason, the knight is kind of stuck on b3. There are no squares that knight can go to. There is no knight c1 because rook is hanging on a1. There is no knight e2 because it takes away the square, and kind of waiting for the knight on c4. Looks like a waiting knight on d2.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I mean, b5 might be a problem, like you correctly said. And knight b to d2 doesn't really solve the problem of the other knight. I would say that the opening did not really go Volodar's way. Like, it doesn't feel he achieved a lot. And this is also what Wojtaszek said, that these positions are very tricky. It really depends if you feel the position or not, and you could easily go astray. So white has got to organize and counterplay. And maybe he's thinking about his f4 push right now. Like, I understand that black has two bishops, and the logic is that black favors opening up the position, but you still need targets. You still need the so-called pawn play. You need to use the pawns to generate the target. So f4 is pretty much the only way how you can do that, but not necessarily this favors white, because black could maybe at some point take on c4, take on f4, and now white simply has an isolated pawn on e4 and also an outpost on e5.
yeah, knight e5 could be easily played targeting also c4. Definitely.
Yeah, so this doesn't look like great for white at all. So perhaps here Merzen realized that the 4 immediately is not working, and if the F4 is not working, I mean, what you're doing. And also look at the clock situation, 34
Oh
minutes
my God.
versus 1 hour, and this is move 21.
Twice less time for the reigning rapid champion Volodar Murzin against the current leader. Saleh Salem is current leader in the standings. He has 1 hour on the clock.
And he has won 3 games in a row.
In the classical.
In classical, he's basically unstoppable. So Saleh started the triathlon poorly. At some point, he was at the last place, and also the Blitz event for him was pretty terrible at the beginning. He lost the first round, then I think he won and lost 2 more, so he was having 1 point out of 4. Leaders were catching up and taking over. And then he had a strong finish. I think he finished 6 points out of 10, and Fedorsev won the Blitz tournament. But in classical, he's a beast. And also, this is what he said in the interview several days ago here in the studio. When I asked him, what's your favorite time control? Not surprisingly, he said, it's a classical right now.
Saleh Salem won 2020 first year the MTO Open tournament, and he was playing also in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Then he came last year for the Challengers. He won Challengers. Now he's here at the Masters and he beats the top-seeded players. Vladimir Fedoseev, he beat him in the Classical. He beat Aravind. Now he's facing Volodar Murzin. I mean, this is a huge streak.
I would have to actually, I think historically it has never been done that somebody has won different kinds of tournaments in Biel. Like, for example, he won the Challengers. He might win the Masters this year. So it's very impressive.
Yeah, it is very impressive, absolutely. And look at the board. We see that not knight b2 d2 has been played because knight b2 d2 doesn't make sense due to b5, but he made knight c4. He played knight c to d2. So what does it mean, Arturs? Does it mean that there are no real good squares for the knight?
I mean, he just retreated from a good square, but probably he expected that b5 is a problem, and I think that Merzen needs the pawn play desperately. So this knight e2 is a preparation move for f4 and stopping bishop c4 idea. But this also makes the knight on b3 feel pretty sad. Yeah, so the knight on b3 now officially has almost no squares to go, except of c1. And white's idea to play f4 is pretty obvious. So here the bar slightly prefers black, but I would say that black is the one who is being ambitious. Also the lead on the clock definitely helps him. And I'm seeing at least a couple of decent ideas. So one idea is you stop white's f4. So what do? You play bishop d6. If white plays f4, you take an f4, and then you fight for the control of the e5 square. I was thinking something like, oh, sorry, I dropped the rook. How did that happen? Maybe I should include rook a1, knight a1. Okay, queen c6. I just wanted to get this position. So I have a beautiful knight on e5, beautiful bishop on e6. The white knight on a1 or b3 doesn't matter. It's bad. King g7 to protect the pawn on f6, and I'm just always having no risk position. So this is one idea I'm seeing. The second idea I'm thinking about is the idea to reroute the knight to d4. But this has to be like calculated together with white's idea to play f4. And the third idea I'm thinking, maybe I can play f5. Also, like this is also what Wojtaszek said. Magnus has done this in some simple positions in the Rossolimo. You go for a counterattack at the king, so you want to play f5. So takes, 4, open up the position. Let's say bishop f6. I would say, Angelika, here that for Saleh, he faces a very, very big choice. Like there's at least 3 decent ideas for him.
Arturs, you are playing this position with black. Which idea are you going for?
It's a very good question. Like, I'm not sure.
That's a tough challenge, right?
No, it's a very tough challenge. I'm seeing all these 3 ideas. So I'm seeing the f5. It's very tempting. Like, once again, f5. The threat is to play f4. Most likely, white's going to take it. Most likely, white's going to play, or maybe he does play f3. Like f3, bishop f2, bishop g3, go for this idea. Is this position good? I have many pawn islands. Or maybe instead, maybe I just put the bishop on d6. But what if white repeats the position, goes back, knight c4? Do I want to draw? I feel pretty okay here. Why would I want to repeat the position? So maybe not bishop d6. The other idea was... What was the other idea? I think it was knight f8, yeah?
I have a fourth idea.
Fourth idea.
Yeah.
Oh, even more.
So I'm wondering, we were discussing, I mean, I suggested this idea, and this was this b5 push. Can black actually play the b5? With the idea of c4, c4 is a big threat in the position, and c5 pawn looks like it's not in a danger, so maybe now, what's white move? Because c4 has to be...
But is it a threat? I mean, I'm defending it, but you might improve the threat.
Yeah, I play knight b6.
Knight b6, yeah.
Ah, wait, but then c5 is hanging.
Yeah, then the pawn is hanging. Like
Right.
c4, you see like a 1, 2, 3 defenders. You have only 1, 2 attackers, and the rook and e1 is defended by the knight. But yeah, I mean, it could be a move. Like we cannot rule it out. And if you would find a way to protect the pawn on c5 to play knight b6, c4, knight a4, this is also something that black can consider.
But there are many breaks, and if, as you were mentioning, if black is breaking in the center, black has to be ready for all kinds of game. Black has to be ready for f4, f3, for a slow game, for... Of course, there is a space advantage for black in the position, but there might be some weak squares, like if you push f5, suddenly e5 is getting weak. So maybe he will remaneuver the pieces. You were mentioning bishop d6 looks like a very decent move if you don't want yet to make a decision. And you just want to improve your position. Bishop d6 looks like
I think
that.
he's going to play a5. It would more suit his playing style. Like he is a bit more aggressive player than I am. So maybe takes a 4 and some dynamic choice here. Yeah, some aggressive way like bishop f6, give activity for your pieces, etc. So bishop d6 is maybe a nice improving, but is it improving move if white doesn't play a 4? I think he's going to play 5.
Yeah, it looks like this, and we were mentioning already, Artus, you've said already a couple of times, computer says, according to evaluation, it's just slightly more comfortable for black, but looking at this position, I mean, I would pick black any time of the day of the week, so definitely.
All right, let's proceed with the other games because we have 2 more of them. That's obviously the game you're seeing in the lower part, the Challengers Tournament. Nicholas Teodorov has an extra pawn against David Navarra. A pair of rooks have been traded, and Navarra is very active, so the logic is possibly for white it's going to be very difficult to capitalize on it, and I think the Czech Grandmaster is leading a very good defense. But the exciting game is Rinat Jamabayev against Aram Hakobian, where we were witnessing some pretty amazing moves recently.
Ooh, he took a pawn on b3. All right, let's dive in. I mean, what is going on? Is white just up a whole pawn?
Yep. Did you see this maneuver, Angelika? There was this moment after the opening, which was pretty weird. Like with a pawn on h3, knight on e2. There was also, sorry, I'm going to roll back a bit like this, yeah?
Yes, it's knight e2, yeah.
That's pretty interesting. And black got a bit ambitious, and he blundered the idea that after a5 he thought he could take on b3, because after a takes on b6, b takes on c2, he traps the white queen. And from afar, I think he blundered the move c3.
Oh yeah, that I saw briefly. What an incredible way to go, and yeah, definitely tough blunder for Armenian Grandmaster.
So he played queen d6, c takes on b4. Now he decided not to take the pawn on b4 because, I mean, he's underdeveloped. Like, if he takes the pawn on b4, what about a king? You're supposed to develop the pieces. For example, white could play, I'm not really sure what, let's say, knight c3, knight f6, and for example, queen e2. And black might have some problems with the development. Bishop e6, I'm talking about knight g5. Maybe this is not the most accurate thing, but you get a point. And he decided to continue development.
Yeah, looks logical, of course. You don't go for a pawn, you continue the development.
And now he gave up the pawn.
So could he take the pawn instead of castle?
Yeah, I'm just going to show
Because-
this is current position. So,
I'm
could
just-
he have taken a pawn?
Because now he's ready to castle any move. That would be my thinking process. So now that knight is on f6, castle is happening, and he doesn't have time for this knight maneuver, knight c3, or in queen e2. Or knight d4, I don't know what you want to play here.
I think he did not like something. So, if black castles short, I think he was pretty happy. So there's got to be some forcing moves attacking either the queen or exploiting the pin. So what about bishop d2?
Queen d6.
Queen d6, and I was thinking, can I make bishop b4 work? Somehow.
Rook a4.
Yeah, I was looking at this. Like, I saw this, and I had a feeling maybe after the show castle, maybe there's something here. But actually, I'm not seeing anything really
There might be
terrible.
Even queen d7 there might be. Targeting
Ah.
the rook. But I'm not sure it works.
But this looks also good. Yeah, I mean, of course, you can play queen d7, but your rook is also under attack. So,
So you anyway have to take on e7 back.
yeah. Wait, that's a puzzle, actually. Wait. So why not? Why not queen b4?
So queen b4.
What did he see? Maybe he was afraid that he won't be able to return with a queen or something, like knight. Knight d4 and some bishop f4, and he felt the queen is really, weird. It has no squares almost.
Oh,
Like
does have
maybe
no
this is what he saw, or he saw something like knight c3 and rook k4. But I just go back to d6. So what's so special about this? That's
maybe here bishop and here bishop f4.
yeah, but queen d8. So what about that? I mean, you're like, okay, maybe slightly worse, but you're up a pawn, not down a pawn.
Yes, and then queen would take on b3, but of course you're not down the pawn. I'm confused. Yeah, queen b4. Looks like black is in time to castle.
Strange, yeah.
But you were mentioning this in the previous rounds we already discussed. Whenever there is one mistake coming or inaccuracy, we see the next one coming. And there was a mistake earlier. There was a blunder by Aram. Do you think it was second blunder?
No, I think he saw something. Like he saw something. Maybe he saw ghosts. As you could see, engine says, yeah, ghosts. But maybe it was like this, like knight c3, knight f4, knight b6, bishop f4, and he felt like he has completely disorganized the army. The queen is somehow wrong. But is this the current position that he thought it's better? Or maybe he forgot that white can include bishop d2 before grabbing the pawn, because now it's pretty clear that he's much worse. Now this is very, very clear. So white just enjoys the extra pawn, has a beautiful knight, controls the dark square, so it can't be that he would favor this position over that position.
Absolutely not, yeah. And here b5 already played. And what I wanted to say, even this position, probably without the b5 right now, even if there was no extra pawn for white, I would still prefer white. If there would be no pawn on b2, let's say, it would be still preferable for white. But now with extra pawn, it's even better. And now b5 is being played, so he's getting rid of his doubled pawns now. Now what do? Do you take or you allow b6 push? Or I mean, it's a tough.
I mean, obviously the game continues. Black is not lost. Maybe he takes, maybe he ignores, but white just enjoys the extra pawn. I would like to show one little move, which is maybe not always super obvious for the chess fans. Right here. So, no, I think it was here. So very often there's like the logic is if you have the central pawns, you have to push them for two squares. Like that's a very, very common mistake. People do it all the time. They think I can play d2, d4, I can play e2, e4, and I'm doing great. But as you can see here in this position, this d3 move is much, much better because it does open up the bishop, but it doesn't give up the e4 and c4 squares. Even more, he's thinking, I'm giving up the d4 square for the knight. Like I secure the d4 square for the knight. So that's why this is also one of those small nuances I really love about positional chess, is that not always those pawns have to march forward to make a great effect.
Yeah, it was a very nicely explained, Arthurs. This d3 move was extremely important for the position. Also considering the bishop is on dark square, so if you put the pawn on the dark square, it's going to be a pretty much limited situation. But now, instead of this, imagine you would have a pawn on d4. Now, of course, it would be a completely different story, but the knight on d4 is such a perfect piece. I mean, this is a perfect collaboration of the pieces we can see in this position. And now, b5 push. I mean, how do you react here with black? Do you take?
Try to survive somehow. I don't know. Yeah, maybe the logic would follow is that you try to trade off as many points as you can. And I think that b6 is white's kind of a threat. But let's maybe step back a bit and try to understand how bad is it. So white has an extra pawn. Great. White has a beautiful knight on d4. Fantastic. So black has a pretty bad bishop on d7. And I think what white wants, white would want to trade the dark for bishops, maybe trade pair of knights, have the good knight against the bad bishop. So the logic follows is you want to trade off this bishop. But then again, on the contrary, black does the bishop pair. So do you follow this rule that your bishop on d7 potentially might not have any scope in the longer run? Or you treat it as a bad bishop and take on b5? You see, yeah, the bar says that's a pretty bad idea.
Yeah, the bar does it, but of course the players don't know. So of course this is one of the ideas which Aram is for sure considering. But as you're mentioning, this bishop pair, in order to get a bishop pair active, you need to open up the diagonals. We see the bishop on a fade is standing. I mean, we can say it's not the worst piece in the position, but it's not doing anything. Like it's not targeting. There are no targets, and it has to be activated. It will be perfectly standing on the d6 square or c5. We would love to have the bishop there. So you have to open up the diagonal somehow.
Maybe see counterplay. I was thinking about that. Like when you're doing badly, you try to complicate matters. So where's your counterplay? Where is it? I mean, maybe at the king side. Because the bishop on d7 is looking at the pawn on h3. Perhaps this is a hook. So I'm thinking I could play h6, which takes care of the g5 square. And maybe combine it with some g5, bishop g7, and perhaps even g4.
Oh, I love it, Arthurs. Yeah, I love to find the square because I was looking at this bishop on the fade for some time. When you said that the bishop on d7 was not a good piece, I was thinking that I don't think that bishop on f8 is a better piece. But yeah, this idea of making this advanced fianchetto and placing it on g7 is something which makes a lot of sense for black.
You got to do something anyway. I think that's the last thing that any player wants to do. You don't want to sit passively and just watch your position crumble slowly, your opponent having all the fun.
And the last move has been played. It was h6. So Arthurs, you called it. h6 is on the board. We might see the g5. We might see this hook idea with g5, g4.
I think so. It makes perfect sense because also the h6 move, after you play g5, for white it's quite difficult to exploit weakness on f5. The queen on d3 cannot get to the 5. If the pawn on d3 would be gone, yeah, we could talk about some queen c2 or queen d3 and try to exploit f5 square. Here, g5, at least g5, then we're going to talk about g4. I think is going to happen here.
Yeah, this queen on b3 is definitely a piece which is not helping protection of the king. So that would be what we will see it's all about.
Yeah, so the game is slowly heating up. Here, Jumabayev is doing fantastic. He had some experiments in the opening phase. Jacobian felt that he can afford to be ambitious, but it backfired after the Kazakhstani player played a fantastic sequence and clearly gained an upper hand. I don't know the reason why Jacobian decided not to take the pawn on b4. Maybe we're going to find it out later. But dear viewers, in the meantime, we are going to make a very short break and several minutes come back with the action from the 58th International Biel Chessville. Stay tuned and see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming back with the live action from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. As you can see here in the Biel Congress Center, we're following the action from the main event of the festival, the GMT Masters and Challengers round-robin tournaments, where the players are battling it out, essentially a triathlon, rapid classical and blitz. Today, this is the day of the final stage. Classical chess once again is being played. A couple of players in both tournaments have been eliminated, and here we are having two games in both categories well underway.
Yeah, we have obviously the best of the best remaining in the Grandmaster Triathlon. Absolutely exciting matchups for today. As we can see in the top left corner, Aravind Chidambaram against Vladimir Fedoseev. Vladimir with some odd opening choices. He got pretty bad position and still looks like this. Even though the queen trade has happened, there is obviously a big advantage for white, which computer also confirms. And the other game, which was also very exciting, we checked it just before going into the break on the bottom right corner, Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. We see that there is an extra pawn for white, and white is pushing forwards after mistake of Aram Hakobian also in the opening. And the rest two games, I mean, definitely the Nicolas Theodore against David Navarro in the bottom left corner. There is an extra pawn, there is extra material for white. White is still trying to push, but we see the endgame, the rook endgame with opposite colored bishop. It looks like it's going to be a peaceful outcome, but anything can happen. And this game of Volodar Murzin against Alex Salem, where nothing is clear for now, it's in the top right corner. Looks like the rook trade has been happened, and the queen trade is on the way. Arturs, I mean, what game shall we take a look next, or maybe just quickly your thoughts about what is going on?
Yeah, I think we can make our predictions where the games are heading. So my money would be that Nicolas Theodore against David Navarro is heading for a peaceful outcome, and sooner than later, because Navarro has figured out pretty active defense. I mean, I see the relation bar somehow gives the position slight plus for white, but objectively, I think at this level, it's going to be very difficult for the Greek Grams to try to capitalize on it. Murzin against Alex Salem, that's the game we just saw. I think that with all the heavy pieces disappearing, it's safe to assume it also might be heading to something peaceful. Might be too early to tell. And the other two games, I think they look more in favor for white naturally, right? So Arvind definitely has the edge. Fedoseev has gotten some counterplay, so maybe he's going to somehow save the game, but Jumabayev is clearly having an upper hand against Hakobian.
We have absolutely brilliant matchups for today, but maybe let's shortly take a look at the game of Nicolas Theodore against David Navarro, since Nicolas is a current leader of the standings, and any positive result would be very good for him, and he would already be probably, if he's playing a draw, if I'm not mistaken, he might even already not be able to be caught by David or Rinat. So very important, definitely a result for Nicolas Theodore here. But the tournament system and the format, it's forcing you to get and push for more. Because if you play two draws, which is 1.5, 1.5, it's going to be only 3 points. And for victory, you get 4 points. So for that reason, he still might try, but definitely looking at the position, feels like David Navarro has figured it all out, but maybe for our viewers, what has he figured out?
Yeah, I mean, Navarro has a very active defense, but speaking about what you mentioned, Angelica, that he's fighting with Navarro, I would actually say he's even fighting against Aram, because they're like the two players who are significantly in the lead of the rankings, so that's why Nicolas is... I mean, he's pretty sure he is going to be ahead of David, because David is like very far behind him to the overall rankings. I think it was 11 points.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's basically impossible distance to regain. And Hakobian is within the striking distance, so that's why for him it's also very important to try to score try to win as many games as possible, because he already treats that it's going to be a race with Hakobian. So that's why also for him, he's got to feel good, right? That he sees that Jacobian is struggling against his opponent, and that's maybe is also having some effect on his decision making against Navarra. And he's like, okay, listen, just quiet did not work. Let me still try something here. But to be honest, if Black's going to put the rook on the second rank, somewhere rook c2, rook b2, and make a window for the king, I just don't see how do you make a progress here.
Yeah, definitely, because the biggest problem there is this pawn on e2, and I think that's what David Navarra is going to try to use. He's going to try to target that pawn on the e2 square, which is going to be very difficult to defend, because imagine if you had a pawn on the f file, then maybe it would be a bit easier, I don't know, but still would be probably just equal. But with a pawn on e2, it's just extra weakness, it's extra isolated pawn, which you can always attack.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing that White can never do. I mean, if White wants to be ambitious, he cannot trade the rooks. If the rook's being traded, it's going to be a pretty easy setup. h5, g6, the king is going to go to the queen side, hold on this pawn, the bishop is going to take care of the king side pawns. It's just a draw. Here, again, I'm not really sure how White is planning to change something. Maybe here Navarra is just being a bit careful. After rook c2, what did I blunder? Rook d1. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So there's a back rank issue. So ideally, he would want to put the rook on the second rank and target the pawn on e2 and play rook b2, but because of the back rank issues, he cannot do that. So some accuracy is still required. So let's say if he plays probably h5 or h6. Okay, let's be accurate. Let's play h6. White plays b5. Probably tries to advance the pawn. Rook c2. Hit the pawn on e2. I don't think you have the time for b6. I mean, what do you do?
And after you play king f2, there is bishop c4?
Yeah, king f2 is going to be bishop c4 indeed. Maybe you give up the pawn. b6.
But even after rook b1, there is bishop b7 will be able to...
But you can never win this, basically. I mean, the b pawn is going nowhere. Look at this. I mean, it's like double defended. So I don't know what you need to do. Like, I'm seeing the tension somehow favors this for White. Maybe I'm not super accurate. But to be honest, I'm not seeing the move. Maybe it's some smart move order, like rook d1. Okay, I can check the engine, of course. What does it say? But I don't believe it. Rook e1.
Rook e1 and rook b2? Oh, or was it bishop c4? I'm sorry, I think it was bishop c4.
Bishop c4, then play b6, and you cannot take on e2, because then the b pawn is advancing. Okay, all right.
Okay.
So here the question is, can White make a progress here? I mean, you can play this for a while, but ultimately the b pawn is going nowhere.
Also, you can always target the e2 pawn. Like, you can play bishop c4, and king and rook will have to defend it. Meanwhile, you can just improve maybe the king, maybe just bring the king.
Yeah, like f6, king f7, king e6. I think normally this should be a draw, I mean, without too much problems, but as you can see, Navarra is spending a bit of time. He's thinking about the nuances, and according to the engine, it's still on. I just checked. Bishop c4 apparently is the accurate move. I mean, of course, it makes sense. Why do you allow the b pawn to go forward? You just block it. You want to put the bishop here, target the pawn on e2, then play rook c2. And if White trades the rooks, this, unfortunately, it's just not going to work. Again, White puts the pawn on b6, but let me just once again put a position for you. Let's say b6, king f8, here g6, just some position. Yeah, here now it's becoming pretty obvious. So I'm going to put the king on b7, the bishop on e6, and that's a fortress.
Yeah, it definitely is. You cannot attack the pawns. You cannot get a passer in this position. Yeah. Definitely, we might head up there. Obviously, if you still have some ambitions in this position, you have to keep the rooks on the board as White. But 23 minutes on the clock, and currently it's move number 28, Artur. So it means that 12 more moves have to be played. It means barely 2 minutes per each move, isn't it?
No, but there's no risk here, I think.
Risk,
no, yeah. For David, the position is pretty simple. I think if you're playing with Black, you're thinking what's the cleanest way to to prove that this position is drawn, and he's like tempted to put the rook on the second rank. But you see, if you play bishop c4, the bishop is blocking it, and he could be somewhere here after bishop c4. But I don't see how white even is making this happen.
Maybe rook c1 here.
Rook c1, bishop, we just talked about it. Yeah, rook c1,
Oh,
bishop
rook
a6.
c1, yeah.
Rook c3.
Rook c3
Okay.
is on the board. And just an update, David Navarro was thinking more time than he has currently on the clock. He spent now 25 minutes on this final move with rook c3.
Yeah,
so
but
there was a lot to think about, apparently.
wait, but why? Once again, if I play rook d1 now, why do you do that? Why do you allow the bishop trade? Because you see, the bishop cannot go, there's going to be rook d8 checkmate. Why would you enter this endgame? Because, I'm sorry, yeah, so as you can see, after rook d1, the bishop cannot leave anywhere, you cannot protect it. Rook e3, rook d5, back rank mate, and here and here, but why? Why go to this? This is not super obvious. Like,
Yeah, you got to be careful here in this position.
I mean, this might be tricky because you play rook b8,
You push forward.
you push forward the pawn on b6, and at some point you march with a king. I mean, I'm sure we are going to talk about it. If this indeed happens, we could talk about like what's the best practices for other players, but this no longer is like super obvious. This rook c3 is, in my opinion, totally uncalled for. So unless I'm like blundering some very easy move here, I might be, you know, but where is it?
Can we say now that white's chances just went up slightly?
Absolutely. Like, I mean, are you seeing something? Because I'm not seeing how do you defend against rook d5 or rook d8. Am I missing something? There's no rook c5. You can't defend the bishop. You can't walk away with the bishop, right?
Yes.
You
that's
got to
correct.
take. You got to take. I mean, you could, okay, start with some h6 or king if it doesn't really change anything. So takes. You couldn't take the pawn on e2. There's a back rank mate. So the logic suggests you want to bring the king closer. Or maybe make some...
h5? No, h5 is not.
I mean, you
Actually.
can do it, like make a window for the king, aggressively push those pawns, but this is like the best case scenario for white in the position, considering that here in this position, black had a bishop c4. Maybe David didn't see bishop c4, and he was looking only at rook c2, rook b2, and the white pawn was going to b6, and he feels he's confident about the rook endgame.
Oh my God.
I'm not having the same confidence, but he's then again a stronger player.
Definitely, we're going to see what is going to happen because rook d1 looks very tempting move. You go for the bishop trade, you go into this rook endgame, and you just try and you just push, and that's what Nicolas needs, considering the current situation also on the rest of the boards, because we see that Aram Hakoban is in the trouble against Rinat Jumabayev. So if he's going to lose and Nicolas will be able to get extra points, that's going to be huge for him. It might even secure the first place.
Okay. Yeah. So the game continues. Now we're back to the overview. As you can see, Fedorcev against Aravind has managed to get some counterplay. D5 move, we discussed, it's on the board. Also, you can see black is getting really active. And Aravind has 17 minutes for a better position where black has a lot of activity. So once again, we would go back to this position. It was after the opening, after this absolute disaster opening for Fedorcev. So he has a weakness on g6, so we're discussing. There was a move bishop c2, targeting the pawn, and we did not really see any arguments that Fedorcev might have. And yet white took on c6, played bishop c2 instead, followed by e5. That's the move we are suggesting, that of course Fedorcev is going to attempt to complicate. Also knight g4, we saw this line. I think we're suggesting h5, right?
Yeah, we're considering the h5 move in this position.
Bishop f4 was played instead, allowing black to play rook b8. Rook e1.
Allowing rook b2, coming with a tempo.
Okay, what's going on here?
Yeah,
It just feels deja vu.
Yeah.
It just feels exactly like Arvind Salem Saleh. No?
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, like he had this amazing game against Salem Saleh. Like he had the perfect Benoni-like position. There was an attack going on. Move 30. He was doing fantastic. Then he traded queens, and like in the next couple of moves, Black just captured several pawns in a row. Like that's what I'm seeing here. So you see. Okay, obviously the position is very sharp. There's a move h5. The bishop on e3 and the bishop on e5 is under attack. Black plays rook b8. Doesn't take the pawn on e5, and white doesn't defend the pawn. Maybe the pawn doesn't matter.
And the last move, which has just been played, it marks as a mistake. He goes for the h5 in this position. Okay, looks very logical. Bishop f5 is played instantly, by the way. He just played h5 and bishop f5 is on the board. What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. Arvind, to be honest, is a bit unrecognizable here. Like, I mean, this is the position after move 23. And this was the position after move, 8 moves ago, this was the position. Clear domination, control on the king side, bishop c2 is incoming. 8 moves later, we have this. Black has a lot of dynamics.
For a second, I thought that maybe knight could be trapped on g4, but the pawn on e5 is hanging. So take on g6, and if the trade happens of the bishops, after f3, knight is just capturing the pawn on e5.
I'll also look at the body language of Fedoseev. I think he also looks more motivated than before because, I remember his facial expression and the body language after the opening. Yeah, he just misplayed it completely. And now it feels like his position is alive. He can take on g6 probably with a king to activate the king here. The rook on b2 is active. The knight on g4 is active. The pawn on e5 is hit. So let's say if black takes on g6 with a king, so what's the material balance? 1, 2, 3, 4, it's equal. It's just equal. And the pawn on e5 is hit.
You got to take on f5. What else to do? Your bishop is under attack on c2 right now. Do you play knight e4 or bishop f5?
I suppose you take and somehow try to activate your pieces. But, even with the naked eye, you got to tell that black is, like, really, really active here. The bishop e4 is under attack. I'm a bit surprised how here the engine says that white is even somehow better because black is, like,
Black is
well-positioned.
Black is targeting the pawn on f2, on e5. There are 2 pawns under attack. Bishop on f4 as well. Maybe there is something with this knight on. So what if we play bishop g3 here? Knight cannot take on e5 because there will be f4. Is it?
You mean the pin, yeah? But I'm not so sure you could do that. Like f4 is going to be bishop d4 check. Watch out. So the rook is pinned, but maybe white cannot exploit it. I would just prefer black, to be honest. Like I feel like I'm having no risk here. Of course, these are weak pawns, but I'm seeing tactical possibilities. Also, a very important factor is that Arvind is down on the time. Like at this position, well, Fedoseev is thinking white has 40 minutes, and this is move 24.
Oh. Yeah, it's not much time left. So it means we have 16 minutes. 16 minutes for almost 15 moves, which means it's barely one move for 1 minute. It's very tough. It's very tough to make. Yeah.
Okay. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, big change.
Big change. After the opening, we would have thought that Fedoseev is going to be in big trouble. Yeah, maybe he's just tired. I don't know. Anyway, Fedoseev is fighting back. This is something he has done many times before, and it feels of the same character against like Arvind's game against Alex Salem. We already know how the game finished. Like basically, it was a downhill game for the Indian Grandmaster. Like he played the perfect game until move 30, and after that he just like collapsed. And unfortunately for him and the Indian chess fans, this looks awfully similar.
Yeah, it resembles definitely that game against Saleh. It was the last round of the classical portion before we went into the blitz stage. I mean, I'm surprised how this game is going. We might see Vladimir Fedosevin winning this one.
Crazy. That would be totally crazy, you know, after the opening phase. But all right, I mean, the game naturally still continues, and we have more games to cover, so let's move on, and we're going to come back to this game and see what's happening. Let's again look at the other games. So we probably want to assess a bit how realistic are Volodar Murzin's chances to get something with the white color against Saleh Salem. That's the upper right corner. In the meantime, Nicolas Theodorou has not yet played Rook D1. That's the lower left corner. I think going for the Rook Endgame is a very good bet, but he's looking for something more. I'm pretty sure he's going to play it. And then we have some changes, some big changes in Jumabayev's game against Aram Jacobian, where evaluation bar has shifted pretty dramatically.
Wow, look at this. There is still an extra pawn. Oh, there is no more extra pawn, by the way, for white.
Maybe let's start with this game first.
Let's go there. What happened?
Let's start with this game because I wanted to go to Murzin's game, which seems to be pretty balanced, but this is a bit more important, perhaps.
This is unbalanced. Queen b6 is on the board.
Oh.
Apparently brilliant move.
Double exclam move. Very nice timing.
Yeah, perfect timing. So why exactly is this a brilliant move? Is there any piece which is hanging now?
So
Maybe there is rook b8?
no, you cannot take it. If you take it, there's going to be rook e8 and b7. I think so. No, b7 is going to be bishop d6, but bishop f4. Look at that.
Ah, and then there is no bishop c6, no bishop d6. The pawn is just marching forward.
So pretty amazing that these bishops cannot stop the b pawn.
Crazy.
But wait, but materially, white is having an extra piece. I just noticed it. I thought it's material balance, but actually there was some.
Oh,
some.
we forgot, yeah?
Let's go back a bit. We have to understand what's going on.
I just love how evaluation bar says, you know, it's all chill, you know, it's all good. It's just equal.
Yeah, sometimes you have to count the amount of pieces on board. Yeah.
I just counted the pawns and, yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
So I mean, normally you don't expect that one of the sides is going to be down a piece, right?
Yes.
So takes. Rook e1 was a mistake. Oh, look at that. Look at that, Angelica.
Knight e4.
Knight e4. Now, this is something I'm pretty sure Jumabayev missed. So the idea, the bishop is hit. White took it. If the knight leaves, the knight on d4 now is under attack. Ooh. So b takes, queen b6. That's why. That's why this happened. Okay.
So now it's big question to Aram. What to do? Again, we were discussing this line of with the queen trade. It's not really happening.
You take it back, I suppose. Yeah, but can you win this?
He played it, Arthurs. Yeah, he played it.
Yeah, I think they're going for this endgame. I don't know, do I need to include a queen trade? Maybe not. I'm not sure. But I just want to show this position. Like, is this position possible to win? Black has a very nice blockade here on b5.
The rook e8 trade happened, so not queen d6, but rook e8, and now question to white to include queen trade or not?
Probably not, because I think if he trades, then it's going to be very difficult. Like, even this position is very difficult to win. Like, let's say if he includes and takes an f3, so black could maybe activate the king, f6, king marches to d5, the bishop goes, maybe even stop at bishop b5 to shut off the king on g1, entering the game, and then play f6, king goes to d5. I mean, why actually black shouldn't even be ambitious here? Yeah, so black is just perfectly controlling the center. So I think that Renat is going to keep the queen on b6 and take with the knight. But I think the evaluation dramatically changed after this amazing shot, knight e4.
What a turnaround in the game. I mean, we're not expecting that for sure. White was clearly better in this game, was pushing for a win. But yeah, suddenly this sacrifice of the knight, I'm just wondering why it was not a brilliant move. Yeah, it was saying it's a great move, but it was definitely a brilliant move, sacrificing a knight. And bishop e8 was the last move.
This is a 3-result game. Like, okay, of course I see it's an extra pawn, but I have a big respect for the bishop pair. And let's say knight takes an f3. Let's say white does play knight f3. I could play bishop b5 to shut the king from the game. For example, knight e4. I'm going to put it somewhere annoying, like bishop d3. And how does white make progress? Maybe something solid like bishop c3. I'm going to activate a king.
We have a queen trade on the board as we speak. He went for this endgame.
All right.
What is
I did
going
not
on?
expect that.
Why would you trade? Yeah, well, the queen on b6 was perfectly placed because black's queen would never be able to take it.
But wait, maybe what he wants is bishop b5, knight e4, bishop d3.
f3?
Yeah, but it's going to be just a draw. Bishop c5, bishop e3, if black wants. If black wants. Like, he has the bishop here, he has the compensation, but he can just kill the game right here. Put the bishop on b5 and just do nothing. Like, this pawn doesn't matter at all. But I think if I would here play with black, I would see I have the bishop pair. Maybe try to be a bit ambitious, like bishop b4, try to get the pawn for free. And probably it's going to finish peacefully, but also do not forget, this is the same story. Aram Jacobian is racing with Nicolas Theodorou, less with Rinat Jumabayev. So for him, maybe the draw also is not really the perfect result because he pretty sure he closely follows Nicolas's game. And if Theodorou today finishes in a draw, it would be really fantastic if Jacobian could decrease the gap and try to catch up with the leader. Once again, victory in the classical tournament is 4 points. Draw is just 1.5, so it's a 2.5 point difference. And I think if he is going to have this opportunity to try something, he's going to try. The question here is, though, is Jumabayev still ambitious?
I think what we have in this round, as you're mentioning in the challengers, it's not the fight of Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Jacobian, but it's a fight between Aram Jacobian and Nicolas Theodorou. And at the same time, it is a fight between Rinat Jumabayev and David Navarra for the third place. Because, of course, the prizes are different, so for that reason, definitely the player would like to still try to go for the third place, since they're already in the finals. And for that reason, of course, for Rinat, that's a huge miss. The position he had earlier, he had big chances to fight for the win. Now it looks like black is going to have just more than enough compensation.
Yeah, and also, yeah, you're absolutely right, Angelique. And also, I think psychologically, it's very difficult for the player, especially you had this great opening, extra pawn. Like, I'm going to show you the opening phase, like somewhere here. You had this position after the opening. I mean, you literally cannot ask for more. Like, you cannot prepare a possibly better position after the opening. So you have everything under control, extra pawn, the knight on d4. And then you try to simplify the position, or you miss the shot, knight e4. It just hurts, really. And it might kill all desire even to play. Okay, I see the queen b6 is like a double exclam move and everything. But maybe here white is already like, okay, listen, probably I'm not going to get anything here anymore. And here comes the king. Watch out for the king going to d5.
King wrong might happen very soon. Meanwhile, it's almost 19 minutes for Rinat Jumabayev for 11 more moves. It's move number 29 in this position. So he has got to understand how he's going to continue, because you were mentioning, Arturs, earlier, you can easily mess up this with white. If you get black's king too active.
Let me show you like one line. Let's say white plays knight e4, king f7, bishop c3. I'm setting up some kind of a safe position. For example, black king e7, there's going to be a fork, so let's not do that. I don't know, how do I make a progress? I need to get the king on d5. So the logic follows that the king has to go through the d6 square. Maybe bishop d7, let's say white does the same, I'm doing the same, you're doing the same, I'm doing the same, etc., etc. So I'm getting to king d5, king c4, etc. So you play b4, I play bishop a7, how do you push the b pawn forward? Do not underestimate the bishop pair. like they might be very strong, even this position. Look at this. Yeah. So black might be very aggressive at a king side. You think you are the one who is playing for the win, but maybe this bishop is going to start to target these pawns here. Also, do not forget, black at any moment he can take on d4 if he wants to draw.
Yeah.
So I would not be surprised that Jacobian is going to press on.
He might be very ambitious in this endgame. And also looking the situation on the clock, all right, both of the players have around 20 minutes. I mean, Aram Jacobian has 23 minutes, so 6 minutes more than Rinat Jumabaya. But of course, all this time matters because players are playing with a time control, which doesn't have any increment of 30 seconds till move 40. It means this is all time they have. There is no increment they're getting for every move. They will only get from move 41. And then they'll get also an extra half an hour. This is a World Championships time control, which is not played so often. So for that reason, we also seen players at the beginning of the event, they were trying to adjust to this time control. And some of the players like Frederick Svane, he got big troubles playing it. So. But still, we keep on getting players getting into time trouble before move 40.
Yeah, that we are. Yeah, although I think that this game is not going to be in time scramble because the position is pretty simple to play out, like 16 minutes and then move 29, 11 moves to make. So like position is pretty simple. So in complex positions, maybe that's why I would be more concerned for Aravind, right? He's playing this complex position against Fedoseev. So once again, we're going to go now to overview so that we give you an update what is going on. So for example, if I'm playing Aravind, and that's the position on the left part, as you can see. Now we don't have it in 2 rows, just 1. The boards are better, thanks to Bic, our amazing producer. Now, look at this. Is this position simple to you? Compared to those games, no. I would say here you are required for Aravind to be much more accurate because black is very active. When we look at the position of Nicolas Theodorou against David Navarra, that's on the second board to the right, then it's like a pretty simple position. This rook endgame, no real time scramble. Even with 5 minutes, you could easily reach the next time control and not blunder. And we also haven't checked Merzen against Salem game for a while.
Yeah, Merzen against Salem. There was the rook trade and there was a queen trade offer. So I suggest we go to that game and see what happened. Because if I understand correctly, it is Saleh who declined a queen trade and who wants to be more ambitious.
So that happened, I think, couple of moves ago, quite a few moves ago, actually. So we last checked it, I think it was somewhere here.
Yeah, rook trade happened and...
Yeah, so White is like, okay, listen, I have nothing here, let's try the queens. And Select says, no, I don't want to. Perfectly suits his playing style.
Yeah, Saleh is always like this. He's trying to keep opportunities. Knight c1, now he's trying to remaneuver. Volodar is trying to maneuver the knight, but now it's black getting the knight to the d4.
Black has the ideal position. Like, he got everything he wanted. So here I think Volodar is just trying to be super solid, not to rush with things. And also clockwise, he has 11 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock, move 33. Not really a time scramble, but this might be an opportunity for the Emirati Grams to find something spicy. And he knows that this would make White's decisions to make a bit harder.
Definitely does. There is a huge space advantage. There is this beautiful knight standing on d4. And we see bishop f8 has just been played. Is he trying to trade the bishop with bishop h6?
Yeah, that's pretty logical idea.
Yeah, because bishop on e3 is a very good piece. And for black, bishop was just looking at the pawns on the e5 and c5.
But also do not underestimate Merzen's position, right? Because this is a skill. When your openings do not work, like in this time, it just didn't work and black solved all the opening problems, maybe even can be ambitious. look at how Volodar plays. He set up a very safe position, and he's waiting for some kind of a mistake. Maybe black is going to overdo it. This is also something that very often the players do. When you cannot beat the player yourself outright, maybe you just wait for a while, just set up a solid position, see what happens. So nobody said that Volodar at some point suddenly might not become ambitious. He might as well be. Simply at this moment, he doesn't see anything better. So he played these lot of safe moves, B3, H3, 92, 92, and now he's waiting. He's waiting. But how long can you wait?
Yeah, that's a bigger question because being patient is very difficult in chess. It's very difficult to do nothing. Personally, for me, I'm like so bad at the passive defense in the end game, like just standing and doing nothing. You know,
You can't do that.
I cannot do it. I'm just trying to do something, and I just weaken my position, and that's all. But that's a true mastery. Like what these top players are having is this ability to find the way to wait, because we've seen what I recall instantly is the game of Murzin against Grandmaster Wojtaszek, our guest today in the studio, who was eliminated by Murzin in the game where he literally could do nothing, where he literally could have a draw while Murzin was doing nothing, but it was Radoslav who pushed.
You know why it's so hard? Because all the kids are essentially taught never do nothing. Always do something, right? So there's like most of the scenarios we're told be active, fight for the center, improve the pieces, etc. And there are those couple of scenarios when it's actually advised to do nothing. So it's very difficult to understand which is the right moment. Is this the right moment to do nothing, or actually me doing nothing makes my position much worse? It's not so easy.
And look at this, we see King E1 is on the board. It's a preparation against Bishop H6. Because after Bishop H6 is coming at the board, the bishop can slide back. Bishop from E3 can go back to F2 or G1 because the knight is defended on D2. So I think it's a very nice prophylactical move by Volodar, but he has only 9.5 minutes on the clock, and it's 6 more moves to be played.
Right, yeah. So we have some mind games here. What are your Angelica expectations? What do you expect from this game?
Oh my
Any other
God!
game?
Should I give a prediction for results?
Yes. Let's make the prediction round.
Oh, it's a very tough. I would vote for a draw in this game.
Oh, you got it. There is a draw, by the way.
There is one draw.
Unless somebody just blundered something, the kings are standing next to each other. That's the game. Jamabayev against Jacobian. They're friendly, discussing something, and since it happened so quickly, must be a peaceful outcome.
Definitely, it looks like, and also there is a confirmation. Both players are smiling, right? So that's
about this piece sacrifice, I think.
Yes, I think about two moves, 2 points in the game. First one when Aram missed the C3, incredible resource which we not found, and then second, this brilliant knight E4 move. I mean, this was definitely a deserved result for both of the players. Both of them had 2 misses. Both of them had these 2 brilliant moves, and now they're coming home with a. We're going to not home, but to the hotel with a draw, and it's great.
I still think that Jacobian should have continued to play the bit.
Yes.
Like, I mean, he is obviously happy with the result, but I thought at the final position there was like no risk, and maybe he could have played on. But then again, I mean, it's been a very long tournament. They have still very important 2 games to go, so yeah, he was just happy. We have more games ongoing, naturally. Now let's check the overview, what's going on in the remaining 3 games, because some time has passed. I'm seeing that the evaluation bar suddenly likes Arvin's position a bit more. So here the Indian Grandmaster has activated his pieces. There's the pin. The knight on e5 for black is pinned. Black has, 2 extra pawns actually.
Oh, but there is a big pin happening. Let's immediately dive into this game, because rook c5. So now there are 2 pins in the position. Of course, the pin on the rook on e6 is not so important, but the pin on the knight and the king on the 5th rank. This is something what is now a problem, because there might be ideas of knight jumping Knight e3 with a check, knight c3. Absolutely, yeah. This-
4 also at the right timing, or knight e3, knight c4, knight g4. How did this happen, by the way?
And like, I'm also surprised that the pawn was taken by the knight. We were discussing the position, and we were talking that bishop should take on d4.
We were here.
Yes.
This was the last moment.
Yeah, this knight d1, knight e3 idea.
The rook is under attack, so you got to move the rook. Bishop g3. Rook takes on c6 is a threat. So Fedasea played this. Oh, it's a sequence of moves.
He didn't take on e5? Why was it not possible? Oh,
He decided to defend the pawn,
but here bishop e5.
but maybe it's the same.
No, it's the problem is that there is no f3 anymore. There is bishop d4. That's the biggest problem.
Fair. But I mean, you're not like threatening to take on g3 just yet. Maybe he saw something like a check, and he didn't like this.
Oh, and you are getting into the...
There's all kinds of pins coming here. But you could at least sacrifice the exchange, right?
Yes.
If you find nothing, like...
Oh, what is this position, by the way? 3 pawns on the queen side.
No, but black is not risking here anything, I think.
No.
Like, I think with this a-pawn rolling forward, I don't know, maybe he is, but it just feels pretty okay for black.
Yeah, it does, I agree. So bishop...
Yeah, I
So
think
here
bishop e5 was the move. Maybe he saw this, and then knight e3. I don't know, like maybe... How do you play actually here?
But once again, there is no... Oh,
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think I fast forwarded. Sorry. Yeah, rook a4 is played. Rook a4 is played. I was just trying to figure out what's going on. Why not? Where was this once again?
so bishop takes, rook c5. Yeah, in this position now.
Yeah, but even walking away from the pin makes sense. Rook c6, defend, like takes here.
There is no rook c7, very important, because king is
Yeah.
defending the...
No, this just looks equalish. Like everything, like white wins back to pawns.
Ah, so that's why Vladimir went for rook e6. Now I understand. He wanted to be ambitious. He is defending the pawn. And what he says is that he has this extra 2 pawns advantage. So he has a material advantage, and he's trying to hold onto it, because if he's defending this position, then he's going to win the game due to the extra pawns. But now, big question, there is initiative ongoing now from white. Now rook is on c5. Suddenly this ping is getting very dangerous. Arturs, how do you get rid of this? Because you don't have king f6 or king g6 anymore. You cannot remove the king from the defense of the knight.
What about the check? You can't play king f6. You're gonna drop the exchange.
Knight d4,
Like-
g4.
Yeah, knight g4. Your rook takes on g4, and just take with e5. So yeah, these
And
pawns
this is a different story now.
much different. Yeah, this bishop is pretty bad. It should have been somewhere here. Sorry, not there, but on
Yes.
b6. So I guess you play king g6, but now this pin looks pretty deadly. What about some knight g4? Oh, I'm missing knight f3. Okay,
Oh,
you have to be tactically sharp.
but then if there is...
This is what engine says. I just checked it. Knight c2. Protect the rook.
Ah, of course. Now there
Hit
is
the
no knight
knight.
c3. And if king goes back, then there is bishop h4.
No, then I just take with e5.
Oh, of course, obviously.
Yeah, and
King has to go back to f5.
it just feels so fishy. Like,
Is there a 4?
f4, maybe there's king g4. No, but I mean, black's position feels so risky because, like, this is such a deadly pin. One pin and second pin, and And black could play rook c4. There's going to be a fork on e3, and white could make some quiet move.
Is there actually king h2, just defending the bishop with a threat of f4? Can I just defend my bishop?
King h1 maybe.
But my point was that after f4 there is king g4, so I defend the bishop.
But f4 you're gonna there's no knight g4. Maybe you're right actually.
But okay, computer revelation went a bit down. But
No, it's good. Like Fedoseev, I think he missed f3 and rook a4. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this game has been up and down, really. Yeah, like
this is a crazy game.
and now again, the evaluation bar really loves white's position. But by the way, look at the clock situation. It's moved 29.
I was about to call it like move 29 or Aravind. It's 6.5 minutes. He has to make 11 more moves. You gotta make it like with 2 minutes. Like you have to make, with half a minute for each move. But he's spending down now at this move. He spent almost 4 minutes right now. He has to make a decision this moment.
Yeah, you need to make the decision here pretty quickly. Knight e3 looks logical. Maybe there's some other great moves here. Could be some other moves. Yeah, like you could just even play king f1, walk away from knight f3, walk away from some bishop d4, because black gonna play rook c4. There's gonna be a fork. This is a really nice move. Knight e3 is again super logical move. But if you do this, if you play knight e3, king g6, you already need to see the next move. Yeah. And if knight c2 is, I mean, I checked the engine, right? So if you don't see knight c2, then maybe you don't go here. But king f1 might be like a pretty decent alternative.
Yeah, king f1, because right now there is a threat. Knight, no, actually it's not a threat. I want to say that knight f3 is a threat, but there is still a pin.
No, it is a threat. I mean, king f1, knight e3, knight g4. Let's say I go here, and you do something like, I don't know, a5. I will give you a check. King f6 is the same idea, the fork, and after king g6, it's knight g4. So I do think it's a threat, unless black has some way to escape with some rook g4, rook f6, and your king f1 actually is not where it's supposed to be. So maybe king h1. No, king h2. Okay, I like that.
5 minutes for Aravind. He has just made a move. He played king h2.
Just as soon as I said it, engine marked it as a mistake. No, but I think it's a good move.
Yeah, he goes for what? Yeah, there is no knight f3. I'm again hallucinating with something. So this was the idea which I was suggesting in the other position, to defend the bishop on g3 and to threaten the f4 push. So now f4 is a big threat in the position because there is no king g4 targeting the bishop. Probably this was his idea, just to defend the bishop on g3. But only 5 minutes for 10 moves.
Super logical. Which, of course, brings the question, king f6 drops the knight again, king g6, again you take it. How on earth do you defend against a 4? Do you sacrifice the exchange? But that, again, feels fishy. So let's say I play a5.
f4.
f4.
Or knight e3, yeah.
f4 looks reasonable. And if you take it, I might give you some nasty intermezzo checks. Engine, again, doesn't like it. How is it? King g5, takes. And
we have h5 on the board. h5.
h5.
So the idea is after f4, there is h4.
Yeah. Let's put it on the board. So f4, there's going to be h4. If you take it, I take it. You cannot take with rook with a check because there's a bishop. And if you take it, I eliminate the pawn, and knight and e5 is safe.
And is our bishop g3 now?
Then you just go here somewhere.
Meanwhile, we have a result on the board of Waldar Murzin against Saleh Salem. They agreed on a draw. Apparently, there was a move repetition. And yeah, the players agreed on a draw before getting into time trouble. But probably let's go back to the game of Aravind against Vladimir Fedoseev, because it looks like the position is spicing up, considering also the clock situation. 4.5 minutes for Aravind in the position.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a big surprise. We expected that game probably is going to get to a peaceful outcome. We thought that maybe Saleh is going to be a bit more ambitious because he rejected the queen trade. He wanted to try something, but White wouldn't make any big decisions. So yeah, it's a draw. Now here, yeah, the big question is what White's gonna do? King H3, yeah.
King H3 is on the board. So now it stops the H4 idea. But does it? Because there is no threat from White now. There is no F4. But
Move 31.
But at the same time, Arthurs, look, Black is stuck in the position. There is no way Black can continue. Like Rook on E6 is stuck, is defending E5, is defending the C6 pawn. King on E5 cannot go backwards or forwards. It's also stuck. At the same time, Rook on E4 is stuck, and the pawns cannot march forward. Can White try to find a way to use this position? Because it feels like it might be a Zugzwang at some moment for Black.
Yeah, you're right. Assuming that White has a way to make a progress, like, yeah, I mean, if F4 is a threat, is F4 a threat? Because again, I can sacrifice exchange. And if F4 is not a threat, maybe I just play something like A5, and you still need to find a way to punish. Maybe after A5, you obviously need to include the knight. The knight is going to be the key piece. You have the bishop on G3, the rook on C5, rook on E1, but how do you include the knight? Like, which is the square? You have to place it. D3, I suppose. Like, D3 applies pressure against the knight. Maybe knight F2, like this. And I could try to maybe block it somehow with some rook D4. So I'm stopping you. And F4 again is rook F4. So again, F4, rook F4, take. It's such a weird position. Like, it feels like it's this close, but quite far at the same time.
Can we just briefly go back into position where he played King H2 and see if Knight F2 was possible there in this position? So instead of King F2, King H2?
Here.
Here. Because Knight F2 coming with two threats, Knight D3 and Knight G4.
Oh, look at this engine idea. That's engine idea. Rook C4 and C5. Cut off the rook. That's why you need the knight on D1. That's why you need it here. Otherwise,
now we understand. Now we understand Arvin's thought process.
I mean, I didn't understand. I just copied engines.
I know.
Like, no, I mean, with the knight on D1, that's the very critical idea. So Black cannot play rook C4 as soon as the knight is gone. That becomes a defensive idea. So this is also something you have to formulate yourself. But Aravind is a bit in time trouble here. This is also not a position that you could easily play. Like, maybe the pin is not going to go anywhere, but I don't know.
And Bishop F6 has just been played, insisting that if F4 is on the board, there will be H4. Originally, White wanted to take on H4 with the king, but now the bishop is on F6, so H4 is a threat.
I just want to sacrifice the exchange. Oh, you want to play H4? This, yeah?
Yeah.
I thought I just want to sacrifice the exchange. Like this. You could give me a check or something, take stakes, and it's still the debate, how does White exploit the pin? Like, it's a terrible pin, sure. Maybe now play knight F2, knight G3. I would say that most likely Aravind is going to do it.
Aravind went for knight C3. He's coming, but now, is there rook C4 in the position?
Rook C4 is knight E5.
Rook E5, oh. Okay, you cannot do it. I like the Aravind speed up a little bit. Now he has almost 4 minutes.
It's a good move. Yeah, I mean, the knight, it goes to the E4 square. Let's maybe check very quickly the other game, because this is definitely going to be the game we want to follow for the time scramble. Let's also have a look on the game of Nicolas Theodorou against David Navarra, where there's this rook endgame. We left it some while ago, and he did not play rook B8. Okay.
So what White is trying to defend the pawn from the side. It's a very interesting decision, Arthurs, because what I would normally consider first is bringing the rook on the b file.
Yeah, I mean, this choice was made here. So we got to this rook endgame, king f2 here. He made this choice right here. So he played b5. I would have thought he wants to try this.
Yeah.
Play rook b8, b5, b6, and see what happens. I mean, maybe this is a draw. Like, let's say, okay, let's maybe talk about this position. Like I promised, we are going to do it earlier in the broadcast. So what does what do both players want? White wants to put a pawn on b6. Maybe let me again just make a couple of moves, random moves, yeah. So White wants to play b6, not b7, not b7. Why not b7? Because then you can never walk with a king, help the pawn, because Black's going to give you a lot of checks, and always land back the rook on b3, and the rook on b8 is stuck. So that's why, according to theory, you always want to put the pawn on b6, that's like the best practice, and then march with the king. While this happens, Black tries to eat all of your pawns and then promote his own pawns to the queen side. So that logic is, let me again go back here. Let's say here, rook b5, for example, you can aggressively already advance these pawns so that after White plays rook b8, king e7, White plays b5, b6, you are really far with your kingside pawns. And when your king is going to march to help this pawn, you're going to collect either this pawn or this pawn. You're much faster rolling to the queen yourself. So that's the understanding I have about this endgame. And maybe this is why Nicholas decided not to go here.
Yeah, probably he calculated.
Yeah, but this doesn't feel that strong. I still would have tried rook b8, to be honest. Maybe it's still a draw.
Yeah, and h4 has just been played. Usually this move are being played in order to stop some pawn activity so that pawn trades are more likely on the king side. Probably that's what Nicholas is also considering, so that there is no more move. And meanwhile, for David, it's 4 minutes for 7 moves. So he has to find a way. But meanwhile, I think Arvind has even less on the clock.
Yeah, let's go back to the Arvind game. Absolutely, we had to check this. I don't think here David is in any time scramble. Moves are easy to make, so we're jumping back, and rook e3 is a mistake. Actually, there was a blunder. The previous move. Knight c3, rook d4.
Wait a second, rook d4. Is there a knight e4?
Knight e2 apparently was the move. Only move. Rook c4. And... oh. No, wait, what? I'm not seeing clearly. f4? f4, rook takes on c5, and knight d4 check, king g6, and knight d6.
Cannot defend the rook on
oh,
e6.
this is very difficult to spot.
This is so beautiful.
Very nice geometry. Once again, look at this. Knight e2 with the idea to play f4. f4 cannot be stopped. So you play rook d5, rook c4, doesn't matter. I play here. Oh, sorry, not here. Sorry, not here. Here I take it. I play knight e4.
Yeah.
Thank you for the rook. So...
rook c4.
rook c4, f4, just leave the rook hanging.
And the most important, at the end of the line, rook takes c5, knight d4, knight takes c6. The rook is under attack, and the knight is under attack. Both pieces, and
so the game continues, and we just saw a couple of moves incoming, and Arvind did push f4, but when we look at the clock situation, move 35, only 2 minutes for Arvind.
Wait a second, what's going on? There has been a sacrifice on exchange. f4 has been pushed, rook took on f4, the bishop takes, so that now Black is down an exchange for 3 pawns.
3 pawns.
3 pawns, but they're looking pretty weak on the queen side.
5 moves to make with 1 minute and 40 seconds on the clock. The position is not simple. I mean, White definitely has some advantage, but those 3 pawns, they're 3 pawns after all. Just seconds ago, Arvind missed a major opportunity to clinch the game.
Absolutely.
Very unusual tactics. Even the highest level grandmasters, they miss all the time unusual tactics. Like, we're trained to recognize standard tactics, but unusual ones, they just don't pop in your mind simply.
And for the sake of taking time right now, meanwhile, we see that Arvind is trying to figure out what is going to be his next response, because this is move number 36. So this is Black's move. It means that we'll still have to see 3 more moves for Aravind to be played.
4.
But he already played move 36?
Yeah, 37,
sorry,
38,
yes,
39,
yes,
40.
yes,
4.
yes, 40. 4.
4 moves. 4 moves with 1 minute and 34 seconds. This is also an opportunity for Fedoseev try to make things as complex as possible, or maybe just survive. Like if he manages to trade a pair of rooks, then maybe these pawns start to roll forward. Also notice White has only 1 pawn left. So if Fedoseev goes defensive and he managed to trade off this pawn, then this extra exchange, maybe it doesn't even matter.
Absolutely, it will not matter. But I think it's very tough right now for Aravind with only 1.5 minutes on the clock. Black can be even ambitious in this endgame because there is going to be some trade in the bishop pair. But okay, for now, of course, the problem is the spin. It's a bit uncomfortable.
He's reaching for the move. He's reaching for the move. Which one is it? If I'm playing with black, I want to get rid of the pin. Some rook move, maybe rook d7, walk away from the pin, but don't blunder the knight on e5. The position is so tricky. Once again, you play rook d7, there's going to be a check, and knight e4 is incoming. So I want to get rid of this. But how? I mean, there's a couple of moves. There's knight e3, there's knight g4, there's knight g6, there's rook d7.
Oh, there is a problem because rook f2 is a threat. King g5, knight e4. That's a big threat in the position.
Maybe knight g4.
Knight g4 defending the bishop on f6 and rook is on e7 also defended. But then pawn on h5 suddenly is hanging after trade. So you have to be careful.
Well, he's thinking, I'm going to put it on the board, maybe. So let me try this. This is not yet played. I'm just having some fun here. Oh, I blundered something. What did I blunder? Is there a mate? Oh, look at this.
Oh my God. Oh, it's a mate.
You can miss that, actually. I just missed it.
Ooh.
Because I thought that after knight g4, rook e7,
We have bishop
bishop e7 is this endgame.
g7. We have bishop g7 on the board. Now Aravind with 1.5 minutes has to figure out, has to play fast in this position. What is going to be his move?
That's also a move you quite don't expect. And 4 moves, no easy moves to make. Do you want to grab the pawns? How do you grab them? You want to capitalize on the pin? Rook a5 makes sense. Yeah, you want to eliminate the a-pawn. Might be too slow.
1 minute and 9 seconds for Aravind has left. 3 more moves to make for him, for Vladimir. It's
Watch out,
4
rook
moves.
d7 here. Rook d7, rook d3. There might be counterplay. Like this king on h3 could be very unfortunately placed. Look at
Rook
this.
d7
Rook
is
d7
on the
played.
board. Will we see rook f2 and knight e4, some checks?
3 moves with 1 minute to make. Very sharp position suddenly. This is not super easy. And I think also for Aravind, it's not only about making the moves, it's about keeping the advantage, which might already not be there.
Let's zoom in probably on the players. Let's see Arvind's expressions. And he goes g3 check.
That's a safe move. Yeah, stopping rook d3 just in case. King f5 immediately responded by Fedoseev. No need to think.
Still, the pin is on the board. The knight is pinned to the king. 40 seconds for Aravind.
Very big
Has to
decision
play
here.
fast.
You want to eliminate the pawn, but it's seemingly going nowhere. Maybe make some active move like knight d4 or something. 30 seconds. Knight e4 is on the board. Makes sense.
Ooh. He went for it. Knight e4 happens. There is no more rook d3 tricks.
And now it's just balanced. Just like that, it's balanced. So this pin remains, but black seems to be quite safe. White can take the pawn on a7, but these pawns still remain. It's 3 pawns for the exchange, let's not forget.
Yeah, but pawn on a7 is hanging. Definitely it's going to be easy to pick up. But you have to be careful with all of the ideas black has. Black can get active very easily. Rook d3 is the move you have to watch out. Rook d4, targeting the knight as well. I mean,
Yeah, rook d4, I would definitely consider this. And I think also Fedoseev, what he wants to do, he wants to play this so-called series of moves. And this is move 39, so White needs just to make 1 move with 28 seconds on the clock. So pretty sure that Arvind's going to make it. Maybe Fedoseev already is thinking about the next time control. Okay, I'm not going to flag my opponent because, again, there's no increment here. So how do I get most out of this position and use my extra 6 minutes here because later I might not have this opportunity anymore.
Yeah, I think it's a perfect moment to try to think because this is the moment where the players are getting some troubles to find the best moves. And we have seen players blundering on the move 39, 40, and 41. These are the most trickiest positions that they have. And look at Aravind, how he's shaking, he's calculating all the lines. He has to be ready with every move what Vladimir is playing now. He has to be ready to respond in 28 seconds. And I recall the same situation reversed when Frederick Svane was facing Aravind, where Frederick had seconds on the clock to play the last moves. And
I think it was like 2 seconds, yeah?
2 seconds for the 40th
Yeah.
move, and he just blitzed it out. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
pre-move pretty much, yeah. So actually
much.
pre-move is possible. Okay, here Arvind has a bit more time, but the situation is tense. It absolutely is tense. So I think that he is not happy the way he handled this game. Like he was doing really well in the opening, then he just missed everything. You know, he fought back and then he missed it again. He had a beautiful victory. He doesn't know it yet, but you got to develop the feeling there was something there and he missed it.
yeah, now what all he has to do is try to forget, even if he realized at some moment, he has to forget what advantage he had before in the opening, in the middle game. He had a huge advantage in the position. Now it's about this position. Now he has an extra exchange, but it's for 3 pawns. And he has to figure out a way in this endgame how to try to improve the position, how not to mess up, because any move, there can be a huge mistake. There is a big opportunity for his mistake, a lot of space for a mistake in this position.
Yeah, I'm thinking what could be possibly Fedosev's idea. I mean, rook d4 is the obvious move, and of course the knight is going to retreat. Do you want that? Maybe. I'm thinking, what about the bishop on g7? Does it have to stand on g7? Because if I move this rook, let's say here, white's going to take this pawn and collect the other pawn. So can I set up some kind of trap?
I'm extremely sorry, Artur. There has been a huge move just now in the other board of Nicolas Theodorou against David Navarre. There was a big mistake just now by David. He took on h5 with the pawn. Maybe if we can briefly show it.
Yeah, let's quickly jump. That is a major development, even though here we have a major time scramble. h5, g takes on h5. Oh!
David has 47 seconds, and he still needs to play 5 more moves.
Oh, actually, this is an even bigger time scramble.
It's bigger.
I would have thought David had figured it out already a long time ago, but no, actually, it's not so simple.
And look at this. There was the last move, which was a mistake.
So the last move after white's h5, g takes on h5 is a mistake because of g takes on h5, and this king is marching to the queen side, and the king is cut off. It cannot help this pawn.
Oh my God. And rook is defending both the pawn on b5 and h5. How do you defend this endgame with black? Do you have an opportunity to target the pawn on e4 in some way? King will always defend.
I think at some point the pawn is even not going to matter. So here for white, these are very easy moves. So black is just standing. The white king is marching. The pawn on e4 might drop. After this, white's going to play b6, rook b5, and it's winning. And you can also imagine, I mean, not only the reactions of David, but the reactions of Aram Jacobian, who's like watching it right now. And he's like, okay, these guys are definitely going to finish in the win. He's like, oh no! Like, unexpectedly, Theodorou from a drawn position, he has perhaps a winning position. By the way, here a big question, how do you deal with a pawn on e4?
And this is huge. I mean, this is huge development. Meanwhile, on the other board, we see that Aravind has made it to the time control. He's safe. He made it with some seconds, so it is good. It is good to see him going into it. But for now, we are going to focus on this game probably because 40 seconds, Artur's 40 seconds for David Navarre now.
And this is move 39, yeah? So he needs to make 2 moves. So here I think white has a pleasant choice to play king d3, but ultimately you need to make a choice to give up the pawn on e4. So I would say play king c3, black takes the pawn on e4, and find a way to put your rook. Maybe rook. I was hoping this is going to be a win, but actually not.
Your computer somehow...
Okay, let's play king d3. Let's say king d3, f6, and the question is, how do you make a progress here? Maybe rook c5?
You have to defend.
All right, we'll see. Let's follow the live action.
So rook b4 is on the board. Now it's big question for Niklas how to defend the pawn on e4 or what to do in this position.
It feels very close. 1 minute only on the clock. So one move to make, big decision. I mean, king d3 is the safe move. Doesn't really spoil anything. And this is also the moment when many players are making mistakes. Move 40, the infamous move 40.
But now it's move 39. So it's 2 more moves.
No, now it's move 40, king d3.
Ah, now he played. Now he
King
played.
d3, f6, and the players have safely made it to the next time control. So, yeah, now you get plenty of time to think about things. I think David is incredibly unhappy about this because he's got to suspect that the position is lost, and we have a confirmation for him. He doesn't know it yet. It is lost, so he managed to misplay this endgame. Very, very unfortunate. But anyway, dear viewers, the action continues. All the players remaining games have made it safely to the next time control. In the meantime, we are going to make a short break, so I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. This is the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. I will be seeing you right after the break. Greetings, chess fans. We are the official commentators of Biel Chess Festival. My name is Artur Nations. I'm a chess grandmaster. This is Angelika Volkova, my co-host already for 4 years of the festival. And we have for you a very important message.
Yeah, we're here in Biel, but the question is if we're going to come next year, and it could depend on you, dear viewers.
The goal is to achieve €10,000 donation from our Tippy campaign. You probably have seen what is this Tippy button right there on the streams. This is our donation campaign. So if you are enjoying our coverage, if you like us as your hosts, and most importantly, you would like to see us coming back next year, we would really, really appreciate that you would donate something for the campaign.
And we're going to reach the goal. You will have this opportunity of having free entrance to all the tournaments at the Biel Chess Festival and also hotel accommodation. Artist, I hope we're going to get some donation because I'm really looking forward for the next edition and I would like to be here commentating with you.
So do I. Being here for 4 years in a row, we make a really great team, so please make it happen. The chess summer in Switzerland continues with the amazing action from the 58th International Biel Chess Festival. This is one of the most exciting days of the event because we have reached the final stage of the main event of the tournament, which is the GMT Masters and Challengers Classical Tournament. Before the break, we saw some time scramble moments and missed opportunities. For example, David Navarra's unfortunate decision in this seemed to be a theoretically drawn endgame against Nicholas Theodorou. Either way, I'm Grandmaster Wojtaszek with Angelika Volkova, and we are back to provide the coverage from the event.
Yeah, this is the round, this is the start of the final stage, and the round delivers incredible opening choices. We have seen already 2 results, 2 games finished in a draw in the Masters and Challengers. Volodar Murzin played a draw against Saleh Salem. The players agreed. There was a big try from both sides. Both sides were trying to go forward, but no, the draw was agreed. And also Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. Well, that game was true masterpiece if someone would win it, but definitely it finished in a draw. There was a miss from both sides and also brilliant move for both sides. And we're now having 2 more games, which are happening in this final stage. We have.
I think, actually, Angelika, one of the games is about to conclude because you're seeing Arvind against Vladimir Fedoseev. I suspect there's going to be triple repetition. So let's go full screen immediately to this game because it seems that Fedoseev has figured it out. The players are playing it out very quickly. This is the so-called eternal attack against the white rook on e1 just after the first time control was over. The Indian Grandmaster did not find a way to capitalize on his advantage, and his body language, Angelika says it all. He knows the game should be over here.
And for Vladimir, obviously now that the A-pawn is gone, now only with the 2 double pawns, there is no opportunity to go for some initiative, although he can still continue the game. But after knight c2, knight d4, feels like it's going to be a wrap-up for today. Do you think Vladimir will go for it, or he will keep on playing something like bishop e5 or defending the pawn on c7?
Maybe he's thinking, I want to, but I know I shouldn't.
This is the moment, yeah? This is the moment you would like to continue playing?
Maybe. Like, I mean, obviously he is a big fighter. Arvind's expression says it all. He's like, I'm out of here. Like, I know that you have a draw here. I mean, we're talking about the move knight c2. So knight c2, knight e4, attack the rook at e1, and Fedoseev right now is thinking, okay, I had this crazy game. Do I wrap it up right here because objectively probably I have nothing, or just keep looking for chances? What do you do if you're Vladimir?
I mean, Artur, definitely it's a very tough choice.
The answer is here.
The answer is here.
Yeah. It's going to be a draw.
Yeah, we're going to see the repetition one more time. Rook e2. Arvind is playing. Is it already threefold repetition?
I think
Knight
so.
goes back.
But there's no need actually to call the arbiter. You could just safely offer a draw. There you go. Shake hands of both opponents. What a crazy game. I think it's also going to mark as a major missed opportunity for Arvind because he was having this absolutely fantastic position after the opening, and he somehow misplayed it, and this means we have only 1 game ongoing in both tournaments, which is Nicholas Theodorou against David Navarra, where the Czech Grandmaster somehow misplayed this. We thought to be textbook drawn position, but now it looks like he is losing here.
Artur, we have 3 draws as a result, and 1 game is ongoing, which looks like it's going to be decisive, but honestly, I mean, like, those games didn't look like they are going to finish in a draw. Like the game of Rinat Jumabayev against Aram Hakobian. I mean, this was a crazy game, crazy miss by Aram. Rinat was playing so well. He pushed forward. Then he missed a brilliant resource by Armenian Grandmaster. And then finally they traded the pieces game, finishing a draw in this bishop endgame, although it could have continued. Volodar Murzin against Saleh Salem, also very tough fight. I mean, very tough fight in this middle game. There were some mind games going on. There were pieces remaneuvering, and such an incredible fight between these 2. And also this game of Aravind, I mean, as you were just mentioning, absolutely unbelievable and true miss from the Indian Grandmaster. But on the other hand, there was also opportunity for Vladimir to to push as well. I mean, having these 3 pawns. So we definitely had 3 eventful draws. I mean, there was no boredom at all.
Yeah, there was a lot of action, and this one we didn't really expect. So this is the current position. The evaluation bar confirms that white is winning because he has an outside pass pawn in the king game. The black king is cut off, and to make things worse for black, there's another target, the pawn on h6. This is something that black would love to get disappeared off the board. But we can now roll back and see, how did this happen? Because one would have thought that Navarra had everything under control. And mind you, I'm going to roll back quite far. And this is going to go, let me see, until which moment?
Yeah, here. I think
exactly here. Well, I don't know what was going on here, because I think up to this moment, David was playing really great, right? So he solved all the opening problems, and Niklas was having some small pressure after the opening, extra pawn, etc. And here, David, in this position, he spent, oh, now it's gone again. I'm going to have to find to you. I'm so sorry. As soon as people make moves, the board refreshes, yeah. So here, I think that bishop c4 was a pretty solid choice. Stop the b pawn, because rook c1, bishop a6, white could not trade the rooks. That would have been a fortress. And here David played, I just find this move very difficult to explain. Because I would have thought that, I mean, this endgame with rook d5 is a draw, probably, but those rook endgames, they're always tricky, right? And what we did not see was this moment, which is still kind of drawish, but at the wrong moment, the Czech Grandmaster made the fateful move, g takes on h5. According to an engine, he should have played g5, which is a very difficult move to make, because that's a weakness on h6. And according to an engine, it's still a draw. He didn't make it. And now, look at this. This is the current position we're seeing right now. Eventually, I think the king is not going to make it, because if the king goes to the c7 for black, this king is going to make it to the f5. So king e7. And now I think white should find a way to break either the king on c3 or play king f4, king f5 anyway.
Yeah, this is very important game for also for the overall standings in the challengers. Because if Nicolas is winning now, first of all, what we know is that Aram Hakobian played a draw, and he was 2.5 points behind. So what does it mean? It means that
he's going to increase his lead by another 2.5 points. So it's 5 points in total with 2 games to play. That's a very big lead.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge lead. I mean, basically, if he plays 2 draws...
So if he wins, like he has 30.5 points versus Aram's 25.5. And again, every single victory in a classical tournament gives you 4 points. So in a classical sense, that's like if he would be counting the traditional 1 point for the victory and 0 for obviously 0 loss and draw is a half a point, that's like more than 1 point for 2 games.
And for Aram to catch Nicolas, he would have to win both games tomorrow, day after tomorrow. And he's playing tomorrow against David Navarra. But even if Nicolas wins tomorrow, he's unstoppable, of course. If Teodorov wins tomorrow, he's a winner. But if he loses or draws, there is still a chance for Aram. But the gap is just too big. Like it's 5 full points. It's 1 win plus 1 point.
Yeah.
Very tough. But also, what does it make with the 3rd and 4th place? First of all, if Navarra loses now, then it means that Rinat Jimabayev has 1.5 more points than David.
And it looks like he's going to lose, because here I think white already has figured things out. The king is going to f5. I mean, you cannot allow the king to go to f5. This rook on b4 cannot do 2 jobs at the same time. It cannot keep the b pawn from rolling forward and keep the king, yeah? So let's say if black plays king e6, there's going to be rook c5, rook c6, rook b6, king f5. Maybe without these pawns, it would have been a draw. But this one, it feels very close. I mean, obviously we have the spoiler from the Velation bar that says it's winning, but even without it, like, if I would look at this position, I would feel like I have misplayed the endgame terribly. Because now we're going to again go back to this position. Where was this? I think it was around here. Oh, once again, sorry. Yeah, the same endgame around here. Maybe here. So king e7, h4. So in theory, black is supposed to aggressively move these pawns forward somehow, but now you cannot do that.
Yeah, there is simply no way.
So he played g6 with the idea to play h5. He was stopped. He played king e6. He was met by e4. Maybe let's try to understand how is this exactly a draw. So h6, where's the difference after h5 and g5? So where's the difference? It looks scary. And why is this a draw?
That's what I also try to figure out. Why is with a g5 pawn suddenly, is the f4 square is such a key square in the position that he shouldn't have given up? Because h6 does look weak in both scenarios. In the current position, h6 is a weakness. Here as well, h6 is a weakness. If you bring the rook to h8, suddenly it looks like a great game.
Yeah, let's say I try to move it here. You need to watch out for rook g3.
And we have a first donation from TP. Thank you very much for Gelho.
Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you so
that.
much.
Every single support really means a lot. So you're amazing, officially amazing.
Confirmation. That's a confirmation.
Confirmation. Yeah, actually, this maybe rook g3 could be the difference. And also, I was thinking black could maybe stand and do nothing. Let's say f6. No, f6 is wrong. So it's got to be strictly rook g3. This counterplay against the pawn on g4. And if you play b6, then you go back.
Ah, then you cannot defend the pawn b6. Of
Right.
course.
I could still go here. You take the pawn. b6, you're not in time. Takes.
Rook b5.
Rook b5. I give you a check and put the rook on d8 and be it. It's tricky. Like actually, I think that Theodore chose a very practical choice. This was a good choice. Like initially, we're discussing that rook b5, rook b8 probably is the idea. I think that this maybe was a nice try. This h4, h5, g4, e4 to push the pawns really far from the second rank and then march with the king to the king side. It's a rather unusual position. It should be a draw. An engine says it's a draw. But as you can see, when you're in time scramble, you can misplay everything.
It's very tough. It's very tough to defend such position. It looks easy, but it is not. Absolutely not. And maybe the key difference to this position is this pawn on h5 is defended all the time with a rook. There is no pawn on g4 which could be targeted potentially by the rook. And we see rook b1 is on the board. So what David Navarra is trying to do, he's trying. Wait, there has been one more move played, Arturs.
Yeah.
There is one
Oh,
more
sorry,
move.
my bad.
So rook c6 and king e7 was on the board.
Yeah, but now it's just b6, I think.
Is there some way that black could give some checks to the king, or?
Ah, wait, after b6, rook b5, you need to watch out to drop the pawn.
But
Wait. But then I march with the king.
then you march with the king.
And I just misplayed it. I thought it's winning.
Apparently it's not. Ah, because there will be always check if king c5. King c5. What is your threat with king c5? Rook c7, right?
Yeah, I want to play rook c7. I'm seeing the bar, of course. Yeah, so, okay, I've misplayed it and black has the counterplay. Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
So apparently it's not working.
And what if I try the other idea?
Rook b6.
Yeah.
Immediately.
Okay. Let's think about this.
Is there king f5, king g6? Or you got to play b6?
The pawn is under attack for the moment. So I think you need to protect the pawn on b5. I think it values more than the pawn on h5. So you got to protect it. I mean, you can always go back. Rook c5, king e6, and try to go the other way, like king e3. Let's say I go here, here, and here. King c3 is rook e4. And if I put the rook somewhere, oh, look at this. Rook d5, you are in Zugzwang. King e6, rook f5. Oh, maybe that's like the cleanest way, because the rook on b4 cannot stand. I mean, you would love to knock on the table, say, I'm not moving.
Okay, and king e7?
King e7, then I'm playing king c3, and the rook is not under attack.
It's a different story.
Major difference.
Wow.
And then you put the rook b5.
So what if king d6, rook b5, rook
King
e8,
d6, rook b5.
rook e8?
Oh, wait, sorry, wait. First, I can just take it here.
Oh, of course, you can just capture.
Yeah. So just take at f6. Look at this. So once again, this is the current position. White can go here. I mean, the rook was there before, actually. So let's say...
There was b6 played. b6 is on the board, which was...
It's still good.
For some reason, it says it's a mistake, but it
No,
looks...
but I mean, this is actually very instructive. Look at this. So they have this position right here. So you play, I think the king also was on d3 at some point. There you go. So they had this position. So king d3, f6. It's just one move.
It's just rook
Oh,
f5.
wait, there's rook a4 still. Rook f5. There's still rook a4. Wait, maybe it's not so simple.
Maybe there is not a Zugzwang.
Maybe not. And if I play
Okay.
king c3, you
Rook
take the
e4.
pawn on e4. So I cannot do that.
And if you go back with rook, then we repeat again. Rook c5.
And now the rook maybe is disconnected, like it's wrongly positioned, like rook b4. Now I'm going to play king c3. Okay, this makes sense. And if you play king d6, I'm giving you a check, and the rook is not where it's supposed to be.
So they'll put...
Yeah, this
Oh,
is
this is
tricky,
tricky,
actually.
yeah.
It's very tricky. I thought it's actually easier. No, it's very tricky.
Look at that, making black to play rook a4, to remove the rook from the b file, which was standing right behind the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is very, very nice.
This is
very
so
nice.
deep. This
Yeah,
is
king
extremely
d3,
deep.
f6, so rook f5, black is in a Zugzwang, king e7, king c3. You take the pawn on e4, the b pawn advances. So black would have played probably here, and then you play rook c5 back, rook b4, again you play king c3. Same idea to play b6, and after king d6, rook c6, you want to collect the pawn, black plays king e5, now you play b6, the rook is supposed to be here on b4, it's not, and you drive it out. And this has got to be a win.
Oh my God, Arthurs, you made it work.
Yeah, but
with
with an engine, yeah.
with an iron friend, yeah.
with help.
Yeah.
To be honest, I thought it's definitely easier.
Yeah, it looked like it's easier, it's much easier, but now rook b5 is on the board, so suddenly, if rook would be on a5, then it would be a different story. There would be opportunities for b7, for rook c7, but now that the rook is on the b file, it's still controlling the b6 pawn from advancing. At the same time, now h5 is the target. Is rook in time to take on h5 and return back?
I think it is. Like, I think it is. If you play king e3, I'm going to take it. You play king d4, I play here, and there's my counterplay.
Yeah, but probably white is not going to stay still. I was thinking maybe rook c7, to try to push the pawn.
Yeah, maybe like this. But then my king might not make it. Like king d6 something, rook goes here. King goes here, I go here. It's very close. Engine says now it's a draw, actually. King e5, I go here. How on earth is this a draw? Ah, maybe this is the position. Like I have no moves.
Oh. So the pawn on e4 is a target. The
I
pawn on
cannot
b7 is a
Yeah, I
target.
cannot move the king. King e4. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, I'm making the moves, making the mistakes easily.
Ah, because probably...
I mean, this is again supernatural. Why is this losing again? Yeah, because white's going to be faster. Yeah, white is simply faster. Collect this pawn. King c7. There's a long line, but white is faster.
Ooh.
Yeah, study rook games, ladies and gentlemen. What can I say? Yeah, including me.
Oh my god, incredible. Rook b5.
I mean, this is what you can study pretty much the entire life. Like I would show you this position. It felt like even without an engine, it's very close because that's a weakness. The king is cut off. The b pawn is barely holding the b pawn. Of course, we have the confirmation from the evaluation bar, but I just didn't realize how difficult it is.
Yeah, it's incredibly tough. I mean, this rook endgames. Phew.
So he tried to go the other way. Rook d5, king e4, king e6, rook c5, rook go here. And he played... Yeah, that's a mistake, actually. Yeah, b6 is an actual mistake.
Yeah.
No longer winning.
Yeah, so rook b5 was played, so this is current position with rook b5 on the board. And now Nicolas is stunned by this move. Look at him. Look at his expression. I mean, he was not expecting that. Now he's calculating, he cannot...
What would you suggest to average viewer? What do you need to study to understand the rook games?
Rook endgames.
What? No. I mean, what material?
I mean, of course, there is Dvoretsky endgame manual. That's like the top choice.
But it's very heavy literature, yeah?
Of course. There are also some, and what I know that there are also some separate books, I believe, from Chess Evolution on the rook endgames. But there are also like all kinds of endgames. Like there could be imbalances. There could be just rook endgames with an extra pawn, with same material advantage, pawn down. I mean, as everyone, everyone, not everyone, but someone like me is saying that if you're up a pawn, then it's a draw. In the rook endgame, that's a rule. And if you're down a pawn, it's losing. So that's kind of the rule.
Yeah, this joke I've heard before. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, the big idea is that in the endgames, the king should be active and the rook should be active. And if you have to give up the pawn, then you give up the pawn.
Yeah, definitely. And but this position is very tough, like because there are 3 pawn islands. So for white there are 3 pawn islands. For black there are 2. So it looks like because of this extra pawn islands, the pawns are much weaker for black. But there is no way you can get for this h6 pawn. You would love to, but there is no way. And rook c7 is played.
Yeah, it's the only move.
The only move to try to still push for an advantage.
I wouldn't go as far and say that black has achieved and made a draw here. I mean, I'm seeing the evaluation of the engine. Engine says it's what it is.
Can black play instead of king e6, king
D6?
e6, or there is king f5? Oh no, king f5 is not possible.
And yeah, you can.
Oh. So the answer is cannot.
Oh, wait, what? Oh! I mean, this literally makes no sense. Rook c8. Rook c8 is the only move in this position.
Rook b6?
Rook b6, king f5, what dominates?
Oh my god.
Yeah, but this... I mean...
Voluntarily giving up a pawn.
I mean, actually, we might see this happen. Because look at this. So, king d6
Looks logical, right?
looks logical. You're stopping b7. And you're thinking after rook h7, you're going to kill this pawn, I suppose. No, again, it's king e5.
So you have to play king e6 first.
Yeah, but then king e6 we transpose to the same position. Like, and then you think the king might be going around and maybe it's losing. Like, again, look at this. This is again some angel lines like rook.
Look, and he's going for king d6. We see king d6 is on the board.
That's a big mistake actually here. Of course, we are very smart here. We're armed with chess engines, but king e6 made sense. King d6 is the human move, stopping b7. But even this actually is losing. So black cannot kill the pawn on b6. White plays king f5. Not take the pawn on h6. He goes after the pawn on f6. And according to the chess engine here, this somehow wins. Even this, by the way, I'm not like 100% sure. Like takes, rook f1 check,
King
king
g6.
g6, king e. I suppose you cannot kill the pawn on e4.
Rook e7.
Rook e7, and you take the pawn, king d6, and here, and here.
And just rook moved somewhere.
No, it might be very tricky still.
Wow, what an endgame.
Rook c8.
Arturs, you're getting to this endgame. Will you find this rook c8?
Yeah, but what's the idea? I quite don't understand. So, rook c8 if you play king e6. Where's the catch? Now you move the rook.
To b8?
You can also give a check, by the way. But you play rook b8. And let's say black does nothing. This is a common pattern. You play b7.
Maybe let's put on the board that you cannot take the pawn on h5. So instead of...
Sorry?
Yeah, so I just wanted to show on the board. So you cannot take on h5. You're not in time.
It's the same, yeah.
Yes.
b7, here rook e8.
Rook e8, yeah.
So this is a pattern from endgames.
So you have to play king
King f7, king g7, the logic would suggest. And now the king is going to go around.
And we have rook c8 on the board. Arturs, we're having this position. Look at that. It has been played. Nicholas found it. I mean,
So once again,
I'm surprised.
no, I mean this endgame was never easy. Like even let's say after king e6, even this is the best move according to chess engine. Let me just show you where the engine thinks this is a draw. So b7, let's say rook b3, rook h7. I'm making some random moves. How exactly is this a draw? Engine says strictly king e5 here would be a draw. King e5, why it's a draw, I don't understand it. Here, rook b1, king c4. We saw this position. This position.
Yeah, and here we said that king e4 cannot be played because
white is in time. So king d6 is a draw. And why it's a draw?
because it's stopping the king from advancing. And now king d4, rook b4 check.
And I couldn't make a progress. And again, the only move rook b4 check.
And now again we can...
And again, king e5. And again, you go here.
And
Oh, yeah, it's...
yeah, it's very tough. Incredibly tough.
It's borderline losing, and yet it's not losing. It's very difficult. But what was the idea of David? Why did he decide to include king d6? What did he see here?
The idea was not to get the...
He was expecting rook h7.
Yes.
So why did he go here? And he thought that... But, I mean, maybe he thought that he could take rook b6. Maybe he thought that this is also a draw after king f5.
What a turnaround, Arturs. One more time.
Maybe like this. Maybe this is what he wanted.
And now suddenly the king is too active.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a help here, but I mean, I can easily imagine him sitting there like thinking this might be a draw. And rook c8, a very powerful move. So rook takes on b6. I think right now David realizes there's going to be king f5. And let's say I still play king e7. It's still not over, by the way. Rook c7, and this is winning.
King g6.
Yeah, I would.
King g6 looks like.
Looks a very logical move, but agent says it's a mistake.
Oh my god.
Because of rook e6, you organize counterplay against opponent e4. So it's rook h7.
But now there is also. Is there a rook b5 check? Ah, there's king h6, of course.
Rook b5, king f6. This has got to be a win. I mean, there's a mate. Now, I was even looking for the e5 idea. Yeah, like the rook is very misplaced. And if you go here, takes, here, check, here, e5. Well, it is collecting both pawns.
Oh. I just
That's all.
realized something, that if this e pawn was an f pawn, we might have seen a defense of this h against f.
Oh,
But since it's a e pawn,
yeah, different rules apply.
a bit too far from the.
Very difficult endgame. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Like, also this find of rook c8. I'm surprised that Nicolas found it. It's the only move.
And it's also understandable why David missed it. Like he was like probably thinking king e6 loses, at least king d6 he gets to kill the b pawn. So he didn't think about this defensive setup. Every single time when you think you know the rook endgames, there's always a new endgame.
And we see
There
today.
are like million of these endgames. Like
Absolutely.
you could keep learning them.
Yeah, and also in Biel, every year there is at least, I believe every round there is always some end game which is lasting very long. And we always learn, like starting with this rook and two knights against rook and knight in the first round. Here we go already to the finals and we have this rook end game with crazy ideas, Arthur. I'm impressed.
I think we still might see some crazy swings here because I think both players are pretty tired. They've been playing a long, difficult game. Nicolas unexpectedly got some winning chances. Then David managed to equalize. Then again, David made a mistake, and now Nicolas once again is winning. But I think that we might still see some surprises here in the viewers. I think this is also for us a perfect moment to make one more final short break, and we'll be back after several minutes to see if indeed Nicolas Theodorou is going to manage to win this game or David Navarra is going to save this difficult endgame. So what's going to happen? You will see yourself after the break. We're coming back to you live from the Biel Congress Center, where the 58th International Biel Chess Festival is being held. There's one more game of the round 6 of the GMT Masters and Challengers tournament being played, or the very first game of the final stage. That's the game Nicolas Theodorou against David Navarra. Very difficult for king game. And we are now jumping back to the game to see if there's more moves. And as we're watching it, no moves. But Angelika, I mean, this is a very, very complex endgame, isn't it?
Yeah, it is absolutely something very, very complicated endgame. We have seen that the evaluation bar was jumping up and down a few times. We've seen that there was a mistake by Nicolas Theodorou made according to computer, which was completely logical move. It is very tough to play black this position, and it's very easy to make a mistake for even such a top player like David Navarra.
Angelika, I have one very serious question to you. I've been thinking about this all day. Ever since we had this pub quiz, which was 2 days ago?
Yes.
Yeah, so 2 days ago we were having this pub quiz here in Biel Congress Center. We had teams of 5 players, I think, in one team. We had 4 teams in total. And one of the questions was, how many legs does Kakapo have?
Yeah, when I got this question, I was first asking myself, what is Kakapo?
So what is a Kakapo? Can you explain me? Because I've been thinking about it all day. I didn't really check it. So what on earth is it? So it's like we're like divided in teams, and in my team was Voldar Murzin, with his mother and coach, also one of the tournament organizers. You were in the team with David.
This is David Navarro, who is currently playing.
Who's currently playing also. Tatiana, I think.
Her husband.
Her husband was here. So
And my mom.
what is Kakapo?
So first, when I got the question, when I got the piece of paper where it was written, I thought it was it was spelled wrong, because I thought it's kakadu, because I know there is a bird kakadu, and originally we also thought it's like kakadu, but then we realized it's kakapu. Like, what is it? Like, obviously during the quiz there was a rule we were not allowed to use our phones.
Yeah, I didn't really use it. That's why I'm asking you this question.
Yeah, yes, but since the quiz already, I use my phone a lot. So.
You checked it, yeah?
Yes, so I checked. I looked for a photo. So it's if you Google for kakapu, it's a bird.
It's a bird.
It's a very cute bird. Yeah, it looks very cute. Some kind of a parrot-like bird, and the baby of kakapu are very cute also. You can check those.
I know it's completely irrelevant to this position.
Completely
I'm so sorry.
random.
Yeah, but like I've been thinking about the entire day. I just couldn't forget.
And now that you reminded me of this, I want to ask you. So, who won the pub quiz?
The friendship, of course.
The friendship, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, your team won, of course. It was very tough. You know, it was pretty amazing because we're doing this. There's a team member, Tatiana. She's very happy. Of course, she was one of the winners. But we had this final quiz. We had to make anagrams of people that we didn't really know who they are. All we knew is the city they were born. You were the one who figured out that, what was the name of this Finnish city?
Something also with Kuokkala.
Kuokkala.
Yeah.
Kuokkala. So there was like a Finnish city, Kuokkala, a very long anagram. I don't remember the anagram. They were pretty
It was
funny.
bikini something, I remember.
Yeah. And you would have to guess that those are probably chess players. So from Kuokkala, there's a famous chess grandmaster coming, and apparently his name is Michal Botvinnik.
Yeah, and it was the last name, because we were trying to figure out for a long time. This was the last name we figured out, and we were thinking. And I was suggesting to David, by the way, I was saying, look at the letters, because I was already not caring about where he comes from. I was like looking at the letters, and I was like, it looks like Michal Botvinnik could be it, because according to the letters it works. He's like, what, Botvinnik from Finland? No, it cannot be it. And then after 2 seconds, he's like, oh, wait, you're right. I mean, it's working with letters. And it was, I believe, 1 minute left till the end. So we were like, okay, so we are going to go for it. And apparently we got all anagrams correct, which was absolutely shocking.
And David is really knowledgeable mostly in these things, right? As I understand. Because our team, we were discussing this, They're speaking about David. They're like, oh, they're definitely big favorites because they have David, and who's like encyclopedia in these things.
Yeah, but I was guessing, I guessed Vincent Keimer, I guess Vishwana Anand together with Tatiana, by the way. Alexandra Bottas, I also guessed, and who else? Pintalo Halikrishna. So I also contributed a lot to the team. But since we didn't have so many chess players, it was just me and David trying to figure out. But it was really fun, and maybe just a shout out to Arne, who is also doing social media here, also doing the interviews and all the clips that you can see in the on the socials of the Biel Chess Festival. So it's really nice that he organized such a cute evening, which we had on Sunday after the Blitz, and it was really nice to spend the time and see also the Grandmasters from the Grandmaster Triathlon coming and participating. It was really nice. And we had also one arbiter team that I remember, and I remember that they broke a rule because they said, please don't yet turn the paper, and they turned because, okay, they probably misheard it incorrectly, but as arbiters of chess, they are doing their best here in Biel.
Yeah, now you know what we did. One of the social events here, and there's many more. But anyway, the game continues, of course. Pardon us, remembering some of the amazing things we're doing here in Biel. So there's some moves being played. Rook b5. Here, I think that white can take the pawn on f6, and the e-pawn should be very strong. So king takes an f6, and David probably see something here. I think this rook takes on h5 quite doesn't make any sense. There's going to be a check. Here the king's going to be cut off, and this looks like, engine says, like, no, you're wrong.
Rook d5.
Rook d3 for some reason. What, why? Like I played rook d1, and it's, okay, that's ridiculous. Like rook d1 is a draw, and rook d3, no, rook d2 is a draw, and rook d3 is a win. That makes no sense to me. But I think,
what if you can include king d7?
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Oh.
That's what I was thinking.
Sorry.
So after king f6, first out with king d7. And now you go here. You want to win a pawn.
And now if you take...
If you take it, this probably is losing immediately. So no, I don't think you can take it, but I was thinking if I give you a check.
King f7.
If you go here, I saw this move.
Oh, but rook e8.
Rook e8,
And
yeah.
then rook
No, but
e5.
I think even this is winning.
Oh,
Takes and rook
yeah.
f6.
Oh,
The king is cut off with the h-pawn. Usually those positions are drawn, but yeah, here, king g7. Let me just show it to you on the board. I think it's a win. Yeah, you cannot stop this.
yeah, the pawn is unstoppable.
There's still some tricks. And by the way, notice that white hasn't made a move yet. He hasn't played king takes an f6. Does he even have a choice?
Does he consider king g6 as well, or it doesn't really make sense? Because probably
No,
rook
that doesn't
e5.
make any sense. Yeah. He has to take. So what was it? King d7.
He's taking the pawn. He has just played king f6. It's on the board. We have it.
Okay, let's follow the action. I think there's going to be a couple of moves incoming pretty fast. And David
Rook
plays.
takes.
Rook takes on h.
He's not including king d7.
Wait. Okay, now I'm really, really confused. So
We might get this position we were
yeah, we
discussing.
might get it. So what is the difference? Because this is the most natural move in the world. Go as far as you
Check.
can.
Check is on the board officially. We have king c7. Now rook has to move. Where will Nicholas put the rook?
I mean, I still quite don't fully understand why rook d1 would be a draw. Maybe that's the silly engine here. I think I can use the table base here. White is winning with 3 moves. So, 3 winning moves are rook d3, rook f8, and rook h8. Rook f8 doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Rook h8, I don't know, maybe the same, but rook d3. So, why rook d3? And why not rook d1?
No, definitely, Arthur's. It makes sense to play with the rook on the d file. That cuts the king out. I mean, rook d1 would be the most natural move to play.
Let me just show
Rook
you the
d1.
drawing line, what the engine says here. So rook d1 would be, for some reason, it's rook h3. And if I go here, it's only move h5. I go here, rook f3, here, h4, here, h3. Ah, that's why you need a pawn on the...
You need the rook on the third rank to stop the h pawn from promoting.
So once again, here, here. And what's the difference? Rook d3. So if I go here, e5, h5, e6, h4. Wait, I think I'm going to give you a check first. e6, I'm going to give you a check. Here, h4. So the difference is the rook on the third rank holds the pawn. So this pawn is going nowhere. I'm playing king e8, e7.
And he's reaching out, and he goes for rook d3. It's on the board.
Wow.
He found the only winning move. Incredible.
I'm officially impressed.
He found rook c8. Now it's rook d3.
So this nuance, I mean, once again, look at this. So rook d1 would be a mistake because of exactly rook h3, e5, only move h5, e6, rook f3, king e7, h4, king e8, h3. Let's say I try to go here, stop the pawn. Black does something like king c6 here, and apparently there's no progress for white. White cannot make a progress. Because for you to complete that this pawn going forward, you need a rook, and the rook is distracted by the pawn on h3. So this makes sense. And with the move rook d3, now this no longer works. Here, 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 and you see this pawn is stopped. And what was the other move? The other move was not rook d3, but rook d2. That also was a draw. It's the same idea, rook h3.
The same, absolutely the same, rook h3. Phew.
I mean,
This is tough stuff.
you got to give a lot of credit. I mean, for Nicolas finding these, like he found the move rook c8, he found the move rook d3. These are really great moves.
Now for David, it's very tough. Now the king is cut on c7. There is a h pawn in the position which you want to try to push, but unfortunately, there is no progress which we can make. There will be always rook stopping this pawn. This is such a tough position to be now with black.
And I think now he realizes he's just lost. So once again, we could try to push the h pawn forward, but you're just not in time. Here, h5, e6, h4, e7. You can never play h3. You're not in time to defend it. So give you checks, checks, checks. Let's try the same position with rook f4. Let's try this one. So what's the difference? It feels like it's the same, right?
It feels like similar.
But it's not the same. So I'm gonna...
We have rook h2 on the board, by the way, so the move which we're discussing.
Yeah, so you can see it on the live screen. I just want to figure out this one. So there's rook c3, of course.
e5, pawn is marching forward.
So maybe not this one. Oh, wait. Yeah, then you are just in time. And again, you're gonna play h3. I think I'm going to build some kind of a bridge. Might be still some tricks here. e5 is on the board. Yeah, I think they're going for that position.
But rook h2 was played, so not rook h4.
Yeah. I think it's leading to the same. Look at this. Yeah. So e5, h5, e6, h4. Oh, sorry, not h4.
h5 was played, exactly, Artus.
Yeah. So this position. Yeah. e7. Let's say black does something. Check here. Check. Check here. Check here. And I just need to make a quiet move, like maybe king b8. Can I play rook c5? Yeah, of course, rook c5, h3, rook h5. I mean, of course, rook e5, of course, easily wins, of course, what I'm doing. Of course, rook e5. There's a check on b8. But even I was looking at some scenarios, rook h5, rook e3, I just take it. Or even promote, give a check on h8. Maybe that's a bit easier.
Pick up the rook.
Yeah, this is a bit easier to give a check. But it depends really on the placement of the king. It could be standing on b7 or b8. So that's why I'm just saying that there's always even this. Yeah, you could always just take it and promote.
Yeah, so what we have right now on the board is e6. e6 pawn is marching forward. Now, what black is trying to think, is there rook f2, any move? Like rook f2 trying to attack the king. And of course, what's going to happen?
It's a lovely devilish detail. Yeah, with
H4 is on the board.
With the pawn on h3, maybe he can still do something here. So once again, let's say king goes... wait a second.
Wait, e7 we were looking at, or?
Yeah, e7. E7's got to be very accurate because king e7 maybe is a mistake. The Oxley engine says it's also a draw. But I was thinking that here you might misplay after king e8, there's going to be suddenly rook e2.
Yeah. Suddenly now it's a draw.
So I think it's accurate to start with e7.
So now rook
And I give you
e7?
checks, whatever. So we end to this position anyway. So the pawn is on 4th rank.
That's again there.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
What just happened?
I
don't know. I clicked the wrong button.
So h4 is on the board. Nicolas is taking time. It's 6.5 minutes for him, 5.5 for David Navarre. Very tough to defend. He's still trying. He's still hoping. But for Nicolas, is it all figured out, or there are some practical tricks and nuances he has to take into consideration? Arturs, what do you think? Is it all figured out already, or is there
It's a
something?
good question. Like, did he play rook d3? He knew for sure he's winning? Or it was like just a good guess that you don't allow the h-pawn go forward? It's just such a nice, instructive position that I think that we could show to any chess fan. I mean, most of the players would just play rook d1 without thinking. Like, just go as far as possible. Like, it's such a natural move. Again, just this one moment when he played this rook d3.
Yeah, and h4 is on the board now. We also don't see David at the board. Do you think he knows that it is lost?
Knows, yeah. Both of them already should know. Because ultimately it's all about this, what do you call it? It's a Lucina position, was it? I'm so bad with names, but like somebody told me there's like
Lucina, yeah.
so many Lucina positions. Yeah. I can't recall them all.
Yeah, Philidor is the one which you are defending, and Lucina is the one.
I've always mixed them up. Anyway, the king is going to go here. The pawn's going to be on e7. I usually actually called it the bridge. Yeah, building up the bridge, ultimately.
e7 is on the board.
e7 is played. That's the best move. I think there's going to be a lot of fast moves. And players are getting extra 30 seconds.
For every move.
I mean, considering that... I mean, Nicolas basically played a flawless game. He made this one human mistake, b7, yeah? So, no, b6. b6 was the human mistake. According to the engine, he lost the victory. Apart from that, like, he played a flawless game from a small advantage in opening, nothing special. While black is always somehow equalizing. And no, like, until the very end, this rook c8 move, rook d3 move, really powerful moves.
But it was David Navarre who was making mistakes, starting with that rook c3 move, trading the bishops. He shouldn't have done it. Probably now that the game is approaching the end, he's realizing, okay, why did I go to this rook endgame? Why did I try it out? I should have left the bishops on the board. And we see.
He's just gaining time. Yeah, he could have played immediately king e8, but he decided to gain extra minute. That's smart. Like, maybe this 1 minute is going to give him something extra to think about.
It's very, very good approach that many grandmasters do. Also, for reaching 40th move, just repeat the position a couple of times, not the third time, but just 2 times, and then C. Just to get closer to the time control. In this position, just to get extra 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, these are small tricks that sometimes make all the difference. Couple of moves here and there, repeat the position a couple of times, you get extra 2 minutes on the clock, so you don't have to make a big decision increment. All of this comes with experience.
Yeah, now David is taking time. He has 6 minutes, 40 seconds right now. He probably realized this is over because, I mean, there is no move right now in the position.
I mean, he's definitely going to try something. Maybe rook f4 to protect the pawn and ask if you see the setup. Yeah, but this pawn is too far. He cannot make it. Maybe he can still try to go here. But I think now you can just give a check. And this is, I think, one of the easiest ways to win. h3, king goes here.
Oh.
There's no more
course.
checks.
No more check.
We could be seeing the final moves of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And see right now, Nicolas is taking a sip. Look at his body language. He looks completely confident. It looks like he got it.
Yeah, but it's a
Going to
really
get-
great game. Like this is essentially how this is a very high level chess. You play an opening, you play for small advantage. If the opponent equalizes, fine, it's a draw. But if he makes some mistakes, some inaccuracies, you get some chances. There's one mistake, and that's it. You're done.
And probably one more time to remind our viewers, it's not just this game what matters, it's overall standings, because Nicolas Theodorou is currently leading 2.5 points in front of Aram Hakobian. And if he's going to win, then he's going to take a full 5-point lead, because Aram played a draw today. So this is really something what may clinch in the next rounds for him a victory in the challengers, which could be a potential ticket to the Masters group next year. And also talking about his recent experience in the tournaments, he has just won the Greek league, the team league, and also the very strong tournament, Chess Challengers, Chess Cup Challengers section. So he has been on the roll recently, and Biel would be another great success for him.
Especially considering how badly he started the Chess 960 tournament. I still cannot forget it. So maybe due to the travel or something, he was tired or not a lot of experience. He started the Chess 960 tournament, the very first event, with 0.5 point out of 5. And after that, everything is history. He started to play really well and played every single part of the tournament in style. Also, the Blitz event, initially he was struggling, he fought back. And this is going to be a very solid claim to win the Challengers tournament, of course, and attempt to qualify for next year's Masters.
Definitely has had a very absolutely amazing performance, coming back from the last place to leading day one, then winning games in the Classical. Now qualifying for the final stage, having a bit of a tough Blitz tournament. I mean, in the Blitz tournament, he was having not the best time. He was struggling there, but he managed to recover. He managed still to hold the lead, even though Aram Hakobian was very close to catch him. And now we see him in the Classical, in the final stage of the Classical portion. He is trying his best, using every opportunity. I mean, the game looked like everything was under control for David Navarra, but suddenly, move by move, Nicolas made such great decisions, and we see Rook F1 has been played to try to hold the Rook on the F file. But now Rook C3?
Yeah, I think this is the cleanest one. Maybe let's pull up again the analysis board, because I'm pretty sure that here Nicolas is going to spend a bit more time. So first, wrong move. So first I'm going to give you a check. King d6, it's safe to assume that white's going to promote, and the king is too far to help the h-pawn. So this is winning. You cannot do that. You play king b7. I think now the easiest one is you target the pawn. Black, if he gives it up, this is like Lucida position or bridge position, whatever you call it. So black cannot do that. Black has to go here. Now the king comes. I want to promote. Check. Here, here, here. And you cannot give a check. Like, you can try to do that, but I just put the rook here. I promote. You cannot do that. This is pretty straightforward. Maybe here, the position could continue until this moment, and David could make some quiet move. But which is it? Something like king b6?
Or king c8.
But you could always at least take on h4. And absolute best case scenario for Navarra would be rook versus queen. But I don't think he's even going to get there.
Rook c3 is on the board trying to get the king away from the c file, cutting the black's king. Now we most likely will see king b7.
I think also this endgame will be analyzed quite heavily by some endgame theoreticians. Also, I got the word that the game of Aravind against Frederick Svane, this endgame, where Frederick with the white color was trying to set up a fortress. I got the word that ChessBase was doing a very deep analysis. Like they're really going into it, and I think they found some kind of a fortress in the very end. So I'm pretty sure also this one is going to be picked up because, of course, this is a high-level event and an endgame of high importance. So every day we learn something new.
Yeah, and Biel, there are always these tough endgames which are coming up all the time. I mean, all the years I remember that we were here with you, Arturs, covering the event. Every year there has been some exciting endgame. From last year, a lot of endgames you're mentioning from Vincent Keimer. This year we had the tournament basically started with a rook and 2 knights against rook and 1 knight. With first of all, we both of us we haven't seen before. Probably it did occur in some game, but it was not definitely not such famous games. And now we get this rook endgame where it was unclear choice. It was unclear choice. Maybe if you would like, Arturs, could we go to the moment where there was a fatal mistake made by David Navarra?
Yeah, but it is such a non-obvious choice. So let me again try to pull it up. It was quite far away.
If you click to the game,
Very far.
you have to click on the moves
I have to click on the moves, yeah? Okay.
on the top. Yeah.
Here, king d6.
Yeah.
Very, very instructive. So king d6 was a mistake. King e6 was a draw. But king e6 would allow white to play b7. So after king d6, Navarra, I think he simply overestimated his defensive capabilities here. And starting from this moment, exactly the move rook d3. Very, very precise move that gave white the winning position. By the way, we are seeing the rook on h3, king d7. He's going
Moves are
exactly.
incoming.
Yeah, he's going exactly for the same idea.
Rook check is happening now. King e6. We might see exactly this position. Rook e4, king d6 is something what we expect in the position.
Last hope for Navarra is rook versus queen. Last hope. If he does this, there are some tricky positions. You need to know certain positions, but I'm afraid he's not going to get there. Like Theodoro is going to find a way to collect the rook and not to promote the queen.
King d6 or king f6, that's a question.
King d6, of course, yeah, to shoulder the king, yeah. I think it's an extra opportunity. You always make sure the king cannot come close. Maybe this is also winning, but why? This just makes more sense.
Yeah, why to allow this? Definitely. So king d6 coming forward in the opposition against
Very
king.
positive he's going to play king d6.
He's going for it. King d6 is on the board. So now there is no threat from white, unless white wants to sacrifice a rook and go into this queen versus rook endgame. But now David has opportunity to play some useful move. You see king b7 is on the board. So he's waiting for rook h4.
He wants rook h4.
He
And
wants.
I think that this is the last thing that Nicola is going to do. Like, if he's going to find nothing, he's going to take on h4. But he wants to have it clean. Trade a e-pawn for this rook. And after that, there's going to be immediate resignation. If he's going to take on h4, the game prolongs. He doesn't want that.
Is there some rook d3 in the position? Rook
Yeah,
d3,
I think
king
rook d3,
c8.
rook d5, some sort of a bridge. But you have to make sure you keep tabs on this pawn.
My idea was rook d3, king d7, just going forward.
Let's pull up the analysis board, perhaps. Yeah. So you said rook d3,
But I think here king c8 to try.
king c8. That's actually a problem. I mean, if you do this,
Rook c3, right?
I mean, I could go here. You play h3. I give you a check. Otherwise, the king is too close to the pawn. I want to play rook e5. And now I cannot play rook e5.
Because you're not in time.
Yeah, if I play rook e5, you see black is also running very quickly. So you cannot do that. Here. And here. Yeah, I think this is the fastest. Exactly this. Rook a, you need the rook on h8.
And
So-
now the problem is the pawn is not on h2 for black. If pawn would be on h2, that would be a draw.
I think he's going to figure it out like pretty easily. Like you need the rook on h8. So it could be like even here, check, check, here, here. There's going to be a resignation after this.
So this is the cleanest way to go.
Absolutely. Maybe there's something else, like another way to promote the e-pawn, but I think this one makes more sense. I keep the rook here, stopping the pawn, the king is pushed away, and this will be the logical outcome.
Yeah, king b7 is on the board now. We might see this moves incoming. Nicolas is still trying to figure everything out, not to make a fatal mistake, because still possible to blunder. 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock for the Greek Grandmaster. Looks like he's reaching out for the move. Will it be rook b3, rook c3?
Maybe it's not necessarily rook b3. He could start with rook c3 as well, or rook d3. Rook c3, rook c5, perhaps. They look the same to me.
But probably coming moves which are coming with a tempo are more tempting.
Wait, maybe it's actually a bit more tricky, actually. I'm thinking...
About rook c3?
No, there's no tricks. I'm just trying to find something. There's no tricks. He's just making sure. Especially when you're playing the game in the 6th hour, you start to see all kinds of weird things like... It's very difficult.
Yeah, you have to realize and you have to figure out that all the moves, all the variations work for you. Because if there is just one move which is missed, then all the efforts will be for nothing. And that's what Nicolas Theodor right now is trying to figure out.
I mean, there is, of course, a chance that for a sporting principle, he might take on h4 just to prove his technique.
Oh my gosh.
Queen versus rook. Now, that would be really strange, but I have done this myself. Like, not in this position, of course, but in a similar position where I was curious. It was a rapid game that didn't really matter. I went on a theoretical endgame on purpose just to see if my opponent is going to do it.
And he's not doing it. He's going for rook b3 check. I remember in one of the rounds, Arturs, you told me that if the player is going for some move, you will explode. So rook h4 didn't happen, so you didn't have to explode.
Yeah.
Yeah, check happens now. Rook c3 looks like a logical move.
And now rook b5. Oh, rook c3,
Rook
of
c3
course. Yeah,
first.
yeah. You need to push the king a bit away. Rook c3, rook c5 is what we expect. Maybe rook b5 also wins, but now there's some checks. Yeah, but okay, this is still good.
But why to allow king to be closer to the pawn? I mean, rook c3 looks like a...
2 minutes for white, but there's 30-second increment, so white is safe.
And 5.5 minutes for David Navarra. He's trying to play all the moves fast, trying to still use the last chance in the position. Still, if there is something what he can do, the last pattern in the gun. So
Rook b5 is fine, but he's going to play rook c3. Yeah.
rook c3.
First cut off the king, just to be sure. You never, ever gamble in these positions. Just make sure. King d7.
King d7, there is an e8
I
threat.
think he's just repeating the position a couple of times. Exactly.
What he's doing, he's gaining extra time.
Why not? And king on f6.
So now he cut off the rook, the king.
It's the same idea. Rook d3, rook d8. Okay, so he found a different way.
Yeah, it is the same, but from different side.
If black goes here. Wait, but is it the same?
Rook c5.
Rook c5. h3.
Rook h5.
Rook h5. And I start to give you a lot of checks. Wait. All right, let's check it again. This is something I quite did not expect. So I was thinking, if I go, what was it? What was the move? Here, yeah?
Yeah, rook e1.
Rook e1. You said you go here. I play h3. You go here. I give you a check. You can't cover. I give you a check.
King f. No,
I
okay.
give you a check, and now I protect the pawn. It's too complex, yeah, compared to that line. I see the engine says it's still winning, but a bit too complex.
Yeah,
Rook
white.
e2 is same idea, or rook e1. I don't think it really matters. Ah, actually, it does matter because he
It
might
is maybe
protect the pawn.
Yeah, it is maybe even smarter from David. Okay, Arturs, how sure are you that Nicholas is going to win this endgame?
I'm having
Doubts?
very tiny doubts, but no, he found it. Yeah, he found it. Okay, that's it. Yeah, okay, he found it. King
Okay,
f7.
finally.
He just found a different setup. Like, I mean, there's definitely several ways. Rook f3, king f7, rook e. Okay, no doubts. From here, no
No,
doubts.
no doubts. Okay.
No doubts at all. Yeah, so king c7, you king f7, king c7, king f7, king d7. There's always a check. There's going to be, I think, resignation right here.
Yeah, David now is realizing at this moment there is no way to stop. King is too far on b7. Unfortunately, for Czech Grandmaster, it's going to be it. Would you
Maybe
really?
it's actually even faster. Yeah, no, there's a couple of moves. h3 doesn't really change anything.
He's trying.
h3, rook takes on
You
h3.
can take, yes.
The king goes on e8. Maybe just to check if White has not completely forgotten how to set up the so-called bridge.
Here we have a cheer on the bot. Meanwhile, we see that in the playing hall, there are some viewers who are watching the game happening. Rook takes on h3. No chance. Nicolas Theodoro is not giving any opportunities for black. No pawn on h file. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough, Arturs, for Navarro.
He is going to play it out a bit. Okay, I guess he's just very unhappy about the game. That's the only reason for him to continue it. Because these are like one of the basic endgames you study early on. If somebody doesn't know how to win this position, you can make a YouTube search. I think it was Lucina position, but I call it building a bridge. Pretty basic.
Yeah, and Arturs, I mean, looking at all the games we had today, we had 4 games. This game was not so eventful. Also from the opening on, I mean, there has been many trades. There have been always this extra pawn for white, but there was always a defense, and black would always defend. But somehow at the end, everything turned around, and I'm completely surprised how well Nicolas Theodoro managed to play this endgame.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he also thinks he played a flawless game, like that he doesn't know that his b6 move was a mistake, which was just in him. There's the resignation.
We see Nicolas Theodoro scoring a victory, very important, which makes his lead even more with a whole 5 points in front of all the players in the challengers and gives him huge chances in winning the Grandmaster Triathlon. Arturs, absolutely incredible.
Yeah, very, very instructive for King game, which I'm sure will be analyzed in detail in the coming days. So this also means this is the only decisive game today because the games are getting more tense, although we were not expecting that this particular game will be decisive. Voldar Merzen versus Salem Saleh was a pretty balanced game, but our event against Vladimir Fedoseev in the Masters section, we were expecting that Indian Grandmaster will be very close to score of victory because after the opening, Fedoseev's position looked really terrible, but the Indian Grandmaster misplayed it.
Yeah, and on the challengers, we see the only game which just finished in a victory for Nicholas Theodorov with 4 points. And Rinat Jumabayev game against Aram Hakobian. What a thriller that game was, this queen sacrifice, and it was absolutely incredible. Both players were trying to push, and Rinat Jumabayev was winning at some moment, but then Aram found a beautiful knight sacrifice, which finished in a draw. I mean, such an eventful day we had in the first round of the final, so to say, the round number 6 of the Classical.
And here we see the current standings in both tournaments. So Salem Saleh and Fedoseev still remain the co-leaders of the Masters tournament. Aravind again is within the striking distance, and Volodar Murzin, it's probably too far, but theoretically still can make waves. And thanks to this very impressive victory in the endgame, Nicholas Theodorov now is leading the Challengers tournament with a 5-point lead over Aram Hakobian. Rinat Jumabayev theoretically already cannot make it. The same applies for David Tavara, but anyway, the players are going to battle out the other prizes as well.
Yeah, what an incredible change in the challengers standings today with this victory of Nicholas Theodorov. One more time, what a comeback. First, starting so badly in the chess 960, then coming back with a rapid, scoring the lead after the rapid tournament, and then winning a few classical matchups. Now winning again against David Navarra. Incredible.
Yeah, so more games will be absolutely coming tomorrow. So this is only round 1 or round 6, however you count it, of the final stage. Tomorrow there will be more action. Maybe your takeaway lessons, Angelika, from today?
My lesson is never to say that it's a draw.
Never judge rook endgames too early. This I know. I also know that.
And try not to get into a rook endgame when you still have the opposite colored bishop. That's going to be a lesson for me. So if there is a safer option to still keep the bishop and still fight, just to go for it and not to let this crazy complicated rook endgames.
Really hard for games here in the Biel Chess Festival. So with this, we're concluding our coverage for today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 2 p.m. Central European time. So the viewers, hope you enjoy the coverage. So we'll be seeing you tomorrow.